Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Beginner made a bang. Sound on made it. Sound on made it.
Purchase your tracks today. black sauce.
Zinna.
Purchase your tracks today.
Synapse.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the Lagos Business of Film Summit, an initiative of the Film Business Forum. Thank you for your patience. We will be starting in 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. As we start this event, we would like to invite you to please stand for the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. You're all welcome. We must apologize for the delay in starting, and thank you all for being punctual. We're moving on from Nigeria time. My name is Bikia Graham Douglas. I'm an actress and a producer, and I'm going to be one of your MCs today, and I'll be joined later by the delectable Bisola Ayola. You're welcome to the Lagos Business of Film Summit, an initiative of the Film of Business Forum powered by Cinemax. You're looking very lovely today, so thank you. I know it's horrible weather, so thank you for joining us. And Auntie Mo, I see you here. Thank you for always honoring us, and so many great colleagues that we'll get to meet later. Without further ado, I'd like us to go straight to it. And I'm sure I'm wondering, a number of you here are wondering why the Lagos Business Film Summit. And I'll just give you a brief, and then I will introduce a distinguished gentleman who has made all of this happen. So just to give you a background of what this is, the Lagos Business of Film Summit is a convening point for dialogue, direction, and sustainable development of the film industry driven by active stakeholders. And this has been put together by Mr. Opeyemi Ajayi. And I'm just going to read, just to let you know who has put this all together. Mr. Opeyemi Ajayi, he's the founder and CEO of Cinemax. He has over 21 years business management experience, entertainment, advisory, and entrepreneurship. He has a proven track record of leading successful teams, managing startups, expansions, and turnarounds.
And if each one is valued at about $2.5 million, then you're about $5 billion, I said. But I mean, after some exchange, he came up with a figure of between $400 and $600 million. Even that, I'm not sure. But I think that sort of speaks to what the problem is. I don't know that we even have the data, accurate data. And maybe in the course of the summit, somebody would share with us what the data is, right? I don't know that we have the data on the value that we place on the output of the industry annually. We know that we have a lot of potential. Everybody has talked about the potential of the industry. We know about the impact on employment. We know about the soft power of Nollywood. But clearly there's a lack of structure, right? And I think that lack of structure goes a long way to impact how we can truly capture the value of the industry. So a few questions I wanted us to just guide our conversations today. Number one is, how can we scale? How can we truly scale this industry? How can we truly scale the business, right? We know for a fact that box office is about $10.4 million. And so some of the questions we should be asking is, how do we take that to $500 million in 10 years? And I mean, somebody might be wondering, why that's $500 million? Well, according to the same ChatGPT, India does over $1 billion in box office as of last year. South Korea also does over $1 billion. You can argue that India is bigger than Nigeria, and you'll be right, but South Korea is not bigger than Nigeria, right? And even India, that is bigger, is about 6 times bigger, but our box office is not comparable. And this applies to every other platform, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Netflix. It does seem like we're very content with talking about how we produce so many films, how we're a vibrant industry, and talk about the potential and the potential and the potential. But I mean, the first thing we put out about this summit is show me the money. Where is the money really? And how do we capture that value? Second thing is, how do we attract more international partnerships, right? And international productions. Again, when you look at it from the global scale, you have a lot of, whenever Hollywood, whenever global streamers want to do anything in Africa, they seem to prioritize South Africa, maybe Ghana. Very little, not a lot of times they prioritize Nigeria, right? And even though we have a lot of independent production companies, we have a lot of activity going on in Nigeria, we don't seem to get as much of the dollar that comes into the continent. So the question is, how do we change this, right? What are the government policies we need to put in place? What are the rebates that we need to put in place? I mean, I know South Africa has a lot of rebates and incentives. And what are the ways that we can, again, attract more international productions? Third question, which is also very strong on my mind, is, what is our story as an industry? A few years ago, I mean, most of us growing up, the impression we had about other countries, say America or France, is pretty much from their storytelling, right? Up until recently, where the presidents are now tweeting and communicating every now and then, our entire worldview was shaped by primarily what we saw in movies. You think about America, you think about Land of Freedom, you think about, you just have your mind is framed. You think about France, think about love. I don't know that we have a deliberate attempt, right, to say, what does Nollywood mean to us? It looks like it's a very random thing, right? And I think that, again, as an industry, is that something we should be talking about? Is that something that should be important for us, right? I think it is. So, I mean, I'm sure people are wondering, so what am I planning to achieve with this summit? Again, I think conversations help. I think connections help. Before the end of the next hour or so, we have a few government officials here as well. I think the rain has delayed a few people, but I'm sure they'll be here soon. Maybe we can find solutions to some of the industry challenges. Hopefully, we're able to move beyond potential and hustle, and start to really create value that we know that the industry can create. So today, there are a lot of things we're talking about. We're talking about the new tax laws. How does it affect the industry? What does it mean to the industry? We have industry leaders here who will share with us their experience, what they're doing. How do they see the industry evolving over the next decade, right? People who have sort of set the tone for what is here today. So in closing, one thing that people always say, I think it was a senior colleague, Kene Mparu, not junior Kene, senior Kene, always used to say how the industry is a gold mine. It's a gold mine. It's a gold mine. So my former boss, Dr. Razlik, would always ask me when I was at Genesis, say, where is this gold? Where is this gold? And I would say, we're looking for it. So, I mean, I hope that before the end of the summit, we might find that gold, or maybe we'll find a path to the gold. And I wish us a great deliberation today. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akpe. Please give him another round of applause. As he said, hopefully by the end of this, we'll find the gold. I'm definitely looking for gold. You know the value of gold in the world right now, right? We're looking for it. Okay. So now I'm going to introduce someone who I've admired for a very long time, who inspires me to do more every day, and who always tells us, if you can think it, you can. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to introduce, as we fondly call her, Auntie Mo. But I'd just like you to just understand who is coming on. I'm sure you all know already, but I just want to talk about it again. Ms. Mo Abudu, the founder and CEO of Ebony Life Media. Mo Abudu is the founder and CEO of Ebony Life Group, encompassing Ebony Life Media, Creative Academy, and Ebony Life Place. She's dedicated to the creative ecosystem that includes capacity building, media production, digital and cinema distribution, and funding to scale the industry. Under her leadership, Ebony Life redefined Nigerian cinema with hits like 50, The Wedding Party, Chief Daddy, amongst others. Her festival successes include Cannes, Toronto, London, Holly Shorts, and Martha's Vineyard. As the first African company to sign a multi-title deal with Netflix, the studio delivered global successes including Blood Sisters, Oloture, and Baby Farm. Her footprint includes Dust to Dreams, directed by Idris Elba, and the upcoming release of The Secret Lives of Baba Shegi's Wives. In November 2025, she launched Ebony Life On Plus, a digital lifestyle ecosystem. She's currently raising a $50 million Afrofilm fund and developing Ebony Life Place London alongside Ebony Life Cinemas in Lagos, currently rated the #1 cinema in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please, standing ovation, please. Thank you. Please give Auntie Mo a round of applause as she comes to deliver her keynote speech. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. We're still in the month of January, so I can still wish you all a glorious 2026. Okwe Cinemax, thank you so much for the honor of coming here today and giving one of the keynote addresses, unlocking the potential of Nollywood the next decade. I've never really liked the word Nollywood much, and I've spoken about this publicly, because in the year 2002, a journalist called Norisipsu Onishi, a Canadian, decided to name our industry Nollywood. But you know what? I've come to love the word Nollywood because it is what represents our industry. It is the brand. It is, there is the good, there is the bad, and there's the ugly. So we just have to accept it and say, how do we build on that? And for me, my journey into this industry came very late. So I'm what is called a late bloomer. I only got into the industry literally when I was about turning 40. And everybody felt I was sort of having this midlife crisis, and I started with a talk show called Moments with Mo. I think one of my first guests was actually Kule, sitting right here at the time, and I did many, many of these episodes, and then I decided, a few years after that I really loved this space and I wanted to do more in this space. So then came the journey with Ebony Life Television. I had to sort of take myself out of my comfort zone, and we moved to Calabar, Studio Tinapa, working with the governor at the time, Governor Leo Limoki and his amazing wife, and we set up shop in Calabar. Even at that time, Kula, you did a few TV commercials for us, right, that we launched the channel with. And we, it was a good time. We created all these amazing shows, The Governor, The Sports, EL Now, Love Lounge, and so many other shows. And then a year after setting up Ebony Life Television, that wasn't enough. I was like, it's now time to make another move into making films. And I always like to sort of be inspired by something. So the very first film that I decided that it was important to make was a film called 50. I was turning 50 the year before. So the film actually came out a year after I turned 50. But, you know, the development of it happened a year before. But it didn't come out until the year 2015. So we did 50, we did the wedding party. And if you're wondering about the wedding party and the idea, I went to a wedding at Oriental Hotel. Now, no one's going to know. I'm never going to name this wedding. But many weddings have happened there, so they're never going to guess it was their wedding, or they may. And I was sitting at this wedding, and I was looking at the drama that was happening at the wedding. There was the ex-wife, there was the girlfriend to the boyfriend of the groom, and there was all this drama at this wedding. And I said to myself, when I left that hall that day, I got into my car, and I always write myself these notes, and I said, we have to definitely make a film about a wedding. And that's literally where the inspiration for the wedding party came from. And 50 was me turning 50. So for me, my journey has been very much inspired by my personal dreams, my personal aspirations, what I'm going through at that particular point in time. So that really has inspired me a lot to inform a lot of the programs and the projects and the things that I do. I think it's about identifying what are those white gaps that we find in our society, whatever industry you happen to be in, and tap into that. So even going back into when I started Moments with Mo, very much for me was about, let's create a talk show that can showcase the best of us across the continent. And I took the idea to DSTV, and they said, go look for a sponsor, and then one story led to another. So we took our journey into film, right? And we were, you know, I think Ebony Life, you know, films, the first film 50 that we did came out at Christmas. And we were very concerned at the time, you know, with Film One, that should we bring out this film at Christmas? And I said, listen, we have nothing to lose. Let's go out there and let's see if an Hollywood film can sit side by side with a Hollywood film. And we took this ride. And lo and behold, you know, we had a massive premiere at Echo Hotel, and it was anybody was there. And 50 did some decent numbers. And then from 50, as you know, we went on to do all these other films. But then COVID struck. And around the time that COVID struck was the time that I had just built Ebony Life Place. What a time to build, huh? You've just opened a place where you want people to meet, and people are being told that they can't meet. And I thought, my God, this is just the end of my life, you know? And you have these private conversations with yourself, and you still have to go out and put on a beautiful smile every day, like, you know, it's all going to be okay on the day, you know? So we opened Ebony Life Place, and at that point in time, you know, the last film that we did coming into cinema then was Your Excellency, which was directed by Funke. I said, Funke, I know you can direct. I think you need to start directing. And she directed, and she starred in the film. And at that point, Netflix was then making its way into Nigeria. And they were like, Mo, do you want to work with us? And I thought, you know what? I've done this meet and greet for 5 years. I'm tired. Let me take a break. So Netflix came along, and over the 5-year period, we've done 10 projects with Netflix. Oloture the film. Oloture the film was actually meant to go to cinema, so it was already made. And then COVID struck, and then, you know, we did a deal with Netflix, and they licensed it from us. So that was the very first project. No, 50 was the first project, then Oloture was licensed, then Oloture the series, Castle and Castle Season 2, Election Oba, Chief Daddy 2, A Sunday Affair, War and Revenge, Baby Farm, Blood Sisters, and Blood Sisters 2 is coming to you really soon. Now, I think it's important to also, as we look forward to what's going to happen in the next decade, we have to say to ourselves that how do we as a country, how do we as a creative economy in Nigeria, how do we fit into the global space? And I just want to share with you some work that we have done in the international space. Now, we've probably had more announcements on international projects than any other Nigerian company. We've signed deals with Sony on Dahomey Warriors and Crude, AMC on Nigeria 2099, BBC Studios on Reclaim and Ada Esther Johnson and Dada Safaris, Westbrook on Are We Getting Married, Will Packer on The Hush Puppy Story, Stars on Queen Nzinga, Macro on The Good Father, Idris Elba, Death on the Isle, which is not just a dream, it's another project, Disney with Stella, and Netflix USA on Shade Goes to Hollywood. Now, I have, in this 10-year period, signed all these amazing deals and made all these announcements. And we have to say to ourselves, as a country, that why have none of these been produced? I can tell you categorically that money has been spent by international organizations, by these studios that I've mentioned, on the development of these projects. But you know what? Most of them don't have their own platforms. The process is that, you send a project idea to an international studio. They're like, okay, we like the idea. Then it goes into development. They fund the development. They find the writer. This takes months and months on even deciding on what, the writer, what the deal with the writer is. Believe me, the contracts are just absolutely mind-blowing. But the point is that you do eventually get into development. And then it has to go out to a streamer. And, just to give you some data, UCLA Hollywood Diversity Report of 2025. Now, when it comes to behind the scenes, the creation, 91.7% of top streaming shows were created by white creators. The gatekeepers, white men alone, created 78.9% of all top streaming content. So to make reference to what Okpe was saying about how do we grow, how do we scale, you have to understand that in order for us to scale, we need to understand what's going on in a global space, not just limited to Nigeria. So if 91.7% of top streaming shows were created by white creators, so are we saying that obviously the other 8% was created by black creators and so on and so forth, right? So all these shows that I've reeled off to you have been developed, have been pitched to streamers in America. Do you know what? Up until as I'm speaking to you today, none of them have been picked up because they have to go to those developers, to the studios, and they're going to have this packaged by Sony or by AMC and is valued at, $50 million or $100 million, whatever the price is. And those commissioners are like, you know what? We're not quite sure that we really want to green light this particular project right now. So one day, I'm actually going to do an entire, series on and tell the story. Because behind each project that I have listed, from Shade Goes to Hollywood, was Netflix USA. And Ben introduced me to Mike Wheat in the US office at the time. We actually had an agreement signed with Kevin Hart's company. We were in development. And you know what? Netflix US shut that department down that had Mike in it, and they had to let him go. And that became the end of Shade Goes to Hollywood. That is just me putting it together in just, a few minutes. Each particular story that I've mentioned to you has a history. So as we look forward to the next decade and we say to ourselves, how do we make it into the international space? We have to think about how we make it from within building our own ecosystem. That is the conclusion that I have come to. That if I keep relying and waiting to be commissioned by a white gatekeeper in the global space that is going to give us access to that global community, it may never happen. So what do I do? So as Ebony Life, we have created what I believe truly is a very inspiring and encouraging ecosystem. Now, within this ecosystem, obviously, is Ebony Life Media that you're very familiar with. We've done a lot of projects with Netflix Africa, right? And when I say Netflix Africa, so I was having a conversation with someone in Netflix in the UK a while ago. She's left Netflix UK now. So she was like, Mo, I'm so frustrated, I get $20 million to make a film, and they get $100 million to make a film in America. I'm so frustrated with this $20 million. I'm thinking, you are frustrated with $20 million? Okay, no problem. But just to show you the comparisons between what a UK person is saying on being frustrated with being given a $20 million budget to make a film and her colleagues in America getting $100 million, it just shows you that, the market is very, very volatile and business decisions are made around, what works in every single territory. And what works for Africa doesn't necessarily work for the UK or Spain or Germany. They've all got different budgets that they're working with. So what do we do as Ebony Life? We're like, okay, let's build our own, ecosystem. So of course, Ebony Life Media, we're doing all our local productions. We're going back into cinema in December with, The Secret Lives of Baba Segi's Wives. I've been out of cinema for the last 5 years. But you know what? It's maybe time to take a trip back to the cinema. So with Ebony Life Media, we have these international projects I mentioned are still all being pitched. Maybe one fine day, a commissioner will wake up and say, you know what, I think it's time to do this particular story. Because as you know, people move around, the industry is very, mobile. So for me, Ebony Life Media is on a journey. And that trajectory is that we must keep focusing on, let's create local for a local market, but then let's also see how we can get into a global space, because we can only really scale and start to make serious bucks if we do break into that global space. Then we have the Ebony Life Creative Academy. We've always thought, my prior to getting into the world of media, I was a HR practitioner for many, many years. So, training and development and capacity building has always been really a huge part of what I've loved. And I said to the governor of Lagos State at the time, when he was coming in for his first term, please, if you do, I was part of the transition committee, I said, if you do get in, please, training and development is going to be key. He kept to his promise. So far, we've done about 2,000 students, we do 500 students a year. Our numbers are limited. A lot of people are quoting, we've trained 50,000 people. That's fine. But the method that we follow is strictly classroom. There's 15 to 20 people in a class. You're getting first-class training. You're making a short film at the end of it. And a lot of people in this room, I'm sure, you've probably engaged someone from ELCA on your team. So that's the quality of the work that we do at the Ebony Life Creative Academy. Then, of course, distribution. We have Ebony Life Cinemas. We have Ebony Life On that we relaunched again in November of last year. It's going to be gradual, that growth, in terms of how do we grow and scale. But I can say, for starters, that most of the people that are even subscribing to us and paying £3 a month are actually based in the diaspora. I want to say a big thank you to Zenith Bank that actually, took on board 50,000 people when I went in and sold the idea to them about this being more than streaming. So again, for us, it's about what are the corporate clients that we can bring into Ebony Life On Plus, plus all of you that I hope will subscribe to it. There's Ebony Life Place. We've opened Lagos. I hope most of you have visited Ebony Life Place, Lagos. And London will soon open. And London, for me, is a dream come true. I was born in London. I think it's important for us to have a place that we can call home. Yes, I know that we do have the Odeon and many other people around, are going to different parts of the UK and even outside of the UK for their films to be screened. But this is a permanent home now in London for all of our films where you don't have to beg or borrow. It's there for all of us to use all the time. The Afro Film Fund. Now, the Afro Film Fund is a journey that I've been on for 3 years with the IFC and the AFDB. And I do hope that by the end of this year, we will complete this fund and it will go live and our industry will have access to funding. Now, we are looking at projects ranging between $2 million to $8 million. Now, a feasibility was done with a big fancy firm in the US to ensure that this was going to be feasible. In the process of all of this, I'm happy to say that we signed a deal with Sony Pictures Releasing to release these films that will be made by the Afro Film Fund. Because the reality is that we can't create a fund. We can't fund films worth $2 million or $8 million and not have a distribution outlet. So I'm happy to say that we've signed that. Again, it took about a year to get that signed, but it is signed and sealed. And as a test case, Baba Segi is also likely to be the first film that will be distributed by Sony under this relationship. If the film is well made, if it lives up to their expectations, I need to put that in there. We've got to make sure that it's done right, and if it is done right, it's most likely that Sony has said we will distribute this film. Now, another thing that I've also done that took me a couple of years, or took my team and I a couple of years, was the Hibiscus Finance Company, registered with the Central Bank of Nigeria as a finance company specifically for this industry. Now, it is not up and live yet. We recently just got approval from CBN for the license, to get the actual license. The next stage now is to find partners that are going to be ready for us to be able to do a combination of finance/grant. So we're just busy building that right now. But in all of this, it is to say that my passion, listen, I'm 62, guys. It's all about you guys and the next generation. For me, in the next 5 years, I want to be in Barbados or the Caribbean somewhere taking a holiday, right? And maybe make one film a year and know that, I'm done. So whatever we're building, it is for this industry. It is for all of you, from Ebony Life Media to the Creative Academy, to Ebony Life Cinemas, to Ebony Life On Plus, to Ebony Life Place, the Afro Film Fund when it goes live, and the finance company when it starts to be able to say, we can finance certain projects, So for me, I love filmmaking. I love telling our stories. I was born in England, and for many, many years, the look and feel of what you're told about who you are just used to irritate the hell out of me. And I knew that rather than just complain, do something about it. And we as an industry have to do things about the things that we feel that there is a problem with. We can't leave it to outsiders anymore to do that building for us. We must start within and then build and collaborate. And collaborate. Collaboration is the way forward. It's something I've done in the past, and I will continue to do it as we move forward. And as I've often said, let's think it and let's do it. Thank you for listening.
Give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. I just took a few things from what she said, and I just have to say it. How do we make it from building our own ecosystem within? And I think that's why we're here at this gathering. And let's create local for local, but we must break into the global space. And if we can think it, we can do it. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And now I'll hand over to Bisola. Thank you.
Just acknowledging the presence of the ED CEO of the Nigerian Film Censors Board, Dr. Shaibu.
Good morning. You're welcome. Thank you, everyone, for being punctual. We apologize once again for not starting on time. Thank you so much, Auntie Mo, for that wonderful keynote speech and for the insight that you've given into so many questions that we would probably still ask as this fireside chat goes on. I'd like to ask everyone to please look up on the screen. We're going to have a QR code displayed so that if you have any questions for Auntie Mo, we can have them sent on there. We'll do a little bit of a screening because we're not going to be handing out microphones to anyone to answer. We'll screen and then we'll ask some of those questions. So please ensure that you put your name, whatever media house or whatever business you represent, and we're going to take those questions. Okay, Auntie Mo. You've said so much, and it's only just reignited the fire that is within quite a number of us in here today. But I've had conversations with some colleagues and younger people who want to come into the industry. They really don't know how to navigate. A lot of us find that when we want to go into productions and achieving our dreams, it's always very difficult. Not very many of them find angel investors who want to partner with them. I very recently, just last year, got to partner with Cinemax and some of my colleagues, Bolaji, Kiki, and Wumi Toriola. So would like to hear a little bit of an advice from you to younger filmmakers who are aspiring to achieve so much in filmmaking. How can they go about, what particular ways, maybe not all the secrets or all the ways, but what can they do, or what's the first step into achieving those dreams as regards funding?
Bisola, happy 40th birthday, by the way.
Thank you,
Amazing
Timo.
party. Yeah.
Thank you, Timo.
I think the first thing that any filmmaker needs to be able to do is don't think about the funding first. Think about the story first. I think that's really the key. It's the story that's going to bring the funding. So to any filmmaker, just find the key. Find the story. Find the IP, find the story, develop the story, and don't rush. I find that young people are in such a rush to do everything. Just take your time, do your outline, do your story beats, do your revisions upon revisions upon revisions, read, research, watch films. And when you've got the story right, then you need to take it out there to everybody that you can possibly find that may fund it. And I think it's about being patient. Again, I think, they may go to one or two people, get a couple of rejections, and you know what, now I want to be a chef, or I want to be a hairdresser, or whatever the case may be. Listen, as I said, look at what's happened to us as Ebony Life. All these stories out there. And it's like, none of them globally have yet been greenlit. But I'm not giving up. You've got to keep going. Every single day you're closer to your yes for every single no that you get. Because there is a law of averages. Everybody cannot say no 100% of the time. So just keep going. But I think it's going to start with develop. Our stories, even for more experienced writers and filmmakers, our stories always start really well. The first 10, 20 minutes are always great. And then I'm like, what am I watching after 30 or 40 minutes? So for us to be able to really tell great stories, please build the story. Build the story, work on the story, and then be persistent. Never give up on trying to go out there looking for, and do the homework. I find at times I'm out at an event and somebody will come and say, oh, Auntie Mo, I have a film I want to make. I'm thinking, is this where you're going to tell me about the film you want to make? At this party? Right here. You didn't come and look for me. You didn't send me an email. You've not done any of that. It's at a party you're telling me. So I'm just saying, come on, guys. You've got to put the work in. And this is for young people, because you said it's for young people. Please, do the work. Be persistent. Don't give up. And keep going back to the story. Time again and again and again. And keep working on it. That is my advice to young people.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give her a big round of applause for that? Auntie Mo, I've noticed that with a lot of the productions that Ebony Life has put out, a few of them are adaptations. We had Election Oba and now The Secret Lives of Baba Segi's Wives, which I am proud and happy to be a member of the cast. I really enjoyed reading the book. I read the book sometime in 2016, and I remember just maybe last week, I was with Omomidad and we were literally talking about the story as well. Now you said hopefully if it's produced very well, Sony would distribute it globally. But I want to ask, is there any particular reason why you do like adaptations, and why have you decided to go into The Secret Lives of Baba Segi's Wives as your re-entry again into cinema after 5 years? Yes, after 5. So why exactly that story?
I think IP is strong. Globally around the world, I think it's important to follow trends. You see, we can't always afford to do the research, as you've said. So let's follow global trends and what global trends are telling us. And global trends are telling us, you know, all the meetings I've had globally, Mo, IP is strong, right? So we've got to ensure that we milk whatever IP that we have. So Baba Segi's Wives, I chased Lola around town, I don't know, for 2 or 3 years, begging for these rights. And then eventually in 2017, she said, okay, we signed a deal in 2017. I sat on it thinking, how am I going to make it into a film for a couple of years? Then Netflix came along and took the rights from us and said, okay, let's make it into a series. And I only actually got the rights back from Netflix last year. So when I got the rights back, I'm like, I need to use this now. It's been 10 years. It'll be 10 years in 2017. So, you know, going back into cinema, which I've been thinking about doing for a while, because you see, everything has changed, right? You know, if Netflix still said, Mo, here's 20 more jobs, go and do them, I may still be sitting in my house and thinking, you know what, I'm just going to be on this Netflix ride for another 5 years. But that's not the case right now. So it's about thinking about what do we need to do, right? So the most important thing to do is, if we're going to go back into cinema, what is the strongest IP that I have right now, right, that I can use, that I know that Nigerians, and there is a global audience that loves it, you see. This IP is not just loved by Nigerians. It's studied at schools, it's in curriculums in the UK, when we were doing the research, I was like, wow, Lola. She was in India 2 weeks ago. It's been translated into an Indian language.
So my question is, how do you see the next 10 years? Do you think that Secret Lives of Baba Segi's Wives will make a similar sort of impact, you know, in the industry at this time? Because there are already a lot of collaborations, the strongholds that you have to. It's a bit different. It's a different time.
I mean, you know, I think if we all knew box office success if we could predict it, we would all be millionaires. I mean, I would just sit in my house saying, this is a success, this is a success. Unfortunately, you know, we don't have that. But all we can do is put our best foot forward. Find a really good story, you know, work on the script, make sure that you have really engaging cast, make sure production design and music and everything is so make sure you can tick all the boxes. But there's even still no guarantees with that, right? But the point is that if it worked before, the chances are that it can work again. The thing is that you've learned from so many mistakes over the years, some made by us, we're not perfect, and some made by many others along the way. And also, we pick up on all the great things that everyone's doing. You know, I mean, I look at people like Funke and Tony, and I'm like, I don't know where they get the energy to do all of this. I've told my team, me, I can't dance. So go and look for someone that will do the dancing, because it's not going to be me. So we have to understand, you know, what it requires now for there to be a box office success in Nigeria. But as I've said, you know, with this film, I am hoping and praying, Father Lord, that it does get picked up by Sony and that it will go to selected cinemas around the world. Because again, it will be a first for a Nigerian film, right? Whereby we're stretching beyond the shores of Nigeria in a structured way that it's done with films around the world. And the reason why it's also done, Bisola, is because it is IP that is respected. I sent the email a couple of weeks ago and I only got a response actually this morning, right? So the point is that they've done their research, they've seen that this is really good IP, it's strong IP. Okay, guys, do the work and then let's take it from there. So if that happens with Ebony Life, it's going to happen with others. Simply because it's always about who can who can be out there doing it, showing the rest of the world and showing other studios. There are so many other studios besides Sony that, listen, this is what's now happening. Would you distribute my film? So so to answer I hope I answered your question to say that 10 years on, I think things are definitely going to change. I think definitely, for example, if our film fund comes online, when the film fund is live, there's going to be money for the industry to be able to make films that are going to be distributed by Sony. And it's not an Ebony Life Film Fund, it's the Afro Film Fund, right? So it's for the industry. Of course, there's going to be a process of selection, and not just by me. There's a whole, committee of people that will select and say, okay, let's do this film or let's do the other film. So I think what you're doing, what everybody is doing in this industry, is only going to enlarge the next 10 years. We've launched Ebony Life on Plus. Kene has launched Cover. Listen, in America, there's Netflix, there's Amazon, there's Apple, there's Peacock, there's Hulu. There's so many, right? So this industry in Nigeria and Africa can do with more than one streamer. It's just about how do we position, how do we possibly, collaborate in some instances, and how do we grow that industry? So I think the next 10 years, we're going to see a boom of streamers. I think globally, also our films are going to go more global. Ebony Life Cinemas is opening, first African cinema in the UK. It's never been done before. So there are going to be fresh opportunities for the industry by everyone, by lots of players. Yeah.
That was going to be my next question. When is Ebony Life London opening? Because I've been waiting waiting to go and
hopefully, hopefully by June, July. It took us 8 months to get planning permission. And it's not a fresh build. It is an existing theater that we're renovating. And it took 8 months to get planning permission. There's so many, ticks to tick off, like safety and health and how are you going to get rid of it? Because there wasn't a kitchen. We're having a restaurant there. There isn't a kitchen there. So there was a whole health and safety thing that I had to be dealing with. Licensing. I had to do a test on, the Licensing Act of 2023 about serving alcohol, and you can't be this age and if this person has a heart attack, what do you do when... it's crazy working in the UK. But it's right because it's important to be able to tick those boxes to ensure that you are ready to go and you don't have any accidents and any emergencies in a public space. These are public spaces. So hopefully, all things being equal, by June, July of this year.
So, Antimo, Ebony Life On is live and running. I just wanted to ask, I don't know if we have any, typically they'll tell us that most of the movies put on YouTube is low budget, it's a low budget. Is there accommodation for projects that are films made with a smaller budget, not like the ones that go to the cinemas and all of that, because obviously to get into cinema you have to make a very, 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 very good film. Not to say that all films that are not going to cinema are not good, but is there provision on Ebony Life Plus for much smaller budget films?
I would love the big budget films, but the thing is that you can only do so many of the big budget films because our membership fee, I like to call it a membership fee rather than a subscription fee, is 1,500 naira per month in Nigeria or 12,000 naira a year. In the diaspora, it's $3 a month or £22 or $30 or whatever it may be. So we're not charging a huge amount of money because for me, on this journey with Ebony Life On Plus, I want it to be gradual growth. It's going to be incremental growth. And we're seeing that in the data that we're getting the renewals and we're getting more subscribers, more members every single day. Now, can we afford the big budget films? Even Okwe and I are having arguments about some of the films I'm trying to get. Okwe, I can't afford it. The numbers are not always going to add up, right? So we are doing a lot of commissioning internally and working with filmmakers. So Omani has just done a film for us. Uche Jumbo has just done a film for us. Balaji Ogunmola is doing a film for us. Kaide Kazim is shooting 3 projects for us right now. So we will start to release these projects monthly. But the budgets I've had to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze because we can only afford to do so much, And as we get more members, as more members come on board, then our budgets will grow, and then we'll be able to afford some of the bigger films from the Cinemaxes of this world, we've done a couple of those types of films, but we just don't. So I'm being very smart about going back, taking and learning from my TV days to having a platform that isn't just about film, right? So Ebony Life On Plus is just, you can watch content. We've got the master classes. There's the e-learning books. You can shop. We're actually in the middle of developing a much larger e-commerce platform that will be launching in a few months with lots of different suppliers on. So it's about building a community. So it's a slightly different, offering to a straightforward, streaming platform. So definitely, we are wanting to partner with anyone that we can afford. So if you're here, we can afford you, we'll partner with you, yes. So Bisola, come and bring us a film.
I'm definitely working on that. Do you have any immediate question right now? Auntie Mo, thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you so much for your keynote speech. You want to...
No, just thank you very much for being
you.
here.
Thank you for
I
having
totally
me.
appreciate your presence here. Thank you very
so
much.
Thank you.
Okay, so have we gotten any questions? Kaka, has the screening been done? Do we have any questions from the audience? We can just take... Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Bikia.
Want to read the questions?
Do you want to read? Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. This is a very long question.
It's a statement.
Yes, it is actually. Oh, okay. Let me go over here. Given the buzz around the secret lives of Baba Segi's wives, much of the conversation, especially among readers of the book, seemed to be focused on the casting of Baba Segi himself. Readers hold strong expectations for how this complex character should be portrayed, and their feedback is shaping a lot of the early reception. With that in mind, how do you feel about the actor chosen to play Baba Segi? Do you think his portrayal can satisfy the reader's expectations, which in many ways are the foundation for the adaptation's success?
Well, we did a cast reveal, but we haven't actually said who is playing what roles yet. So, yeah, we're not going to be revealing that for a while. So, yeah. So to respond to that, it's to say that we're very confident in the cast that we have. We've had extensive meetings with everyone in the cast, either personally, face-to-face, or on the phone. And we're comfortable with where we are at this point. But with regards to the cast reveal in terms of role per role, Mama Segi, Yatokbe, Yafemi, Bolanle, Baba Segi, Taju, all those roles that everybody loves, the butcher, everything, and everyone else. We're not saying who's going to, we're going to play a few games with all of you that you will enjoy, we hope, in the next coming months. So just rest assured that we are going to give this 100% and put our best foot forward. So please support us. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just going to take one more. I'm fascinated to hear that even more can be faced with obstacles in distribution. What opportunities does EL offer for new generation producers to get their films seen by the public? What's the process?
That's wonderful, because we did launch something with C21 and Content London in December last year called Black Shorts. And there's going to be more information coming up about Black Shorts in the next couple of months. And Black Shorts is basically an opportunity for any person that's made a short film to send the film in to us. Obviously, if it is selected, it will play on Ebony Life On Plus. And secondly, come Content London 2026, which takes place in London in December, there's going to be a number of commissioners that a few people that are selected will be able to pitch to. So in terms of how are we supporting producers, that is one way in which we're definitely going to be supporting, producers. Yeah, and again, that is a global opportunity because Content London is one of the largest markets in the UK, and you're going to have, some will have access to pitch to UK commissioners. Yeah.
Okay, I said that was the last, but I think I should ask this: what are the right steps to take to pitch an engaging talk show on Ebony Life On Plus?
An engaging pitch deck to start with. I find that a lot of people like to write pages and pages and pages, and it just doesn't work. No one's going to sit and read a whole epistle. So pitch decks with the right images and the right pictures and, the right sound bites is the best way to pitch anything to anyone in the world. One pager max in terms if you want to add something to it. don't send anybody 100 pages because they ain't going to read. It's going to end up in the trash can or never read. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Auntie Mo. Please, can we give our keynote speaker, Ms. Mo Abudu, a very big round of applause? Thank you so much. And I would be handing over to Ms. Bikia Graham Douglas, who will be taking us on the next panel session. Thank you.
Okay. Pictures. Forgot that was. Okay. Just hold it. Just hold it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to go, we have Dr. Shaibu in the house now, so we would like to invite him for his welcome address that should have happened. But just before he comes in, I'd just like to tell you a little bit about Dr. Shaibu. He's the Director General, National Film and Video Censors Board, the Executive Director, I mean. He's a distinguished scholar and cultural administrator with deep expertise in Nigerian film and creative industries, a seasoned theater, film, broadcast, and public relations expert. He has served in numerous pivotal leadership roles across Nigeria's cultural sector. An alumnus of the United States International Visitors Leadership Program and the Blavatnik School of Governance at Oxford University. He has been a culture journalist with the Guardian newspaper for over 3 decades and is recognized as one of Nollywood's most consistent documentarists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Dr. Shaibu Hussaini a round of applause as he comes for his welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to apologize for coming here late. I'm not one of those government officials who come late to events. But today, the rain, it descended on the mainland. And I started this journey by 8:30, 9 o'clock, and it was standstill for me. But Okpe kept monitoring me, as he has been monitoring me since December. Because Okpe calls me almost every day. And yesterday he reminded me that I was at Igbojayi with my brother, where he had this wonderful watch party, and we're looking forward to it coming live today, right? It's live already. Okay. So it's my pleasure to be here. I recognize everybody that is here. My dear big sister Auntie Mo, thank you for always. We have this award for you. We'll find a way to present it to you. My brothers, Kene, everyone that is here, thank you so much. So it's my pleasure to be part of this very important conversation. Let me begin by commending the conveners for such a credible platform where policy, creativity, and commerce intersect. Your foresight in organizing this is commendable. As we look to the next decade, unlocking Nollywood's full potential will require international collaborations across the value chain. Creatives, investors, distributors, technology partners, and regulators. The industry must move beyond volume to value by strengthening storytelling, which Auntie Mo talked about severally on the fireside chat, professional standards, financing models, and inclusive distribution systems. Within this context, the National Film and Video Censors Board, which I head, is rethinking distribution as a key growth enabler. We are working on a new framework to deepen grassroots access to Nigerian films through community cinema as a community cinema, and regulated mobile exhibition platforms. This initiative is designed to take Nollywood beyond traditional urban screens. It is also designed to expand audience reach and create new revenue streams for producers and stimulate local creative economies while ensuring proper classification, content protection, and accountability. By formalizing and supporting these alternative exhibition channels, the NFVCB aims to bridge the gap between creators and underserved audiences, and it also aims to strengthen data capture, which is really very important, and build a more inclusive and sustainable film ecosystem. With the right partnership and shared vision, and such as what we are experiencing in the industry now, because there's a lot of partnership, that is going on now, Nollywood can, in the next decade, unlock new markets, empower communities, and consolidate its place as a global cultural and economic force. I thank you for finding time to be here, and once again, I deeply apologize for coming here a bit late. Not my fault at all. And please, when you report this event, report it correctly. Not my fault. The weather was very bad today. But I thank you for coming, and I'll be here and take notes so that whatever it is for us to implement, you can be sure that we'll implement it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shaibu. Please give him another round of applause. And now we're going to be moving on to the next item. Just go to my corner over here. Okay, so now we're going to be having a fireside chat with someone who has broken many walls, has shattered many walls. And he's someone who, whenever you call him to say, bro, I need your help, he really does try to attend to you. Mr. Kunle Afolayan, filmmaker, actor, producer, entrepreneur. Kunle Afolayan stands at the forefront of African cinema, celebrated for his ability to fuse cultural authenticity with global cinematic craft. A visionary filmmaker, actor, and producer, his body of work captures the spirit, complexity, and resilience of the African experience. As the founder of KAP Motion Pictures, KAP Film Village and Resort, Cap Hub, Cap Stream, and E-Ray Clothing, Afolayan embodies a creative ecosystem where film, culture, and entrepreneurship meet in perfect rhythm. From The Figuring to October 1, The CEO, Swallow, Citation, Morka Lake, and Aniko Lakpo, Afolayan's storytelling transcends entertainment. It is preservation, philosophy, and prophecy. His films reimagine heritage for a global audience while remaining deeply rooted in the textures of African life. Often described as Nollywood's answer to Martin Scorsese, Afolayan's meticulous storytelling, visual precision, and moral depth has positioned him among the most respected filmmakers of his generation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Kunle Afolayan a round of applause as he joins us on stage. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. It's always a delight to see you. And Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to ask you a few questions. 1 second.
And congratulations on Aniko Lakpo.
Indeed.
Releases this morning on Netflix.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. So you're someone who has constantly reinvented yourself. With every movie that you do, we see something completely different from you, but never short of excellence. So I'd just like you to take us through your creative process, because there's so many young filmmakers who are listening online and who are in the room and who want to understand the great mind of Kunle Afolayan. So we'd just like you to talk to us a little bit about your creative process.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Of course, this is not a government function, so we won't talk about protocol. But of course, I recognize everybody, my colleagues, both senior and junior and all of that. I'm a bit slow this morning because I'm really exhausted. After our premiere, I had to make sure I go back to Lagos late last night just because of this. But thank you for inviting me up. Thought process, I'm not even sure where to start because I'm not in charge or in control of myself or or how my brain functions. I think there's someone or some spirit or the universe, whichever it is that controls. But all I know is I've been very intentional from the beginning, even before making my first film. When we're going to do Irakpada, of course, the journey started with being an actor. I featured in Tunde Kelani's film in 1998, Shaworo Ide. And I got really close to TK. Yesterday, I was discussing with someone, and I couldn't but mention that some of, the way, yes, my father was a filmmaker, but he passed before I could even, I didn't know I was going to be a filmmaker when my father was alive. I was just, doing my thing. But when I joined, or when I did, it started in 90s, my father passed 96, and then in 97, I saw what was happening in Nollywood, specifically around, production values. We were doing a lot of numbers, but, I was trying to compare to what the Ogunde and the Adelov and the Olabalogun were doing. And something said to me, you can be an intervention between where we're coming from and where we're heading. And then I thought about, making Irakpada, which was my first film after the acting career with Tunde Kelani and the rest of them. And Irakpada originally was going to be a Yoruba film because at the time, it's either you were doing English-speaking film, which was typically tagged Nollywood, or you're doing Yoruba film, which was tagged Yoruba film. And I said, I don't want to be called Yoruba filmmaker or Hausa filmmaker or Igbo filmmaker. I want to be seen and addressed as a filmmaker. And then we changed the story. I didn't know anybody in Kaduna, but we shot predominantly in Kaduna, before even shooting in Ife and Lagos and all. Fast forward. Then what I wanted to capture was, one, to do a film that people will see as a Nigerian film and not Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Ibibi, or Bini film. That was the first thing. And how did it come? I thought maybe the spirit, this same spirit, put all of those in my head. I like money, but I don't think I'm making money. I'm making film primarily because I want to make money. I'm sure everybody, they'll say that guy knows business or he likes. Can I have more business ethics than Auntie Mo? No, I don't think so. She's the queen. Anything she wants, she gets. And I'm always saying that. I started making film before her, but she came and then, she was is it like a catalyst or a disruptor? Mejeji joined together. And she's done very well for us. So congratulations for all that you do. I think story is the first thing, like she rightly said, because this is what determines where your film gets or who the film will appeal to. If you do a story that will only be that will only appeal to Nigerians, but you're trying to break into international market, there will be a lot of limitation. So from the beginning, from Irakpada to Figurine, to October 1, to Phone Swap, to Swallow, to Anikulapo, even when we're doing film in non-indigenous language, we still infuse all of those cultural values that I feel is not only representing me, but representing the entire continent of Africa. So I think people should be mindful of that. So my thought process is, first, what story are you trying to tell? Two, me, I'm not doing a film for now. People will consume and they will forget the film. No. And you can go and count. I'm sure if, out of all the films I've done, a lot of people will remember minimum of 5. And it's because I'm making a film for posterity. You know, so they really should be mindful of that as well.
Indeed, thank you very much. And that brings me on to my next question, because you've evolved from just making films to investing heavily in infrastructure development with Cap Village, Film Village. So can you talk to us about why you have made this investment and the gaps you're trying to fill with this investment? And lastly, the experience that he has taught you about Nollywood and the needs in terms of infrastructure. Thank you.
Well, so that aspect of things started in Lagos in 2019. Just before COVID, we shot Citation. But before we went on location, there was a fund, a federal government fund called Nollywood Intervention by CBN, but domiciled in the commercial bank. So we accessed the fund because we pitched that we wanted to build a hub, a creative hub. And I think we accessed 150 million. It was loan, so don't think we are taking government money. So we accessed that, and then we got a property in Ikeja where Cap Hub is now. Then we outlined what we would like to achieve with that. My primary motive of creating that, or jumping on that, was to have a one-stop shop for creatives. And I don't mean just not just filmmakers. I mean musicians, poets, sculptors, everybody in the art space. And we built, whilst COVID was on, and the most said she already finished us, and then Katakata started. For us, while they were blocking people, we were trying to build. That was the time we were doing construction. And when it was ready, so right now in Lagos, we have a hub with cinema, 120-seater. We have the restaurant, Afefe, one of the best on the mainland, in Nigeria, actually. If you haven't been there, you're sitting on a long thing.
Pay for promotion.
Yes, we'll pay. It's okay. It's part of art and film. Why did we start a restaurant? It was also because whenever we want to film, we engage caterers. And we thought, okay, if we could have like an ecosystem where I don't want to run everything, I don't want to blow my brain, but some of us are called to lead. Even when you have 1,000 people working for you, you still have to get involved, in what they do. So we have that. We have the Academy. Cap Film and Television Academy started 2018. And we have partnered, in fact, we've partnered mostly with international organizations like MasterCard Foundation, US Embassy, French Embassy, GIZ. But recently, last year, we did a residency program with the Oyo State government where we trained 165 young people, in Cap Village. Now, Cap Hub led to Cap Village. Anikulapo, we wanted to film in 2001. We needed a location that depicts Oyo, 17th centuries. You cannot get that in Lagos. So I thought, let's move out to Oyo proper and see what we could get. So we got a look. We went to my mother's hometown because I grew up seeing this scenery that I think will fit what we're trying to create. Then the major challenge: no hotels, no one-star hotel in that place. So we felt, how are we going to make this happen? Then we reached out to the people in the village. I have one aunt who has one hotel that is half being mustard, but but we were there with like 5,000. About 600 cast and crew members, and we took that hotel and a lot of houses. And I remember that, and Shola Shobowale, Kunle, Bimbo and Shola brought their bedsheet and cotton, everything from Lagos, and Shola brought a fridge, and we were all, I was living in the RV, and, we shot the film. And I said, this cannot be a one-off. How do we solve these problems? How do we have accommodation? How do we have this? How do we have that? And we started, and Netflix was happy with the film, and they said, oh, we thought you said you wanted to make a series originally. And I said, yes, so they commissioned the series. Now, from there, we said we needed to build our own accommodation, and we started. What we've built, or what we've done in Cap Village has taken us, building this current structure we have, because right now we have about 92 rooms accommodation of different types and level, and we have the sets that are built. They are permanent structures, but can be molded to different kind of things. And this last year we've had PwC, we've had Lagos Business School, we've had people, a lot of big organizations from Lagos come to tour the sets, and then they leave at the resort. So it's not just a film set, it's a full resort where people can come from different parts of the world. So I'm not doing this really primarily because it's been self-funded, right? The entire thing has been self-funded. I know that a lot of people have reached out. In fact, my brother, Mr. Bolaji, we had a discussion. I said, do you want investment? But me, I don't like to bite more than I can chew. So that's why I like to do it small, and grow it. And don't forget that we have to continue to make film. So all of this side stuff, like the Cap Hub in Lagos and Cap Village, were created out of, the necessity, to solve some of our major problems, of infrastructure, and all of that.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Kunle, and again, thanks a lot for being here. Kunle called me about 9 p.m. yesterday to say he's on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, coming in for this summit. So thank you very much. He was trying to guilt trip me, by the way, but still I appreciate it. I think my question is two things, really. Number one is that you don't do a lot of collaborations. And number two is that I know you don't like cinema.
Yeah.
So the question is that something that is going to change? Is there a reason why you haven't done a lot of collaborations in the past? And are you doing anything big for cinema soon, given the current landscape?
Okay. For cinema, you are totally wrong. Because I am one of the people who started all of this cinema gig. Even all this dancing, I started before anybody. And you can ask. I dance in London, even London. So it's not just local. And the likes of Kene are here, when I went hunting and I met the senior Kene and, Odeon Streatham, not even Greenwich that everybody is going now. And this was 2006 actually. And we did all the runs, but see, it's draining. When Netflix came, 2014, and they brought this platform that says, look, again, this is not just about money. When we put our films in cinema, we're only able to appeal and capture and show the film to the locals. We don't have platforms outside of Nigeria. So if you want to do anything in London, you go and pay Odeon. You go and invite your guest. You buy seats and all of that. But when Netflix came, Netflix said, look, we have international audience and you have the opportunity of presenting your work of art to the world. What more can be, that's like no-brainer. But it didn't stop us from, we started the exclusivity. October 1 ran in cinemas. We started Netflix exclusive with Citation in 2019, and that's just like 6 years ago. And we've shot it, and they say, oh, let's make it original branding and all of that. All these original, you get level, different types. But people don't know, they will just say original. No. So they did it, and I saw what the film did. The people were calling you from India to say we're watching your film. It was great. And then the monetization was not bad. I didn't have to stress much. Because you cinema people can stress people, But I love you at the same time. I have a cinema now, so if I'm not a lover of cinema, there is no experience like watching a film in the cinema, But I got really busy with setting up infrastructure and trying to do things that I feel, the industry need. Not me. It's not money. But we need to help the younger generation, set things. And again, for posterity and legacy and my name. I'm trying to put things that, and the most says she will be in Barbados. I'll be in Cap Village in in fact, I'm already relocating. I'll be there eating fresh food and all of that. And at the same time making film. So I'm coming back. I just need, when I saw the topic here, I'm like, one, I don't think I'm in best position to provide a solution or talk about the future because I don't understand it, to be honest. We created Capstream on YouTube. Go and check. I've put October 1. I put all the films, earlier films that we made. I put them there. People should go and watch. If we monetize, good. But at least it can be seen by everybody. I want to make a film. If you guarantee me that I don't have to dance to sell that film.
How will I guarantee?
You and Kene, even Lajo, we've been trying to do things, but what are there other? We need to come up with other strategies. How do we sell without exhausting ourselves? I don't know how Funke and the likes of them are doing it, creating all of those kits every day, changing different costumes. I cannot. But I'm looking to, I have stories. We have stories we've been working on for 3 days, and more than 4 years, and we're willing to do. Now collaboration. Yeah, I do collaboration, but I don't, look, I'm not someone who I don't make noise, right? There are a lot of things I do that I don't have to put PR behind, because for me, it's not just about money. All right, because these are the things that I feel will stand the test of time, and they're going to stay, and people will remember them forever, and they're going to be tied to my name. I've done collaborations with people, with TK, but when it comes to cinema and producer collaboration, I'm sure Lado and I have spoken a few times. I'm sure I've spoken to, even you and I have spoken. Exactly. So, but we need to agree to terms. We need to. If people are tough. Our is we. The cinemas you must have, and me, I know them, so it's easy. This time we'll fight. The next minute we settle. This minute we say, okay, well, how do we do? It's our industry. So I feel I want to do I was talking to Ibrahim yesterday, and he said, Kunle, I want to do a film. And I said, okay, how do you want us to do it? He said, no, I want you to direct. And I said, no, I won't only direct. What we can do is to really cut down the heavy burden on you. We will provide all the equipment for the shoot, and that will be our equity, in the production. we can shoot it either at Afri Shatta or we shoot at both locations. It really doesn't matter. So we have always been open to, and a lot of young people come to us and we give them equipment to go and film. And some of them, their films have gone to festivals, you know, in different parts of the world. So I'm opening it up.
You haven't given me equipment to film.
You and I, we've had that, please. You rather. Anyway, but I just want to say we're very open. Golden Effects and Cap Motion Pictures is structured in a way that we cover almost every aspect of production. And if you have any idea, we just need to sit. We have all the equipment sitting there. Because these days, people can't afford to do like big, if you put too much money in film, you won't make the money. If you do anything above 200, you are taking risk. 300 million is risk. If you make 200, if you make 2 billion, you might not get 300 million back. Because you would have this promotion, there's this, there's that.
That's not accurate, no. We can go into those numbers, but 300 on 2 billion is not accurate.
It depends on what your stake, what you put, if you have other...
What stake do you have?
No. So I'm saying if you have like 3-4 producers on one show.
Okay, fair enough.
So you guys put money together.
Yeah, okay.
So even if you're given 500-600 million, what will come to you as a stakeholder? Will it be up to 100
so
or
that
one?
then depends on what your stake.
So I'm just saying... Just be careful. Don't bite more than you can chew. You can start small. YouTube is amazing for people who are doing YouTube. They know the algorithm. They know how to get the figures. They know how to make their money back. It's great. Film One, they have a platform now, and Mo has a platform now. I don't know, because it takes so much to even build the platform. It takes so much to now create content. Because people will come watch your content in 2 days, then they will go away. So you can't compete with Netflix. You can't compete with Prime. You can't compete with YouTube. So we need to collaborate. I remember one day she called me and she said, Kunle, well, I know that we fight and maybe you don't like me, but let's do business. And that was how she put it. She said, look, we can all create content and put on. And this was years back, it was a long time ago. So we've all been trying to, so collaboration, I'm very open. So if you want to make your next film, if you don't use Golden Effects, then there's going to be a problem, right? And Ladu and all of you, we're open to collaboration. We have equipment. It will be our stake, and then we see other areas to collaborate. Thank you.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Applause, indeed. I think you just mentioned YouTube, so I'm going to go back to that. You were quoted recently in a publication saying that YouTube is the future of Nollywood. It's a very bold statement. Indeed. Can you explain what you meant by that? And how do you see YouTube fitting into the distribution ecosystem alongside cinemas and traditional streaming platforms?
Well, Dela, I want to quote Kenya because that was not what I said. I can't say YouTube is the future. I'm one of the second generation pioneers of filmmaking in this country. And YouTube is just one of those distribution platforms. It was an interview with Channels, and part of what I said was it gives people, there is no barrier, no gatekeeper between you and this distribution platform. All you need to do is open your channel, put your content. What you make is what you make. So for a lot of people who cannot get to cinema, who cannot get to Netflix, who cannot get to Prime, a lot of young filmmakers, that is the way to go. Because, it's the future, really. But for some of us that we still want to take our film international, even that international thing, I'm even tired. I'm very tired. Yesterday I was discussing My Father's Shadow. And I remember the kind of support we gave this film when we were in Cannes. And I remember the expectation. And I remember that everybody, government, Lagos, federal, everybody, we were all behind the film. But nobody actually did their research to know who owns what stake in the film. We didn't put budget. We didn't put budget on the film as Nigerians, but we carry it on our head, which is good because, of course, we have to. It's ours, so we must push it. But then when the owners of the film came, they removed the shock and said the film is representing the UK in Oscars. Then we were all asking questions. This internet gave people the freedom to just say a lot of, but it's important that, all of these young people, we need to like find a way to enlighten and, groom them to, if you haven't been out or if you're not doing things in the international space when it comes to film, you probably will be, getting things wrong because you just pick something online, you're wrong with it. Filmmaking is one of the most difficult job or industry in the world. Not to now talk of selling the film, right? So I never said YouTube is the future, but I think YouTube is the biggest platform for young people and for people who really want to run solo and you don't want gatekeepers. Go there, open your channel, push your content, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Bisola, do we have some questions?
Okay, for everyone who was just engrossed in listening to what Mr. Kunle Afolayan had to say, you can please scan the QR code and send in your questions. But we do have a question here, and it goes thus. Mr. Kunle, you are an ambassador for African tradition and culture. As your films and other ventures demonstrate, why do you think our films don't have a greater international audience? Even the screenings abroad seem to be populated by Nigerians in diaspora. Same with Netflix audience.
Is that it?
That's the question.
Okay, so we actually do. We shot at Anikulapo the film 2021. It's top #1 most watched non-English film on Netflix globally. So what do we mean local content? You should clap for that. I mean, and that was the first. This is a film, the first 2 weeks did 8 million views, on Netflix globally. What more can we ask for? But it's not just about the language. It's not just about the clothes. It's not just about, no, it must be everything encompasses in terms of cultural values. And if we do that, I mean, the film will travel. What's it called? The book, Black Book, also top #1. It's an African film, globally. I'm not sure that we have. I'm not sure about South Africa or Kenya because those are the people who are doing. South Africa is doing like not even up to the number, but they get more budget from Netflix. But I'm not sure if any of their film, maybe 1 or 2, have done what our films are, and our budgets are even minimal, right? But put the right ingredients. It's like cooking a soup. You put the right ingredients and the right push, and our film will touch. And I go on Netflix now and look at the number of indigenous Nigerian films that you see there and look at the numbers. So we're there, but we need to get it right. And getting it right was part of what you said. Collaboration is one of it. But then it's not just about money. I always frown at people who have opportunity, like you have money, but you go and make bad film. Because everybody just feel, oh, my name is, they want to create a name, and there's nothing wrong with that, but get the right team behind you and all. And I feel that, the future is right there in our palms.
Okay, we have one more question. Mr. Afolayan, when exactly are you coming back to cinema?
Hello, Berry. Who is asking? So I can give I'll come back if Kene and Okpe can say to me, look at the gimmick she has left. See what they did. They want to release a film in December. Your film that you are in. They have announced in January. But my point really is, I just need like, I'll make you amazing film. I'll make, look at that Nicolakwa, and this is not anything. We released just a screenshot, a screen grab of the series. I did that like 2 weeks ago. I posted it, and it was as if people have been starved of good content. You see why you need me, Kenny? The whole world went boom because they haven't seen, you know, anything from us in a while. So I'm really, this year, if there's a collaboration, we can make a great film, and then we go to cinema. But we won't dance. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah,
Thank you very
so
much.
Thank you. Pictures, please. Please give him a round of applause, Mr. Kunle Afolayan. They refer to him as Martin Scorsese, but he's our Kunle Afolayan. Okay. I hope you're all learning something, because I'm learning a lot. I feel like I'm in a classroom right now. So please tell me, I'd just like to know if you're enjoying the conversations that are happening here today. Can you just put up your hand if you are? Thank you very much. Okay, and now we're going to introduce a very important person who believes in the Nigerian creative industry, who he's one of our rare gems in Nigeria, and he's very supportive of people's growth. He's someone who embodies what a true leader should be, and I would like to introduce him to you all. Mr. Bolaji Balogun, the CEO, Chapel Hill Denim. Please give him. Please let me just tell you a bit about who he is as he comes on. Mr. Bolaji. He's here already, so I can't really read it, and it's very long. So he's chasing me away. But we would like to appreciate him because he's someone who is putting money into the creative industry because he believes in this industry. So please give him a round of applause amongst all the many things he does for Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, let me thank Okwe and the Cinemax business for inviting me to do this. I also have to explain how I came to get to know Okwe and work with Okwe. And the reason why is Bisola Ayeola and her co-conspirators who asked us to look at a film project, which we got involved with. And I'd like to say something very, very simple. Every time that money people do business with you and the money comes back, all you have done is you have built a runway for life. So every time, madam, that you, Okwe, you turn up and you show us something, you can be rest assured that we will do our best to make it happen. And that's an incredible demonstration. We put money into this project, Tosin, when? In April, May. And I'm delighted to say to you that we've gotten the money back. And if ever there was a good advertisement for doing business with Nigeria's creative industry, it's stories like that. Let me start by thanking each and every one of you, because what you do is really, really important for the future of this country, and even more so for the future of this continent. Whether we like it or not, if people don't already realize it, the world is becoming increasingly African. And at the center of that story is Nigeria. We will all wake up in less than 20 years' time, and there will be a scenario where about a third of the world's population will come from this continent. And roughly 25% of those people will be Nigerian. They need to be fed, they need to be clothed, they need to be entertained, they need to be banked. You know, this is the opportunity set. There will be 500 million people here, and the reason there will be 500 million people in this country is because we haven't started doing anything about population control. And from the time you start to do that, it will take about 30 years to reduce your population growth rates. So whether we like it or not, our population, which at the end of last year was 216 million people, will hit 500 million people in your lifetimes. And when that happens, somebody needs to provide them with entertainment. But there's a second reason why what you do is really, really important. It's important because you tell our stories, and it's important to tell our stories because people like myself spend our lifetime trying to convince people to invest here, and they do not invest here primarily because they do not know enough about us, and they do not know enough. Why are you hiding in there, Vicky? Come and sit here, please. Please come and sit here, madam. I was wondering what was moving in the... Please come and sit here. Thank you. And it's really, really important that you tell those stories, because when people understand much more about us, when people know that we're a people with history, we're a people with culture, we're a people with art, we're a people with a lot of education and enlightenment, they will become much more comfortable around us. And if you're not comfortable around people, you will never ever invest. What are the simple things in my mind from a period of interacting with the industry? And I've probably invested in Nigeria's entertainment industry for more than 25 years. But it's only very, very recently that we started to get some money back. I invested in the first studio that I invested in here, which is something called Solar Productions. And many of you might not even know what Solar Productions is. But it was built by Boyega Adelaja and Remy Ogunpiton more than 29 years ago. And I was their first external investor. And I've invested in a variety of things around the sector, from infrastructure to film to content, a variety of things. But very often, most of my co-conspirators or partners have never understood that this was business, this was big business. I think the whole sector today now recognizes the opportunity set around what you do. And my belief is that over the next 20 to 30 years, this sector, if people recognize and harness the opportunity well, can become not only one of the biggest creators of jobs in our country, but it can become 20 to 25% of Nigeria's GDP. Now, what does that mean? Nigeria's GDP in 20 to 30 years will be more than $1 trillion. So this sector that you think of today, and I think it will get to $1 trillion much quicker than 20 to 25 years. This sector today, therefore, can be a minimum of $250 billion of value. And all of that value can be harnessed by Nigerians if we do, and Africans, if we do the right things. What are we going to have to do? And message one for me will be greater collaboration and partnership. My experience around the industry is that very, very few people want to work with each other. Very, very few people like each other. Yeah? And it's, with respect, it's even worse with the women. And it should not be. And if we do not work together, collaborate, and partner more, the sum of 1 + 1 will never ever be greater than 2. In fact, it will always end up being less than 2. And for my sins, I support the world's greatest football club. It's called Liverpool Football Club. And there must be many Arsenal and Man U supporters here. Or Man City supporters. And you know them and how long they've been watching football by who they support. If they've been watching football for 40+ years, they're Liverpool supporters. If they've been watching football for about 15, 20 years, they're Arsenal supporters. They started watching football about 7 to 10 years ago. They support Man City. Why do I talk about football? Because it's also another important part of this creative economy. But the Liverpool reference was because Liverpool's motto is "you'll never walk alone." And partnership is so fundamental to what we do, because none of us can do it alone. None of us has the talent or the bandwidth or even the health to do it alone. None of us can do it alone because none of us has the capital or even the courage to do it alone. So therefore, we have to work together with other people, and that's when we're going to build a bigger industry. The second message is that we must all work together to create that enabling environment. And that enabling environment for me is about 3 simple things. It's about getting the government to help with the tax incentives that will make this market interesting. The government will never give you money. And if you wait and wait and wait for the government to bring a grant or to bring something, you will be hungry. What you must focus on is what the government has the ability to do, which is to create the right tax incentives, firstly for people who want to produce stuff here, but also the incentives for people who want to invest in the sector to do so. The second thing which we don't do very, very well is that we must produce the evidence and we must be able to tell the stories of success. Because without replicable evidence, capital will never, ever come. So if I sit many of you down, you can tell me about how many films you've made. Very few of you can actually tell me about how much money each of those films have made. And evidence is really, really fundamental. The third element is we must tell the stories. And you're uniquely positioned in that sense to ensure that the success stories, the wins, are all told. These are the things that help to build that concept which we talk about as enabling environment. Item number 3 is we must invest in infrastructure. And infrastructure cannot be done by anybody alone. So I wish Kunle was still in the room, okay? But every crazy man trying to do it alone in Nigeria, or crazy woman, and I use the expression crazy, and please pardon me, you're crazy purely because you haven't seen the future, you haven't studied the replicable models, and you can only do it in partnership with other people. And I'll give you a good example. The best owners of infrastructure in any country in the world are the country's pension funds and family offices, people who have long-term capital and permanent capital. That's not what you do. So therefore, you've got to work with providers of capital to ensure that you can deliver on infrastructure with scale. And the infrastructure and the equipment that we must invest in is production infrastructure, post-production infrastructure, as well as distribution infrastructure, which is what Kene and Okpe and everybody else are building. And without the long-term capital into those businesses, and I'm not talking ₦1 billion here, 2 billion naira there, it will help, but in the real money of capital, that's almost like petrol money. If you are going to do what is required to service an opportunity of 500 million people, it is going to require billions of dollars to do that. And in our own money, that is trillions of naira. So therefore, we're going to have to think, how do we create the businesses that can attract that much capital? We also need to focus on the talent, item number 4. And the talent needs to be trained and trained classically. 90% of people that work in production and post-production in this country are self-taught. And I know that as well because, I've also spent a bit of time around reality TV. And we need to train the talent properly, but we also need to ensure that we create the capacity to train an industry at scale, because there are lots of jobs that will be created here. We also need to focus on the talent management. And I keep looking for someone who wants to build Nigeria's biggest talent management company, because we'll be alongside them as a partner. And I still haven't found that group yet. Finally, we must focus on 2 elements. Getting all content digitalized and to the right standard is really, really fundamental. But storing that content and preserving that content. And there's also a lot of historical content that we have in places like NTA, like, the museum, the Ministry of Information in this country, that people need to think about how we can take that content and digitalize it and make it valuable. Finally, all of this only makes sense if it puts money in your pocket, if it can feed your generations, if it can create lots of jobs, if it can ensure that the investors that put money in get their money back with a multiple, and monetization is very, very key. And those of you at that end of the industry, there's a lot of good foundational work that you've done, but I think there's so much more that we can all do together. I look forward to working with you all over the next few years, and thank you all for what you do for Nigeria. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give him another round of applause. Pictures, please. While Mr. Bolaji Balogun was speaking, I was making notes, and I'm just going to share what I took out of this and with you, and I hope he It resonates with everything that he said. Collaboration. We've heard everyone talk about collaboration. So I think it's something that we need to do more of. There has to be greater collaboration and partnerships in our industry. And this partnership is fundamental to what we do. We must work together. And that's why events like this happen, so we can have the avenue to network with each other and collaborate. Now, we're going to go on to the next item, which has to do with the Creative Catalyst Fund that was launched by Chapel Hill Denham, Mr. Bolaji Balogu's organization. And I'm going to be calling on stage Ms. Tosin Dabiri. She's the MD CEO of Chapel Hill Denham SME Limited. And we're going to be having a conversation about the Creative Catalyst Fund. And as she comes on stage, I'll just like to tell you who she is. She's the Managing Director, Chapel Hill Denham Nigeria SME Limited. She's a seasoned SME finance and investment professional with over 18 years of experience structuring and deploying capital to Nigerian SMEs. She leads SME NG and the Creative Catalyst Fund at Chapel Hill Denham, where she focuses on financing women-led businesses, growth stage SMEs, as well as expand access to tailored funding and business support for creative sector businesses that are traditionally undeserved by formal finance. Her background spans corporate banking, institutional funding, and venture investing, with deep expertise in genderless investing, financial readiness, and scalable SME growth. She holds degrees in economics from Old Dominion University and an executive MBA from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Please give Ms. Tosin Dabiri a round of applause. And also joining us in this conversation will be Yemisi Falaye. Is she here? Okay. She's an entertainment lawyer with 20 years legal experience. She currently works at the Temple Company and heads the legal and business development departments of the company. Prior to joining Temple Company, Yemisi headed the entertainment law group of the largest law firm in Nigeria, Denton's ACAS Law. Yemisi has over the years garnered in-depth experience in providing premium legal advice and representation to individuals and organizations in the entertainment industries, which include film, music, theater, art, television, radio, publishing, and digital media. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Yemisi a round of applause. Okay, thank you, ladies, for joining us. Can you take that, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start with Ms. Tosin Dabiri. We've been talking about the Creative Catalyst Fund. Have any of you here heard about the Creative Catalyst Fund? Please, can you show your hands if you have? Okay, thank you very much. The Creative Catalyst Fund is from the Chapel Hill Denham Group, and Tosin here is going to be talking to us about it. So I'm just going to hand over to you, Tosin, to talk to us about the Creative Catalyst Fund. What is the Creative Catalyst Fund?
All right. Thank you very much, Bikia. And only about like 1% or 2% of us know what Creative Catalyst is, which is not a good thing, right? Creative Catalyst is initiative and fund is Chapel Hill Denham's vehicle to investing in the creative sector within Nigeria. And just as Mr. Balogu said, we're trying to, we do believe in, the economic and social value of the sector, and we do believe that the sector should be able to pull in at least 25% of our GDP in the next couple of decades. And so what we do is that we provide funding options for projects within this sector, and it's not necessarily, I know we're talking about film today, but it's not necessarily just film anything in the sector. And what we do as well is that we're more catalytic in our financing. So apart from giving capital for these projects as well, we think about the economic and social impacts for any projects that we do support. We started this initiative in 2024, where we did an open call for anybody that has a good creative, project to apply. I think the portal was open for 3 weeks, and we're very happy to say we had over 543 applicants, right? So we just took them through a series of asking questions, due diligence. Something also very important to us is capacity building. So some of the projects that were shortlisted took a whole day, 2 days actually, of just investor readiness type of courses. And I was very happy that Yemisi is on this panel with me, because she actually taught one of the courses on negotiations, right? So who best to teach a course on negotiation than, one of the leading legal minds in this sector. And we were also very happy to have Bikia part of the process as well. She helped choose the finalist. And we're happy to say we're able to fund about 7 projects off this. And now cohort 2 is live, so which is why I was like just 2%, because we're live. The portal is open again, and it's open to March 3rd. And we would like everybody to please spread the word. And as Mr. Balogun aptly said, we're ready to fund this sector, and we're ready to fund serious minds in this sector. And I also like what Miss Moabudu said as well, for you to be able to access funding, you have to be structured, right? So it's no longer slightly business as usual in terms of, you just pitch a good story and just don't understand what investors are looking for to be able to, invest in you. And what we do as well is that even if we don't invest in you in the end, we've started putting you in the mind frame of what investors are looking for, what investors need. Because, as creatives, you're always going to be raising money for projects, right? So it's how to do it well. So even putting you through that process and those tranches is also preparing you to be able to talk to even bigger, investors and bigger studios in the future. So that's in a sense.
Okay, thank you. But can you tell us a little bit more about the process? As you see, a lot of people are not aware of it.
Okay,
so can you tell us a little bit about it?
Again, as I said, the portal is open now. And you can go on the link for the portal through any of our social media handles, not only Creative Catalyst, but also Chapel Hill Dedham as well. And what you do is just, answer a series of questions and then, submit your deck. Again, to quote from what Ms. Abudu said, your deck just needs to be quite interesting, right? Because if, we get over 500, 1,000 entries, for you to stand out, it has to be an interesting deck. And what makes an interesting deck? Talk about the project, but then also talk about the team. What investors also look at when they're investing in any project is the people. And that's why, again, to quote my CEO, Bisola and Okwe can always bring any other projects, to us, and we will look at, and do our best to invest. And that's because of the team. So the team is very important as well. And then something else that is very, very key is the cost, right? So, when we see decks and stuff, that the cost is just way above average or the normal, that kind of puts a red flag in our mind. And what your revenue projection is as well. So when we see a revenue projection that doesn't seem to make sense, we go, well, then this person is not well grounded in, in this industry for us to be able to support now. And of course, if you is a major plus if you've done it before. If you've been able to, you've done it before and be able to show us some body of work that you've done as well. So, apply, answer the questions, put a very interesting, not too long, deck, and then, we'll go through the process we'll go through the process.
Okay, just very quickly, I'd like to know at what stage, so for people who are going to apply, can they apply with treatments or things at development stage, or do they have to be in production or post-production?
Okay, you don't necessarily have to be in production or post-production. Absolutely not. You can still be in treatment stage, even if you just have, we finance a project that just had like desired cast. The casting doesn't need to be there, right? What we're looking for is this a team we can support? And is this a team that we feel is responsible enough and has shown that they're responsible enough to take third-party funding and treat it responsibly? And that's what we look at. So it doesn't necessarily have to be you're in production stage or, production stage or post-production. No, you could still be in pre-production and quite early pre-production, and we'll definitely look at it.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask just one question. I'd like to ask you, Yemisi, can you take us through the legal framework for financing for things like this? Can you take us through the legal framework?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Cinemax, for having me. It's a great pleasure, and it's a huge honor. I'm very grateful, and I'm not taking it for granted. Legal framework. What I say to creatives, is protect your intellectual property rights. That's your greatest asset, and that's what's most important in this industry. That's what drives the industry. That's your bread and butter, So whatever you're doing, whoever you're dealing with, whatever collaboration you're having, ensure that your intellectual property is well protected. And even if you want to give out or assign or transfer this intellectual property rights because of any reason, you must ensure that you're getting what you're trading in is worth what you're getting, if you see what I mean. So financing in movies, there are different structures depending on what is available. There's the investment structure, and you can actually get an investor without giving your intellectual property out in entirety or even as part. And then there's also the loan part. You just get money, perhaps with or without interest, depending on who you're dealing with. There's also the pre-sale arrangements, which I don't know how common it is in Nigeria yet, but the likes of Netflix, they commission you, pay you upfront, you do the movie, you sell to them, or they contract you basically to do movies. So this one is common amongst distributors, like I said, Netflix, Amazon, Showmax, and the rest of them. So once you are able to identify which of all of these structures you are going with, get your lawyer to begin to draft all necessary agreement. I would also always advise that you create an SPV, to vehicle the entire project. So you are not sworn in personally in the project, So when there's trouble, the SPV gets into trouble, not you. When there's debt to return, Tosin is laughing. Tosin is chuckling. Like, see, what are you saying right here? I'm here as lawyers with the entertainers. So I've lost. Yes, just the SPV, will be the legal channel, the legal structure that will be responsible for either the loss or the profit of the project. So you limit your exposure, you limit your liability, you limit your, you protect yourself basically, in the process. So having done that, or even before you do that, at the pre-production stage, at the point where you're, gathering the team, ensuring that, you cook the right food, cook the right meal, so to speak. Get all your paperwork in order. Music is becoming a problem. Soundtrack is becoming a problem. Don't neglect anything. Anybody that works with me knows that I won't neglect anything to the teeth. Location, clearance, particularly the most common one, or the ones that, you would easily miss out. Get a smart lawyer that would not miss out anything. You're using an art gallery. Get clearance for the structure, the artwork around the art gallery. You're using Mike Adenuga Center. Get clearance. You're using a church. Get a clearance. Just ensure that all the T's are crossed, the I's dotted. Easily, Tosin will give you money. Otherwise, Tosin would even attend to you.
Thank you very much. We're really pressed for time, so we'd just like to open it up. Do we have some questions, please?
Well, I have one question here. But if you do have any questions, please raise your hand. Our ushers would come over to you with a microphone so that you can introduce yourself and ask your question. But this question is actually to Tosin. So Tosin, I was told to ask you that when you're getting, the applications for funding, and you come across certain decks that have great potential, but probably not presented properly, is there any way that you can still work with such creatives and maybe help them brush up their decks?
Okay, I don't know about brushing up decks, but again, we have a panel that looks at all the all the entries, and I can say, I always tell people that, I'm not necessarily. Creative funding or entertainment funding is just something I just locked into in the past 2 years, but now I've had a crash course in it. And so looking at, the decks and the opportunities, even if it's not that great this time around, would be totally different, right? Because we know what we're looking, we know what we're looking for. And again, I can't stress this enough. And I always tell when we negotiate contracts with Yemisi and even Okwe, I always say that it's not necessarily about the IP. We're not coming in to tell you that this story makes sense, this story doesn't make sense. That's not what we are as investors. We're like, is this project bankable, right? So even if the deck does not look great, there are some certain things that we're looking for, and if we meet that, of course. And then, of course, again, capacity building. If they make it towards when we're having our 2-day, accelerator, as it were, we'll be able to show them, this is what a deck typically should look like, and things like that. But now, in terms of us just looking through, there's some certain things that we look at. So it doesn't also, because, again, you can have a very beautiful deck that says absolutely nothing, right? And then we're able to.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have a question over there. Coming to you with a microphone. Thank you, please. Could you stand up? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra. Thank you for the presentation. So I just have a couple of questions in terms of the genres of films that you are most open to. Because I know, thank you. So the genres of films that the Creative Catalyst is most open to, in terms of bankability, how would you advise if someone wanted to present a project? What kind of genres do you look at? Do you even look at genres? Is it something that matters? And then apart from film, what other creative endeavors are we looking at? Are we looking at podcasts? I don't know. What are the options that you have apart from film? And then what are you looking at in decks? Because Madam Tosin, you said that there were certain things that Creative Catalyst looks out in decks. Would you be able to share it with us so that if any of us is applying, then we'll know what to put in the decks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think for the first question, which is genre, again, as I said, we don't, any genre, right? It's again what the project is. You know what I mean? As I said, again, we would never argue on IP and what you as the creative wants to do with, whatever project that you submit. So we don't technically look at any genre. I think to your second question, because this is a film summit, which is kind of why I tailored my answer to this, but we look at anything because one of the winners of Creative Catalyst, the first edition, was a documentary/podcast. So it was a slate, right? So he does have some podcasts in the slate that we are investing in. And also, at least 2 winners of the 7 that I told you about the animation companies. So again, it's, where we see a good, bankable, project. And then in terms of what we look at when we look at the deck, I kind of had said it again, the team, have you done it before? Is this your first rodeo, right? And when I talk about have you done it before as well, we've actually seen decks where the producer would be the first producer's project, but the producer has always been in the ecosystem, right? Has been a script writer, has worked on this project. I'm like, oh yeah, I know this movie, has worked on that as well. We do look at that as well, so that's not have you done it before? The team, and just your experience. And then, I would say that, the team and I, when we look at this, and I don't think anyone knows what is going to be a hit or not based on this story, right? So that's not necessarily, what we look at. Of course, there are some subjects that, we would not touch, right? Because we would not put our funding into that. But any genre can please apply.
Thank you very much, Tosin and the MSc, for your time. We're really pressed for time, so thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please, you can grab them after this session. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause.
EMC just told me Bisola is not a photo shoot. I apologize. It's just part of the things that we're used to doing. Okay, moving on really quickly to the next fireside chat that we're going to be having. I'm going to be calling up on stage one of Nigeria's finest filmmakers, writer, producer, director, Chinaza Onuzo, also known as Naz. Naz is a prominent Nigerian filmmaker and the CEO of Inkblot Studios, a leading Nigerian film and TV production company which produced several commercially successful and crucially acclaimed films that grossed over 2 billion naira at the Nigerian box office and has been showcased on global streaming platforms and renowned festivals like the Toronto International Film Festival. And under his leadership, Inkblot was also the first African company to sign a global output deal with Amazon's Prime Video. Inkblot Studios recently moved into distribution when in 2025, it partnered with the Filmhouse Group to launch Kava TV, a global streaming platform focused on Nigerian and African storytelling. As a filmmaker, Chinaza has worked on many projects over the years, including creating and producing...
you can stop. It's okay. I'm now sitting down. You can stop now. Yes, I've reached.
I'm almost done. Chinaza's combination of creative vision and business acumen has been instrumental in establishing Inkblot Studios as a key voice in African cinema. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chinaza Onuzo.
Right. We are going to fight.
So why didn't you want me to finish reading your profile?
Well, they have to shift again because Opeya's decided to come and attack me.
Okay, so Naz, could you please stay in the middle right here?
That's why I sat here. So I cannot I don't have to be in between you people.
Okay. This is going to be really interesting. So first off, I want to say congratulations on your new film.
Thank you very much.
Everything is new again.
Yes.
I was at the premiere and it was really, really beautiful. If you're in the premiere, can you please give us a round of applause?
Thank you.
I want to ask Naz, Lagos Love Story and Everything is New Again. Prior to those two, you kind of like took a break in directing. Any particular reason why?
The work is plenty. So when you're directing, you literally have to take like 2 to 4 weeks off to direct, and then you have to now focus on post and everything. So I always say that directing is like me on vacation, despite it being stressful, but it allows me to do the creative side. But mostly, yes, I'm production executive, etc.
Extra, amazing. Now, I want to ask this. In typical Inkblot tradition, what we know, now, no matter how you roll your eyes, we're going to ask those questions. Typically, we would have about a minimum of 3 releases annually, 2-3 releases annually. But we've seen that.
They even did 6 at one point.
Right? But why is it that last year it was just only a Lagos Love Story, and now, obviously, this year, everything is new again? Any particular, is that a strategy for Inkblot?
So I think everybody has touched on it in different ways, and I would guess I will use that to start the conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2016, Netflix announced that they were global. We all woke up one day and Netflix went from about 20 countries to 160 countries overnight. And so they were actively trying to scale globally. In 2019, they set up an Africa team that actively was working to purchase films and television shows for the continent. Amazon joined them in 2020, 2021. And so you had 2 of the biggest streamers in the world with over 200 million subscribers actively compete for Nigerian audiences, coupled with Showmax also trying to build out their streaming platform. So Nigeria was one of the biggest beneficiaries of the streaming wars. And we basically, like any good arms dealer in a war, were actively working on selling to them. And so we built our scale up. In the initial days prior to the streaming wars, we were making 1 to 2 a year. When we were able to sell to our streaming partners, we moved up to 4 to 6. And that was basically the thing. And then 2024, the streaming wars came to an end. And so what happened was both Amazon and Netflix decided to slow down. And so our output slowed down alongside that in, I would say, those 2 years as we were then thinking through what the market looked like. And then Carver. So we're back again producing films. So we're now attacking the distribution angle from a different strategy, and we can talk about that as well.
Okay, so that's my interest. Carver. What is the future for Carver? And I may know some of the answers, but I think you should speak to it as well. Is Carver set up to compete with global streamers? Do you think that at some point it will get to that level? And, you know, how has the journey been? It's been about 6 months. I think that a lot of people are curious to also know how they can get their films on the platform as well.
All right, cool. Thank you. So that's why you came here, Abi?
To ask this question. I came here, yes.
Okay, all right. So I think when you look at streaming, there are effectively what I would say 2 types of streaming. There's what you would call general entertainment. So those are the streamers that provide everything to you. So you're looking for all types of content, Nigerian content, American content, British content, sports, entertainment, general entertainment. So those streamers tend to have your bulk of your watching. So in Nigeria, it's Netflix, it's Showmax, and to some degree, Amazon Prime. So most people will usually have one of those types of streamers. Now, the second is what we call the niche or specialty streamer, where you have a dedicated fan base focused on that particular content. So in our case, Carver, and with the other players, we're focused on Nigerian and African content, where we're looking for the core fans that will want to subscribe to the platform. You also have things like Crunchyroll. There are a few people that subscribe to anime. There are people that do K-drama. So you have all those specialty subscriptions, but our focus is providing Nigerian African content to people as an addition to their global general entertainment platforms, both in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the diaspora at large. So that is our thesis, because we believe that Nigerian entertainment has a broad-based fan base globally. I didn't answer the second question.
Exactly.
So I think with Carver, in terms of how you get your films, our focus right now is primarily films that have gone to cinema. If you look at our platform, you're looking at films that audiences have already seen, and of course, those films are generally made by some of Nigeria's foremost filmmakers, and that is our primary strategy at the moment, because we want films that the audiences have already heard of. As we're trying to start, we're barely 6 months old. Over time, you're going to have to broaden the diet of films, because there are more Nigerian audiences than just the people who like the films that cater to the cinema crowd. There's documentaries, there's children, there's family, there's faith-based. So there are all tons of genres within the Nigerian film industry that we look forward to exploring over time. But it's a journey, a marathon, not a sprint.
Okay, my next question, and I can leave Bisola, is, I mean, the theme of this summit is unlocking, the next decade, really, the potential of the next decade. I wanted to hear your views on what you think, what do you think is going to happen over the next few years? Where do you think the opportunities are? If you can speak a bit to as well, the December, because you tweeted a bit about December and demand and supply and so on and so forth. What are your thoughts about?
Oh, big mistake.
And
I should have stayed in my house.
Yes, well, now you're here. And you also, I know you've also been part of a number of collaborations. So just broadly speaking, speak about how you see the next few years evolving.
Okay. I think, let me frame the conversation slightly differently. So in what I would call peak pay TV in Nigeria, you had MultiChoice had about 5 million subscribers across Nigeria via satellite, right? And their average was about 7K, which is funny to think about the time, 7K was about $20, right? So that means every month, every month, MultiChoice was doing $100 million in revenue in Nigeria from Nigerian subscriptions. That's over $1 billion a year. At the same time, StarTimes had roughly 2 to 3 million subscribers, which was roughly an additional $20 million a month in subscriptions, which means that Nigerian audiences in Nigeria paid roughly $1.5 billion a year to watch television. Most people don't know that. That is the reason why the streaming wars happened. Most people tried to capture that 1.5 billion. And figuring out how to unlock that audience in today's world is the work. It doesn't matter if it's us, if it is the cinemas, if it's the TV, there is a significant amount of value that needs to be unlocked for Nigerian film and television. And I think the work of the next decade is localizing that revenue. Figuring out how Nigerian companies can capture that revenue and invest in Nigeria. This is not necessarily because having foreign investors or foreign entrants is bad. It's that when you look at most countries, the local streamers and local businesses invest more of that revenue in the country. So if you look at MultiChoice, if you go back to their numbers, you can actually tell the percentage of the revenue they earned that they invested in Nigeria. It's public knowledge, so you can sort of check.
So what
I'm
percentage?
not. You feel free. It's public. It's not. But my point is, a local streamer or a local company would have invested more, and that is the type of transformation that the local players have to have. Most of that revenue needs to be domesticated and transformed through the ecosystem. So if you want that 250 billion that Balaji Balogun mentioned, you need local players investing the revenue from the sector into the sector in Nigeria. So that is the goal for Nigerian production companies and distributors and everybody. We want to localize the spend here.
All right, thank you, Naz. Even though Mr.
I know, right?
He hijacked my session.
Why are you here, Seth? Oh, it's your event, sorry.
But I want to ask you, Naz, is Kava TV commissioning local, smaller production companies to create content for Kava TV?
So the answer is yes, eventually, at some point. Because, and I'll explain why that's important. You have a wide range of Nigerian creators. Everybody is a young creator at some point, and you never know who can speak to the next generation, because you cannot say, oh, we only want XYZ creator, because that is you cutting your nose to spite your face. When we started Inkblot, we were the young creators. We were in our 20s, we decided to make films, And that opportunity that enabled us scale is the same opportunity that we have to provide to the next generation. Because if you don't, you will die. So it is a matter of survival for Kava to get to a financial place where it can provide the platform for the next generation of filmmakers. But poor people cannot help other poor people. So we need to scale so that we are not pulling them into a ditch and we're all sad saying, oh, why nobody's watching our stuff. We need to get the scale so those creators can get the benefit of the distribution. So look at what Colin Afolaya mentioned. We did not invest in Netflix going global, but we rode on those distribution networks where Nigerian films are doing 50 million hours, 100 million hours, 30 million hours. We benefited from the work other people did. And so we need to do that so the young generation can benefit.
Amazing. You mentioned that Kava is catering to mostly Nigerian and African films, yes? Are there any other African productions?
Is intentional. You know, when you say it like that, you are implying that that's the goal.
Yes.
But I think yes, because one of the things that is very important is people want to see themselves, right? So the dream for Kava is that all Africans see themselves in Kava to some degree. Because Nigeria is 200 million strong, but there are 800 million other Africans, and we want them to see premium content from their markets. We don't know whether that will take 5 years, 3 years, 7 years, but it's an important thing. There's user-generated content from all over the world. That's important. People want to be able to pick up a camera, a cheap phone, whatever, and record. That is great. But there is something about being able to create premium content that costs $500,000, $1 million, $2 million. One of the things that Netflix did was it showed what happens in Nigeria when you have the ability to make that type of content. Our dream is to be able to do that for Nigeria again and for other parts of Africa.
Now, speaking about 200 million subscribers.
No,
population.
I'm not asking,
population. Pardon me,
please.
population. I mean, if we had 200 million subscribers, everybody will be balling, isn't it?
No, we are still humble.
We are still. So yes, 200 million Nigerians, and the numbers are in the masses, you know, but it's still a challenge getting people on board. I just want to know, is Kava partnering with any of these internet providers to see how, you know, the layman, when they shouldn't think of any other streaming platform to get entertainment, is Kava? Is that in the works?
So my honest answer is that I will hope not, and I'll explain why. You can't have a market with only one player. It is not a thing that is good for you, the player, or is good for the market. You need something that creates opportunity and passion and many people feeling that they can make a difference. If I show up and I am 90% of the market, what happens is that everybody stays in their house. What you want is opportunity to generate things that could transform. So look at this AI thing, right? It started with OpenAI. And imagine if all you had was OpenAI. They're now 90%, but now you have Gemini, you have Copilot, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the things that spur innovation. And Nigerian film and television needs innovation. We need new voices, old voices, medium voices, everybody trying to do things. And we need multiple streaming platforms. As you said, there are 200 million people. In most mature markets, the number of people in the market is equal to the number of potential subscribers. So in theory, there are 200 million subscribers. Obviously, people have multiples. If you end up with 200 million subscribers as a country, you don't have this problem. And that is the dream.
Amazing. Do we have any questions in the audience? Mr. Okwe, do you have any more questions for Naz?
He said I shouldn't ask any more questions.
Yes. You
have questions from the audience.
Bikia, do you have anyone on there?
Yes, we do have a few. So the first question is, when exactly are you coming back to cinema?
Today. Marketing has failed though. If they're asking the question, oh my Jesus.
No, but it's good that they ask the question so that you say that so people in the room.
Yes, everything is new again. Yes, please, go and watch my film. It's a love film. We'll have made a love film, please. It's Valentine's
Everything is
period.
new again.
Everything is new again.
Started showing in cinemas today. So you're right on time. I'm one of the first people that can just go to the cinemas once you leave Alliance Francaise.
Okay. And then as a young independent filmmaker, my biggest challenge has been accessing funds. All my past works are self-funded and government funding for creatives are available to established filmmakers and not upstarts. Please advise, how can a young filmmaker access financing?
So I think there are many levels to that question, and it's a function of what are you trying to make in a nutshell, because every different film has different budget levels. So as a young filmmaker making a no budget or low budget film, you probably have the funding required to do that today. If you want to make a slightly bigger budget film, you have to have collaborators. And the best way to get collaborators is to have those smaller, no budget films be visible and distributed. So as a young filmmaker, the first advice I always give is get your work out there. Once you get your work out there, it opens you up to collaborations where you're sharing, I want to do this larger project because this smaller one exists. And that enables you to bring in partnerships that enables your dreams to come through. The other thing is, I say young filmmakers should find collaborations. They should find other like-minded people and pool resources together. That also enables them breakthrough. So those are my general things, because it is hard, as every financier has said, we only touch things that make sense to us, and it is harder for younger filmmakers to be in the positions to attract that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And I like this question. Mr. Naz, why do you like love story only?
Nigeria is hard.
Indeed. And another question is, what makes Kava different from the international streaming platforms? Why do you think you will succeed when you're in competition with the others?
So I would say why we want to make Kava to exist, irrespective of anything else that is happening. It is that we have a deep abiding love, both us and Filmhouse, in telling our stories our way. And for us, Kava gives us the freedom to make that argument to the audience, that Nigerian stories at scale, at premium, are worth existing, and we're willing to bet our time, our money, our expertise to making that happen. That we're going to make and show you and bring to you Nigerian films and television made by the best Nigerian creators for you. And it is not one a month, it is one a week, one every 2 weeks, and we're going to try and have the biggest and best selection. And we hope that when they see that, they choose us, basically.
Okay, thank you very much. And talking about subscribers, is it possible, given the state of the nation at the moment, to achieve substantial subscribers that breaks tide?
So that's why I started with that 1.5 billion first, because my argument has always been Nigerians pay for entertainment. You will not hear someone saying, oh, is there money in Nigeria to pay for weddings? Is there money in Nigeria to pay for food? So there are things that Nigerians pay for, and entertainment is one of them. The question is whether they want to spend the money they spend on entertainment on you. And that is the case we need to make.
Indeed. Thank you. And the final question is, as a filmmaker who sells to YouTube platforms, what do I need to do to get to sell our film to Kava as a next step?
So what I would say is that the audiences are slightly different. So that in and of itself determines the decision. So YouTube is a choice driven by free. And as somebody used to say, you cannot beat free. So the thing about YouTube is it caters to films that drive people's curiosity when it is offered for free. For a film to go on Kava, you have to ask yourself, would you pay 3,000 Naira to access this film on my platform? And that is the question you need to ask yourself as a filmmaker. And it's not about the budget, it's about what about this film will my audience be willing to pay for? And once we see those types of films, we will take them. We want to make the platform have the films that people literally say, I want to watch this film. So let me just do one slide plug since we're here. So we literally just had Red Circle launch yesterday. Red Circle has been one of the most requested films when we kept asking people, what do you want to see on Kava? For the last 3 months, Red Circle was one of those films. So that is the type of thing we want. It's not about the budget, the this, the that. You want the films that the audience wants to watch. That's what makes your life easy.
Okay, thank you very much, Naz.
Thank you very
everyone.
much. Thank you.
I
Can
have
we give a big round of applause, please? Sadly, we don't have enough time for any extra questions, but we'll be moving on shortly. Okay. We are going to be moving on to the next session, but first we have a presentation, and this presentation is by Ms. Ladun Awobakun. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you. Ladu Awobakun is a seasoned content executive with over 15 years of experience driving growth across film production, distribution, market research, and streaming in Africa's creative economy. As Chief Content Officer at Film One Entertainment, part of the Film House Group, she leads the group's overall content strategy, spanning development, production, licensing, and aggregation. In July 2025, she also took on the role of Head of Content Acquisition at Kava, a next-generation streaming platform dedicated to amplifying African stories for global audiences. Under her leadership, Film One has distributed 90% of the highest grossing Nollywood titles of all time, including 3 films that have surpassed the 1 billion naira box office milestone. Beyond her commercial impact, she is a driving force of transparency and standardization within West Africa's film sector and serves as editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Box Office Yearbook. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Miss Ladun Awobakun as she gives her presentation.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Please let the record reflect that I'm Mrs. Ladu Awobakun. Just because, you know, I know he has friends here, so let it just reflect that I said I am Mrs. Ladu Awobakun. But thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor to be here today, especially to be here to talk about the yearbook. This is our 7th edition of the Nigeria Box Office Yearbook, and we're very, very excited to bring it today. So when I was asked to do this, I was thinking, we've already spent a lot of time putting together 106 pages of work. What am I going to show you today? So I thought, you know what, I'm just going to talk about Film House Group, and then I will go through why we are doing this and what this is about. So as I'm sure majority of you know, I'm representing Film One, which is part of the Film House Group. Film House Group is the group company or holding company for Film One Entertainment, which is our distribution and production arm. We're the largest distributors in West Africa, and we're the largest producers and collaborators of content in West Africa as well. Why I'm reflecting collaborations, because when Mr. Bolaji Balogun was talking, he did speak about collaboration, and I was like, yes, someone outside entertainment is saying this. Why this is important and why we think this is important is because we think that that makes the difference. In 2025, we collaborated with over 15 filmmakers to make 11 different films at Film One Studios. And nobody clapped. You clapped. We're very, very proud of it. And this year, we plan to do much more and already are planning to spend over $1 billion in collaboration on Nollywood content, which is a really, really big feat considering everything else. I'll clap for myself. Thank you. And our cinemas, Film House Cinemas, again, the largest cinema chain or circuit. We have 14 sites, including 2 that opened in December, January. Some of you know Sabo, that the one at Sabo, to the Cube at Sabo, and of course Film House Ilorin. We're very, very proud of it. Again, we're very, very committed to entertainment as it goes. We've worked with established filmmakers. Every year we always work with new filmmakers as well, because for us it's important that this becomes a lifestyle decision. It becomes something that is important to everybody. And at the end of the day, we all make, you know, bang for our buck. Today, I'm talking about the Box Office Yearbook. It's going to be very quick. As I said, we've done this 7 times over, and I'm very, very proud of this particular one. We've worked with an incredible team to get this ready for you today. Who's going to flick the slides? Next slide. Oh, there we go. So, I mean, the purpose of this yearbook, when we started this yearbook in 2019, it really was more of a summary tool, and we were thinking, okay, let's put this together. Then we didn't have ComScore, and people didn't have access to numbers. So it was, let's put this out there and let people know what we're doing, have access to the numbers, know what films are performing. But over the past 3 years, I've seen that it has morphed into more of a decision tool, and people think about it and work with it when they are considering who to cast, considering who to work with, considering what investments to do, whether to do cinemas or to do streaming or to do both, and how to do it. And this year we decided we're going to go more into that and make sure that it is helpful for filmmakers, for distributors, for investors, for people that were thinking about investing in Nigeria, and that is what is unique about this edition. So again, you will still have the summary in it, you will still have the summary pages, but you will have tools that will help you make decisions in the box office. Next slide. This is the scorecard. So this is really a summary of what happened at the box office in 2025. So 15.6 million naira earned from 122, I beg your pardon, 15.6 billion naira earned from 122 cinemas, and total number of titles released were 248 releases. One thing I'm very, very happy about that happened last year is also Nollywood inching above Hollywood in terms of the contribution. I think that speaks a lot to really and truly the work that everyone has done, especially producers at the box office. We need to give them a round of applause because it's not easy. And something that typically would happen, and it happened last year, or rather 2024 and the year before, is that Nollywood will release more titles than Hollywood, but then still make less. The reverse happened this year, where Nollywood released less titles than Hollywood and made more. So it's something that we should be proud of, and it's something that I hope encourages a few people to, take the risk and make a name for yourself. I think it's something there. Some big things that some of them about behind the scenes: highest grossing film, highest grossing Nollywood film, Zootopia, which really and truly really shocked us during the holidays, but highest grossing animation as well. We have Demon Slayer. I mean, we spent the year really discovering the anime audience as well in the country, and it's something that we are going to hone into, because again, how do you build a box office if everyone is watching the same thing? You need things that people want to watch. So you want to watch documentaries. Film One is releasing a documentary in cinemas in February as well, again, because we're trying to widen the audience and what people are watching. So there's documentaries, there's thriller movies, there's comedies, there's anime. We're very, very proud of it. And again, we'll keep doing this and making sure that people have an opportunity to watch what it is that they want to watch. Next slide, please. I cannot see. But again, like I said, we've done this book that speaks in detail to everything that happens, but I thought, let's talk about what the data reflected. There's resilient demand. So again, I've spoken about how Nollywood inched higher than Hollywood as well this year. There's resilient demand. People are coming to the cinemas. Ticket prices are higher, and that one is not a secret. We can say that, if we're being honest, we can say that the 15.6 billion is really, ticket price is the main driver, even though admissions went up, and we're very, very proud of that. But there was resilient demand. People wanted to watch, and people did go to watch. Concentrated success. We still have a situation where quite a number of films are not making as much money, but then there is select few that are making a lot of money. It's the reason why I keep shouting about these collaborations. I feel like you will have more successes if people work together. I mean, look at Ginger. If people work together, people work together, you make more, because everyone can leverage the opportunities and whatever it is that they share. And then strategic importance. What we noticed this year is that folks that got the datings right, the seasons right, December is not the only season that you make money in cinema. There are so many films that have proved it, especially this year. We had Ginger in September that made a lot of money. We had Ori in May that made a lot of money. We had Labake Olododo in March that made a lot of money. So we had Real Love in February that made a ton of money as well. So it is not the only month to make money. It's not the only month that matters. There are a bunch of months, there are a lot of seasons, and folks that are aligned in those seasons and thought, I'm going to come in a month or in a period, maybe when it is not too choked, with the right film that I know the audience wants. People got rewarded for that, and that showed at the box office. Next slide. Strategic imperatives. Again, I already referenced that the audience grew. So we have 2.8 million admissions as compared to 2.6 last year, so that is good. Again, a marginal growth, but it's still something that we're recording because there are many international box office in the world that they haven't recorded any admissions growth since COVID. So this is really, really big for us as well. I already spoke about clear positioning, which is knowing when to release the film, knowing what sort of film to release for what season. That is important for box office success. Next slide. Release strategy. Again, key timing on when you release the film, optimal windows, and calendar intelligence. And this is really, really key for both producers and distributors because, again, I'm sure there are few distributors here. There are many seasons where people want specific dates because they have been told or they really, really believe that this is when you make money. I'm going to reference Easter. In Easter, which is also, again, a seasonal time, we had maybe about 5 different films released. And what we saw was, and when I mean we, I mean the, not film one, the ecosystem. And everyone's box office was capped at a certain number because everybody released there. So it was choked. You had exhibitors, cinemas that were struggling on who to put on what time because all of them were big films. And no one, there was no big outlier, because, or there were not even 2 because everyone was releasing at the same time. So it's something that even we have learned in terms of dating to say, sometimes it's not an ego match, it's just, we need to make some more money here, so let's move for this person, etc. And just be able to make those decisions. So we need to pack some things to the side and just really do the work that is required to do. Again, that speaks to calendar intelligence. Next slide, please. Again, polarization. The market is increasingly divided with a clear distinction between high-performing and low-performing film. And you see that much more in Nollywood, where you have the high performers and you have a bunch of low performers. People need to work together. It would make so much of a difference. Another example is Red Circle, actually, of people that came together and made a difference because they came together and they were able to leverage different things. Data analytics play a key role. It's something that we have reflected in the book as well, where we're analyzing genre and genre performances across the months. We're analyzing release seasons, as I said, release periods, the length of your film, and all the things that come to bear when you want to make, when you want your box office to be higher than it would typically be. Next slide, please. And yeah, in the future. So we also speak about what we think the analytics or how we would play in the future, what we think will do better. I think that we have crossed the point where Nollywood films are like the low players or the ones that we pity. That's not happening anymore. We're here to stay, we're winners, and I think that also reflects with the film bookers and how that's working. We do have a strong slate of Hollywood films coming out this year. There are a few superhero films and a few action films that are going to come clutch, but I think that the Nollywood producers are ready. I've seen some very interesting things that I think this year is going to take over. And what I think is the last slide. Again, Yearbook is live now, and it's live at this event. So thank you very much. You can scan the barcode and get the Yearbook. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ladun. Please, I would ask you to stay back on the stage because you're also part of a panel. Can we please give her another round of applause? Thank you very much. I'm also going to call our other panelists to please come join us on stage. Please give me a moment. Okay. So I need to be sure, is it Miss or Mrs. Shileola Ibironke? Mrs. Shileola Ibironke. Please, can we put our hands together for her? She is a multipreneur and MD CEO of the Micromedia Group of Companies, director of Nigeria's leading content acquisition and production business. She's the executive producer of the first independent telenovela drama series in West Africa entitled Taste of Love, and other exciting TV series including Casino and Ogene Kome. In August 2019, Shileola became the first female to own a cinema franchise in Nigeria, Heritage Cinemas, and she spearheads the international dissemination of television content across 40 African countries on Amazon Prime, Roku, and other VOD platforms. She launched Sound City as the first indigenous Nigerian music channel and grew it into a multi-billion naira company. She holds degrees from the University of Abuja and Lagos Business School with postgraduate courses at Harvard Business School and London School of Business and Finance. Can we please put our hands together for Mrs. Shileola Ibironke? Up next is Miss Onyeka Nama. Onyeka Nama is the general manager of Cinemax Distribution Limited and has also, can we put our hands together for her, please? and has also doubled as co-producer on Ginger, associate producer in Queen Latifah, and a line producer in The Party, a 3-part series. She's a driven professional with a background in sales, customer service, film booking and distribution, and project management across diverse industries. She's focused on driving organizational goals and brings 11 plus years of varied experiences to the business with proven records, and was a senior business development manager before moving on to head the film distribution and booking department while in Genesis Cinemas. Onyeka was instrumental in the opening and operational setup of Douala's flagship cinema. Can we put our hands together for her, please? Please, is Mrs. Mercy Aigwe Adeoti in the house? All right. So we're going to move on to... thank you. I thought I was going to be, moderating from up here. Is there a microphone on everyone's seat? Just one more? Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you very much, ladies. Thank you so much for being on this panel. It's time for our little chat. I would have really loved if Mrs. Adeoti was here on the panel, but we're going to move on without her. But this question is going to go to Ladu, Onyeka, and Shileola. First off, Ladu, thank you so much for your presentation, and the data shows clear box office performances. I'd like to also give a shout out to my Ginger sister, Kiki. Yes, as much as Ginger was such a good success at the box office, it was a lot of work. And I've heard, our legends in the industry say they don't want to dance. If we don't dance too, we'll be very, very happy about it. And this particular panel is talking about the logic behind the box office showtimes, which is something that I personally didn't really understand up until Ginger came on. But there's been a lot of in December there was a lot of commotion with various production houses as regards. Oh, there was Lado. Other production houses about, some movies being favored over others. And I know that we're first a business before, we talk about the kinds of content that we put out there. So I'm going to ask now, and this question, I would really appreciate it if all three of you can, drop your little ideas or sense on it. For those of us on the production side, I want to ask, what are the key takeaways? What exactly should producers understand about how showtimes and box office allocation actually work? Let me start with Shileola, just because Ladu just gave a presentation now. So please go on. Do you want me to take the question again? All right, you were a bit distracted. What should producers understand about how showtimes and box office allocation actually work?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I would like to say that showtimes would ideally be like airtime, right? So there's a limited time to when cinemas operate, which is between the hours of 10 a.m. and sometimes 10 p.m. So that's just about 12 hours. In between that, there's maybe 90-minute movie or 105 minutes. You also have to give time for exit and entry of the customers. You have to give time for cleaning. So that's about, I'm just trying to play it out in terms of how it works. So ideally, within the space of a 24, of an operating day, maybe you have about 6 movies per hall, or 7, maximum of 7 movies per hall. Yes. So if you have 4 halls, you just have 28 showtimes. Thank you. Yeah. And in between that, what do you have? You have Hollywood, you have Nollywood. Now that would be, any categorization of halls would be the Eyebrow cinemas, the communal cinemas, the inner city cinemas, right? When you begin to scale down these days, you realize that most cinemas that are kind of like opening, the indigenous cinemas, they don't open more than 2 halls. So you don't have more than 6 show times within a day, and that gives you like 12. If you have 2 halls, you don't have more than 12 screen times to show. I know that you listed a lot of things about my memoir or my bio, but you didn't also state that that I'm the MD of Heritage Cinemas. So I'm seated here as the cinema exhibitor. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah. Because when they read that to me, I was like, maybe we'll take the micromedia out and just restrict ourselves to the, yes. So it's very limiting in terms of what showtimes can offer to attend to everyone. When you now get to the seasonal period, we have to remember that cinema owners are commercial venture operators. I'll just leave it at that.
Onyeka, over to you. What should producers understand about how showtimes and box office allocation actually work?
All right, thank you. So, like she rightly said, you have just few showtimes in the day to show a particular film, and cinemas are business owners at the end of the day. So, most times, if a film booker is looking at a film, is looking at demand, they're looking at, okay, if I give this showtime to this film, will I make this money? Because trust me, those cinema locations have targets, and in their head, will this film give me my target in terms of box office numbers, admissions, and concession? So they check all those things. So I think what producers should know about the logic behind box office is that they need to create the sense of demand for their titles. They need to create the fear of missing out for the audiences so people can come and see their films at the cinemas. And it should not just limit what they've done to the industry people or their friends, because 98% of the people that will come to the cinemas are not your friends. They are not the people in the industries. They are people outside the industry. So, like Nas said, everything new again is out, but someone was asking, when are you coming to cinemas? So it means that the people out there might not have heard that a film like that is coming. So a film booker is looking out for those things. So if there's demand for the film, they will give you the showtimes. Thank you.
Ladu?
Okay, thanks. Onyeka really put it rightly. The only 2 things I would say is, number one, the only way the cinemas make money is if your film makes money. So you have to know that you're aligned in what it is that you're both trying to achieve. Number one, they're trying to make money. They have overhead costs, etc. Number 2 is demand, as Onyeka said. There's no way that, I mean, to understand as a producer, it is the film that is most popular or people are expecting is who will be prioritized for showtimes, and
that's basically it. So now, obviously, there are going to be a lot of challenges going on. I'm still going to be with you, Ladu. There's lots of challenges that you face that we don't know. Could you please just tell us one of the things that you might be going through that the filmmakers, because to be honest, when you're out when you release a movie in cinema, you're entitled. You know, we feel entitled, like, why are they not showing my film? Why is it not this? I've made an amazing piece of work, but I don't know if that's how the entire audience sees it, but that's what producers feel. So what challenges go on behind the scenes that, you know, filmmakers actually don't know about?
In this context, because well, I have plenty of challenges, but in this context, I would say, I think that speaking as a cinema operator, I think that producers don't understand how expensive it is to run a cinema. Whether it's a cinema that only plays Nollywood films, which means that they can maybe be they can be, what's the English word now? They don't have to spend too much on a certain kind of projector. Or cinemas that then have to do the DCI work and then show Hollywood films. I think that there's an underestimation of how much it is to run a cinema. If you understood that, you would understand why the decisions are this is it, and I'm not changing it because of how challenging it is.
All right, thank you very much. I'll come to she doesn't have a microphone. Oh, you're both sharing. Oh, snap. Is it possible to get one more microphone so that it's fine? All right, great. So let me ask, what can we do producers and exhibitors, what can we do to make the relationship between us a bit more transparent? Now, we often hear, even though now that I'm, in the business, Kiki and I, we can relate to this. We often hear, it's cinema that collects all our money. It's cinema and taxes that collects our money. How can we make this relationship a bit more transparent, so that we're not always complaining? Because we find that we always, Kiki, I see you rolling your eyes. Yeah.
So I would say that we have to be more quantitative in our approach to at the creation of the content itself, that's the film, and understand what quotient of it do you expect from the box office. Now, we all know that when they say the box office has hit 1 billion, there's a quarter of it that does not belong to the producer. So I ideally have not even earned that value. So it's like saying that if out of 100, the quarter that is a percentage of it, maybe just 40% of it returns back to the producer, then I believe we should start working towards 4 billion instead of 1 billion. So because when I know you can heave a sigh.
4 billion.
It's possible. It's very possible, actually. I believe it's possible, owing to the fact of what ensued during this holiday season. As of today, all of those titles that have crossed over 2 billion are still selling. They're about the only titles that people still come in to watch in our cinemas, in like where my locations are. That's ideally, I have one location that is strictly a community cinema location. They won't come out every other day. But during this season, albeit the value, the marginal contribution of that might be very little, but the fact that the human heads have actually stepped out to walk into our location shows that there is what they love is in that movie title. So I think it's about the quantitative analysis of the movie itself. The revenue is highly important to the producer. That way, everyone has transparency works. Like she said, there's what is called schematics, right? The cinema owners, we have operating costs. If you own a DCI, it's just 1,500 hours for you to click that lamp. Lamp is over $1,500 or $2,000 in 3 months or 4 months. So in 3 cycles in a year, you're going to spend how much? And then you come back to me and say that I've taken all your money. The cost is really high. You know what diesel cost is? Yeah. Aside from that, nothing can ever make that light go off. So aside from you're having multiple sources of energy, you must have the one that is inverter-led, whereby in between there's no transition break. Do you know what that means? That means you have to constantly change your batteries on a yearly basis. And as we love this setup and all of that, once the holiday season is out, all our seats are being replaced. Because the people that love your titles, when they come in, they behave like average Nigerians, stretch their leg and break the seats. Yes, I'm giving you facts. Now, when you come to that location and those seats are empty, what do you say? You take a picture and post it. Peace up, don't come to Heritage Cinemas. Yes, so we give you, what we sell is experience.
It's experience.
Yeah, if the light goes off while the movie is ongoing, the producer would come back, but then
sound has got to be great.
The sound has to be at its highest level. And are you aware that you have to keep vacuuming and painting all the time? We don't even bring that information. You don't share those things. Your lounge chairs cannot look awry. You have to constantly change that. So please, someone is saying something. Who added? Someone said something in the crowd. Oh, thank you. So I'm giving you the reality, your exterior location. Talk less of the softwares that you then have to sign up to and pay monthly for that title that you brought to project. You have to pay a monthly fee to the software company that allows for that content to be displayed. We pay in USD. Please convert that. That's the honest truth. So when we request maybe a quarter of that box office ticket that we sold, it's not profit to us. It's sealing our operating costs. It's fitting us together while just a retail firm like every other retail outlet you visit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladon, I'd like to ask, and I'm sure this must have happened before. Say, for instance, there's some titles, local titles, that people are just not interested in watching, but they haven't run, their due course in cinemas. How would you schedule such titles?
Well, first, I'm happy that it's not my job to schedule those titles because it's a really tough job to do. The polite answer is that you would be kind and give it perhaps an earlier showtime so that it runs its course. Because economically, that is the Christian thing to do. If you are being a businessman or a businesswoman, and some of the cinemas here do that, they will not confirm that a film will run any period of time because they reserve the right to say if it's not performing and there are seats to go somewhere else, I want to take it out. Now, as a distributor, I don't agree with that. I think that it is our job to create the audiences. I think it's our job to do a bit more. It's why I would encourage the cinemas that I work with and work with them as well to say, how can we market for your people? What can we do to support the demographic in your area? But I understand when people cut it short. So it really, if it's a Nollywood film, I would be nicer if it was me, because I feel like there's something there with Nollywood, and if we all just sort of come together and support this thing, then there will be people that like thrillers as much as they like romance, as much as they like action, etc. So I would, if it was me personally doing it, I would give at least 2 weeks to a Nollywood film. If it was a Hollywood film that didn't perform, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, Onyeka, let me come to you. And this question, everyone would also answer it. Now, if we could design a better system for box office allocation and showtime negotiation, what would it look like? What exactly needs to change?
Okay. First of all, I think this is a tough one, though. Well, first of all, I think the main problem with showtimes is that we don't have enough screens. So we have limited screens, limited hours in a day to show these films. So it's not like we have 24 hours. It's not like we have cinemas with 10 screens. So we have some cinemas with just 1 screen. We have cinemas with 2 screens. And like she said, you can just schedule like only 6 films. So I think what we can do is we have to create films that people want to watch so that everybody gets an opportunity. I think that the minimum time films, this is me talking as a distributor right now, yeah. I think the minimum time film should show like the least time you can give the film an opportunity to show should be 2 weeks, because some films have slow starts. Like in their week 1, they might be slow and they'll pick up in week 2 and stuff like that. So I think maybe cinemas should be kinder and give us like 2 weeks minimum instead of after week 1 and it's not performing.
After week 1, don't give us 8:20 a.m.
No, so now
okay, 9:20 a.m.
So at the same time, we need to understand that the cinema is a business. So they'll really schedule the films that have really performed well in the previous week. They'll schedule it and give them the prime times. Then the other times, like the 8:20 a.m. and the 10 p.m.s or whatever, depend on the peak period in the cinema. So they'll just put it as fillers. So another thing we need to do is the quality of the content. So we need to give them films that people want to see. We need to make them confused so that they will not know what to schedule. We need to give them contents that people want. Because another thing that we need to do is the release window that she spoke about during our yearbook. So if you see a film that has serious marketing, that looks great, that has great casting, I think you should move your film maybe 2 weeks before, 2 weeks after, or maybe a month, so that you can have an opportunity to thrive and breathe. So I don't think we should come out in a period where a lot of people are coming out when we know that the quality of the content is not up to par. That will also help the scheduling of the film so people are not confused or feel cheated at the box office. Yeah, thanks.
Pretty much. Okay, thank you very much. Shilola, the same question. Do I repeat it again? All right. It's if we could design a better system for box office allocation and showtime negotiation, what would it look like and what needs to change? Okay, let me add to it. When is Heritage opening more cinemas?
Heritage would open more cinemas as long as we get more funding. That's standard. Our wish is to open in so many remote locations, just be the connect. But if you try to look at the experience we've had in the last year in our very remote test of the remote location, you might want to be a bit assistant. Because in the long run, like we said, everyone runs the same you know, whether you're a big cinema or a small cinema, you must buy projector. You must buy, you know, that just some
basics.
Some basics that is this, we all incur possibly the same cost on. If I would look at what design should be better off that would satisfy both producer and the cinemas, you won't like my answer. I would say that maybe the best-selling movie should have the only title, The Old Day. I don't think you got that.
I did, but it's not good for the others now.
Obviously, yes. So I don't think what we have now is out of context or out of operating guideline that is sufficient for everyone. Like rightly said, it's the movie demand determines viewership. Yeah, so you don't want to have an empty hall when you have a large crowd outside. Just in the context of supporting the cause of Nollywood, right? You would want to obviously have your customers who also have a short period of time to spend at your location. If they get there and they say that the movie they've come to watch, maybe let's say BTS, is not showing at that time, I believe there's another cinema just about a kilometer away. They would leave. And what you've lost is the propensity to get that person to spend more, because we as cinema owners, we don't really rely on the box office ticket, concessions, games, and all of that. So we have to think in that direction to just understand that, yes, the movies are welcoming, but we've kept these your customers for the past 365 days. So they're coming to us. They would choose our location just not only for the movie, for ambience. They would choose your location for nearness to to where they live, possibly, and also for comfort. So many other reasons why they would choose that location. So I would say that the way the box office scheduling is right now it should suffice and continue that way.
So what happens? Because I wouldn't say for my movie personally, but complaints that have come up online, you'd hear, oh, I got my tickets online, I got to the cinema, and the said time that I bought this ticket for, there's another movie showing. Oh, I walk into the screen and they're seeing something else showing, but on entry it's like, oh yes, this is the movie that you came here for. What happens in those cases?
Like they've always done, flag it off, report it to the Cinema Exhibitors Association.
So how does that benefit the consumer? Because they feel like money is lost. In most cases, they don't even get refunds. How can we avoid all of that?
Those are processes that we're looking inward as cinema exhibitors and trying to get all of our association members to try to stick by what you've sold. You understand? So best way is maybe you put a bit of penalty to it and all of that, and then you can always sanction the cinema location. Well, aside from that, what happens right now, just report it, flag it up, report it, and it will be taken. As long as there's proven evidence, it would be addressed.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Lado.
I wanted to actually take a stab at your question in terms of the complaints. The truth is, as I said earlier, there are 122 cinemas, right? If you check the complaints that came in, there were probably not more than 5 cinemas. Because it's loud, it seems like it's prevalent and there are all these issues happening. But more often than not, they're actually not happening. A lot of times because again, I would chase the ones that happen to the films that I've distributed, right? When you chase what has happened, why was this ticket bought, why didn't this show? What happened is the AC went off in the Nigeria happened to that cinema. The AC went off. The projector that is 15 years old did not come on. I'm telling you true life stories. And the business manager is then now having to make a decision. Do I tell the consumer that my AC is not working? Or do I say, I'm sorry, we can't show it right now, etc. And the reason why you can't go to another hall is that there's a film that people have already bought tickets from. So it's, do I anger 90 people or do I anger 180 people by causing disarray? So a lot of times, it seems like it's a lot of cinemas. Again, I'm not excusing that, that's mediocrity. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that it's not prevalent in most cinemas. It's a few. And I believe the CIAN is working on this issue as it was online and Twitter and all of that. It was in all the groups, and it was people were having emergency meetings thinking of how to solve it. Now, to answer your question on box office allocation, there's nothing wrong with the current scheduling. Absolutely nothing wrong. The only thing that fixes it is more cinemas. We premiered behind the scenes at Greenwich in London. That cinema has 14 screens, that single cinema. So you have to understand that it's hard to annoy any distributor. I mean, how hard can it be to schedule a film when your site has 14 screens? That's the kind of work I want to do. It's just, I just press a button and give everybody one screen. Oh yeah, sell. Do you understand? I mean, it's not that serious and it's not that simple, don't get me wrong. But when you have the average number of cinemas has 3 screens here, and we are releasing this December, I believe it was 8 films. And December is 20% of your box office. So you are telling the cinemas, no, you have to be Christianly. You have to only think about these films. You don't make your fair share of that 20%. Hapa. So if you think about it that way, you understand that there's actually no problem. If you number one, if you're going to come into December, be ready to roll up your sleeves. If you are going to come and speak English and just wait till like March, June, that is more accommodating of crossing my legs and releasing a film. Yeah. But if you want to come in, and it's not just December, if you want to come in a holiday period or a seasonal period, and we have quite a few because we have Muslim and Christian holidays, you need to be able to say, okay, I'm going to do what needs to be done because they're limited screens and not because everyone really requires you, but you need to stand out, and so that the schedulers of the film, because they're human beings as well, so they're online saying, this film is popular, so I'm going to give it more showtimes. It's all human decisions. There are not many people that are using tech. People are sitting down and going based on their feelings or based on what you have made before to decide whether you get 4 shows this time versus someone that gets 2. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Please, do we have any questions for them? Please raise it. Okay, fantastic. Can we get a mic across to her, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll say a very big thank you to the cinemas. When we did Ginger, you guys were super supportive. So please, can we give them a round of applause? On behalf of myself and the entire Ginger team, I say a very big thank you for the support that you gave us. It meant a lot to us. Now, I hear you. And honestly, sometimes I think about it and I feel for you guys too, because I do business. So I get the IQ, I know the scope of the business, but I think it's beautiful. But this is the problem. Now, a lot of films weren't as blessed, because I will not use the word lucky, Tori will work for it. A lot of films were not as blessed as Ginger. And, you know, I've had a few conversations with a few producers and everybody's really discouraged. Now I'm concerned. If a lot of films are not making as much money and a lot of people are refusing to come to go to the cinemas to show their film, then what do we do? I hear your presentation to say, oh, we've had an increase in admission, which I think is beautiful. But vis-a-vis the number of films that pulled that success is quite limited. It's just a few. I mean, last year, I think Ginger, I think Ori, I think Real Love, BTS, Vasabi Auntie, and that's about it. I was in some films, I was in cinemas last year. I don't even remember them. So what happens if we don't come at all and you're unable to buy a new chair? Then that thing of 1 quarter, it's not 1 quarter, ma. It's more than 1 quarter, ma.
It's a quarter. It doesn't go. It's
no. What it's me that received 1 quarter. You should have received 16 quarter.
No.
But no. But that's not to say that it is all your profit. What I'm saying is, when we don't make it at all, and it's so depressing that we don't then produce again, it affects everybody on the long run. What do we do? I look at the entire breakdown. I say tax here. The money eats my account. I'm still going to have to pay tax. I think we should have a government conversation. The double taxation is wild. What are we going to do about it? Thanks so much, and God bless.
Thank you, Kiki. I think it's, yeah, Shilola is ready. Yes. You go first, and then Ladu and Onyeka.
Thank you for commending us. And I would like to use this opportunity to give thumbs up to every staff of cinema locations across Nigeria between December and December. I think we should give everyone that has worked in the cinema hall a round of applause. We don't know what they go through. We just stroll in, you send our movies to them. They actually run, during that period, they run 24 hours, and then you have to schedule their accommodation at the same time because you want them to rise up the next morning and attend to almost the same customers. And remember, it's like we said, it's a business, so you cannot have 4 shifts, 5 shifts. You don't have that, the kind of funding for, you don't have the kind of funds or operating funds for that. I would like to say that it's just like selling bread. If ShopRite bread is the best, everybody sells bread in Lagos. But there are some key locations that's the only bread people buy. Are you going to tell the other people selling bread, are you going to announce to the bread making association that it's unfair that the other people are not, they are not making the kind of sale that maybe a ShopRite or Boku bread is making? That's the same thing I believe the title that comes with movies should be seen as. The producers that hit the box office are able to reproduce more that would give us more box office titles. Maybe we should follow or lean through or understudy what exactly was, is, and would be their success story. If a collective would work, maybe form a collective. That was what happened with Ginger. If a collective would work, and I must say that there are months that are very lean months. When Ladu went up stage, I was hoping that I'm like, oh, maybe, God, please let February just work right. So it's an abeg God story for us exhibitors. I'm telling you the truth. If the distributors don't give us good movies, we have months that we'll be calling them and saying, please, what's going on now? Okpe knows. I'll be like, these are our other distributors. These months are like, please, what is happening on your side? Are you not bringing stuffs out? I'm calling the next distributor and saying, but even that your small one that you did that day, will you not? And then you tell me maybe you produce some title. I'm like, that's not for my location. I wish you well on that. It's also profile. There's also a bit of profiling to it. Speak all the English. I'll be like, but they won't watch it. No, let's be truthful. But I have all the aerial, drone, everything. They won't come, but let some 2 people just laugh and hit themselves. Everyone, my seats are filled up. So those are the ones that were praying that please produce more of that. Because we're 365 days, like I said, we operate 365 days. We also want to hit the billions, if possible, every day. I know so we want more producers to work. We want them to also understand the selling factor. What exactly makes this movie sell so much year in, year out? That's in the just that singular title amounts for, like she said, 20% of your. It's not even 20%, Ladun. Honestly, in some of my locations, that's the only money we made in the whole year. I'm telling you the truth. The only money that was made in that whole year. Meanwhile, our operating cost is sacrosanct, it's standard. You pay it month in, month out, whether you like it or not. So we want more people. Kiki, I hope you're listening. We really want more collective. Come together, please. If you can come together and produce, and then let's learn what exactly has made other titles, sell, have such high sales. Scheduling, I think, is one of the tiniest bits of how that movie would sell. I think more work is being done. Because if that movie is selling, you have 3 showtimes, 4 showtimes in a day. Like we said, it's all about demand. So production companies should kind of like maybe come together and sell. I realize that the face sells it all the time. So maybe more faces together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Onyeka?
Okay. Going by your question, Kiki, there's no right fit answer to what you've asked, but I just think that we should do more collaborations so that we de-risk ourselves. Because if you take all that money, go to cinema, and you're not happy with what you get, I think it's better if you come with a group of people, reduce budget, then do the cinema bit so that the loss factor is not so much. Because honestly, people really don't make back their money from cinemas. That's the harsh truth, and that's the harsh reality. You make enough, but it's not your full money that you make from cinema. So it depends on the other platforms that you take the films to, the different ancillary platforms that you take the films to. That's when you make the money back from. But it doesn't mean that you should pull out from the cinema, because cinema is also still relevant. It's still a big platform because people still want to see films on the big screen. So you still need to come to the cinema. But I don't know if it's still going on, Ms. Shile. I think there was time CAN was speaking with the government about taxes and double taxation. So if that can be fixed, it will also help as well. Yeah, thanks.
I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the question right. Anyway, what I think is... Can you ask a question? What's the question?
Kiki.
Oh, yes, Kiki's question. Okay, yeah, because my mind drifted. People are making money at the cinema. I think it depends on what was your driver for why you made the film, and it's the reason why I like the books like The Yearbook. If you're going to come to cinema, I think you should be making you should be making films that people want to see. A lot of filmmakers are still making films that they want to see. I feel like it's when you get to a certain level, that's Ladun's opinion, when you get to a certain level in your career and in your bank accounts that you can be making those decisions. If you are trying to make more bang for your buck, you should be making films that people want to see. If you make films that people want to see and you make it with the right people, you will make money in cinema, you will make money outside the cinema. I do have quite a few people that have made money this year in cinema, and I have people that made a mistake and are still coming back this year to make, because they feel like they have now sorted out why they didn't make the mistake. So read The Yearbook, get your data right, and come back, and I'll distribute your film.
Thank you very much. I think we have room for just one.
Yes, we have one question. What common mistakes do Nigerian producers make when interpreting box office numbers without understanding showtime allocation?
Ladu or who? For who?
For the three.
Okay.
What mistakes?
What common mistakes do Nigerian producers make when interpreting box office numbers without understanding showtime allocation?
I would answer them as two separate questions. Mistake you make about box office. I think many filmmakers, I think maybe now people know that all the money is not yours, and that is the truth. And I think my last comment actually also answers that question, which is make films that people want to see. Short-term allocations, I think we've spoken about it generally. It really is just being treated like a business, and yeah, that's what it is.
Good day. Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra. First of all, big congratulations. Okay. First of all, big congratulations to the Ginger team. I'm
Thank you.
A huge fan.
Thank you.
To the panel, is there like a metric set aside for producers to track daily to sort of avoid misconceptions like this? And then when you say collaborate, is there a right kind of collaboration? Because I do believe there's been collaborations before. Let's use the Ginger team as focus, before the Ginger team. So is there like a right kind of collaboration advised, or any collaboration is advised?
Who would like to go first?
I don't know why I'm forgetting the question. What was the first question? I remember the one of collaborations. What was the first question? Forgive.
Are there any metrics to help producers with the misconception?
Perfect. At this time, metrics for daily, no. But there's weekly. I know that the CAN Instagram handle, and I believe CAN is Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria. I know that they post twice a week. So again, you can track those numbers to know what's going on, and that is like your authoritative source. On collaborations, is there a right collaboration? Absolutely. Is there a wrong collaboration? Absolutely. The right collaboration is one thing, all of you have the same goal. The collaborations that haven't worked in the past has been because everyone has the different things that they're trying to achieve. So do you have the same agenda as number one? And then the next thing is, are we all bringing things to the table, or is someone just sitting down there just for fun? So if you have those things, which is whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether it's cut costs, whether it's creativity, whether it's story, if everyone is bringing something to the table and you guys are not being emotional about it, then that's good. And then, yeah, I think I've answered the question. That's what I think.
So really, I think in the long run, we might have to take tours and take producers around cinema halls and take them to the projection room, take them to the concession room, take them to the box office ticketing, let them sell a ticket, let them see how that ticket is converted and that data. Why don't do that? I think that would just, or we do what's called a story, a documentary, or a short clip that just shows how this is sold. Once the ticket is sold, that number automatically goes into like a data metric, and that's the one your distributor shares with you. The distributor would not go behind your back to shunt or try to cut off the numbers. I don't know if you understand what I've just said, please. It's standard. That's what we operate on. Because we need that to be presented to also our VCs, our venture capitals, the people that fund the business operations. So if our admission goes less the previous year, if your distributor has possibly, underserved you, it affects the whole ecosystem. Please be rest assured about that. It affects everybody in the long run. So we're not just selling tickets for selling tickets' sake. We're selling tickets and it's being imputed. It goes straight into a data. That data is not even weekly. That data before the end of that working day is submitted. Submitted not just to your distributor. Everybody gets it. They clean sheet. Yes or no, distributors, you get it. You know you know how many people watch, how much I made it yesterday. So it's 24 hours. I think we've worked so hard to be transparent in this process. And remember, we don't only sell tickets at the cinema halls. We have other things that we sell, which invariably also maybe is computed together and makes a value that you then end up paying. So that's why sometimes when you go say, it doesn't work that way. We all went into the business and signed forms. You have to. So that software I was telling you that we have to pay monthly in USD, that's the one we're doing. Paying the... I'm explaining, because the metric, that's the USD that we're paying to, so that software can work, so that ticket that person has bought does not become you and I facing each other, volekaja kind of situation. It becomes computer. It goes in. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So maybe, you have to break it down and explain to them. And that's what we all see at the end of the day. And that's why those numbers, the 2B numbers, that's where they all came from. Yeah, very true. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, sorry, Onyeka, so we have one more question, yes? Okay.
It's a very simple question. Films that people want to see is not a genre. How do we know the kind of films that people want to see? Like, it is really not a genre. That's a simple question. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, that's why I refer to the yearbook, because again, the genres over the past, I believe it's the past 7 years, it's actually broken down. The ones that have worked, the new entrants, what we expect to come. So yeah, it's not a genre, but again, this information is actually available. And some people, we are just not looking for it. But if it is genres, the genres are broken down. You know that there was one time that thrillers weren't working. I know a lot of people have been saying comedies work. It's not only comedy. That is wrong. Dramas have been working quite well. Action comedy. So again, even the genres also even matter in whatever season you're bringing it out as well. And these are mistakes that we have made and learned from it. There's some seasons that work well with action, and there's some that you need comedy because things are rom-com. So it's understanding that, and that all is in the book. Yeah.
Okay, is it possible for us to please pull up the QR code again for the yearbook, so those who haven't scanned can scan again? Onyeka, any final words? No final words. Any final words from our lovely ladies of the panel? No. All right, please can we put our hands together for them? Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we're going to be moving on real quick to our next panel discussion. All right. Okay, I'll be calling up our speakers for the next panel. Okay. All right. So we have a keynote speech, and our speaker is Ms. Adetutu Laditon, who is a visionary marketing strategist, a trailblazer in Africa's creative economy, and the founder of Wolf Studios. A next generation creator services company transforming how African creators build, scale, and monetize their platforms. Prior to founding Wolf Studios, she served as senior marketing manager for YouTube in sub-Saharan Africa, where she led platform growth and creator ecosystem development across key African markets, spearheading strategic campaigns and building local creator communities. With over a decade of experience at the intersection of media, culture, and technology, Adetutu champions bold ideas that move the industry forward, driving visibility, access, and investment in African creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Adetutu Laditon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll make this very brief, considering time. My name is Tutu Laditon. In my previous life, I used to be at Google, and I managed YouTube from a marketing standpoint. But I spent the last 5 years just really being passionate about working with creators and content creators generally. This, I don't know if you have the slides. Okay, this conversation is around the perfect match between YouTube and Nollywood. Last year, December, and I'm saying this just as the slide comes up. Last year, December, globally, YouTube released the top watched videos and channels and creators in each market. And when they filtered out for Nigeria, after removing the Mr. Beast of the world and removing other ones, the top 10 were predominantly film channels. And folks like Kiki came to ask why, what's happening. What we're seeing is a shift, not just in terms of how filmmakers are now intentionally using YouTube as a distribution platform, but more importantly, how audience behavior is shifting, right? Everyone has a cinema in their pocket, whether we like it or not. So I'm not waiting to go to a physical location to enjoy something. I might not see the particular title I want, but if I want to laugh, I know where to go to laugh. Right. If I want to listen to music, I know where to go to listen to music. So this is just reimagining how we think about distribution, audience, and the future of African film. If we go into the next slide. So we're now in this mobile-first generation. Everyone has a mobile phone. Content discoverability is driven by the algorithm. And I think if you're a filmmaker, especially one on YouTube, if you do not understand how the algorithm works, you probably won't succeed. Right? You need to master, how do I create for an audience that is ever shifting, both in terms of their attention span, but more importantly, in terms of the formats that dominate their mind. So understanding how this algorithm works on YouTube specifically would also be very helpful. We now see a global audience consuming Nollywood digitally. So our big diasporan market. For a lot of filmmakers that are very intentional about their data point, they check the back end. They want to know who is watching my film, what markets are they watching it, what demographics, which films are doing well, what about that film did well, how can I replicate it? Because sometimes I think I love what they said, we make based on what we feel works versus what actually works for the platform, right? So using the data points is important. And it's a younger audience, attention span is getting way, 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 way shorter, right? So if you look at it, in the first 60 seconds of opening a Nollywood film, I don't want to see the opening credits. Slap somebody, kiss somebody, just do something to shock me and hold me in. So as you think about how content is from a mobile audience that is watching on their mobile phone and waiting for you to land, you have to script in that regard. Okay, so let's go into the next slide. Next one, please. So I mean, what is happening with the shift coming to Nollywood? We've seen some of the issues that have already been mentioned, but I think more importantly is the monetization limitation. I also feel like data has also been called out. Like, how do we have full transparency around the data and the analytics that makes sense? And then mitigate issues like piracy, which I think is very important. If we go into the next slide. Next slide, please. So YouTube in itself is an ecosystem, and it's more than 3 players. There's a lot of players in the ecosystem, but I'm calling out this one just so you understand, because I feel like a lot of filmmakers and creators in general don't really know how monetization works on the platform. I put a movie in and it's not doing well without understanding things like CPM inflation. What are the macro factors that are driving the advertiser numbers? If advertisers don't run campaigns, right, you don't make money. It's that simple. I think I mentioned someone that if NCC finds MTN today and MTN stops marketing, in one way or the other, you might be like, it's good for them, but it affects you if you're a creator, if they stop spending money on ads. So you really have to understand how does the ecosystem work as a whole? What are some of the best times that sort of drive more advertiser revenues? In the US, the Super Bowl is coming up. A lot of advertisers that can't put their money on a 30-second commercial that is $8 million will put their money on YouTube. Right? There's Black Friday. There's all of those other factors. So it's important for you to also understand how the advertising and marketing ecosystem works to succeed. Also understanding user patterns and then the creators as a whole. Next slide, please. So these are some variables to take into consideration when we think about it. Who watches the content, who hosts the content, brands, and then creators who produce the content, and then copyright. And I think I'll touch a bit on copyright as it pertains to YouTube and monetization. Next slide. So advantages YouTube offer. I used to work there. I don't work there anymore. But I still believe it's such a great platform for anyone who really wants to think about distribution differently. So it's a global reach. There's no gatekeeper. You have a smartphone, tablet, TV. You want to be on the platform. If you go into the next slide, it's cost-effective distribution, right? It's upload, put it on the platform. You can geo-block if you want to, which is not something a lot of people do, but you know that once you've plugged it in, anyone sitting anywhere in the world can find your content. YouTube is a search engine. It's the second largest search engine. So understanding how the optimization works is very also important for you to distribute as well. But monetization opportunities are endless. I think there are about 7 or so monetizable approaches on YouTube, other than the ad revenue. There are things like memberships, super thanks, live streaming, and a few other ones that I don't feel a lot of Nigerians are maximizing. But monetization is such a key factor for the platform. By the way, YouTube is probably one of the few players that is monetized in Africa on a scale. Right, I think currently about 12 markets in Africa, and it's 12 because it looks at the maturity of the market. If the market has enough advertising potential, then it opens up the opportunity. I had someone DM me recently, I think a minister from Namibia, and I was like, okay, what do we need to do to get YouTube to monetize? You need to support the ecosystem. If brands don't spend money, there's no point. Creators won't make money. Yeah. The next one, audience engagement in real time. You know whether people like your film or not. They comment, they like, they share. That's one of the benefits of YouTube as a platform. Next. Copyright protection. This one is such an interesting thing because we'll talk about some of the tools, content ID, content match, all of those things that allow you make sure that your content is exclusively yours. I've seen a lot of people getting upset recently around how copyright works on YouTube. It is super precise. Right, so you can't upload what you did not create, even from a sound, right? And those are some of the things that I think is fantastic about the platform. And I think the last one is, data. Right, so you have real-time data, which is very, very important, especially if you're looking to scale and make serious money. The data is fully in your analytics, in your YouTube studio. You can see who your audience is, what they like, where did they drop off, what did they watch. All of this informed insight that would help you even know the markets where you should be targeting your audience, right? So those insights and analytics are fantastic for anyone who is serious about YouTube. Next slide. So I think it's pivoting from seeing it as a social platform. It is an infrastructure. Right, and if you see it as an infrastructure, you see it as a cinema, you see it as a distribution engine, as a marketing funnel, as a monetization platform, as an insight tool, and long tail revenue. Right, you would make money from YouTube generations and generations and generations just from the content being there because it's evergreen. Next slide. So what's the difference between YouTube and other streaming platforms? I think the most important difference is, if you go into the next slide, is that YouTube is UGC, right? It's user-generated content. You can make money and you could do well based on frequency and consistency, and it's monetizable. I'm not saying other platforms don't have some of those features, but it's not limited to subscription base. There is YouTube TV, by the way, which is in the US. I think you pay roughly about $80 monthly, and that's why it's probably the biggest platform, because it houses a lot of big format holders and whatnot. But at least in this region, just the ease of getting into the platform is one distinct factor that separates YouTube from other platforms. Next slide. So as I look at a reference point here, right, filmmakers can succeed. This is someone who does, I think, primarily YouTube, but it's UGC content. She's maintained frequency and consistency. It's not the place you go and put a one film a month. You can explore that, but you also have to understand that it's machine learning. You train the algorithm to support you. The more consistent and the more content you put on the platform, the more the platform rewards you by finding your audiences. So if you put one film a month, you're telling the platform that I'm only open once a month. Literally. And it is there to make money. It's a business at the end of the day. It wants to make money. So it's going to be looking for channels that rewards views to push it. Very, very important. And then finally, monetization is also a principle here. Next slide. So let's bring the two worlds together, right? Binge watching, personalization, and all of that. Super important when you think about the world of streaming. Next slide. So I'm just really going to touch on 5 things that many of you know, but will be helpful as you think about YouTube from a filmmaking standpoint. The first one is regular upload. I think I mentioned it. Make sure you're thinking about regular consistency for your video uploads so that you train the algorithm. I've seen people who, in fact, I know some US channels, and there's a filmmaker, I think his name is Dalman. Man, he does short films. They probably do 3 short films a week, right? And his earnings, based on what I googled, was a lot, like probably $100 million. So, and this is also with brand deals, by the way. So the regular upload schedule is super, super important. Next, optimize your video for search engine. Like I said, YouTube is a search engine. There are many people who don't understand that between your thumbnails and your title, people make up their mind whether they're watching or not. Right, and the thumbnail might not look great. Even the title of the movie is too long. It doesn't communicate anything. They also don't use meta tags. So if you look at go to the next slide. Meta tags are putting some keywords in your description, in your uploads, so that it basically pulls those audiences who are searching for it. Like I said, it's a search engine. So use keywords that you know will pull people back into the platform. Next one. Video tags are also very important. So same with the channel tags and the video tags. Next. It's super important to look at engagement and interaction, like the uploads, but it's also important to make sure that as you upload, comment, engage. It helps with discoverability, and those interaction metrics are super, super important. Next one. Collaboration and cross-promotion. So YouTube has the collaboration feature now, but think about how you make sure that if this is a film I want more people to watch, how can I use my social owned and operated channels? What am I pushing to Facebook? What am I pushing to Instagram? What am I pushing to TikTok to make sure more people discover the movie in itself? So cross-promotion is thinking of how you sweat it across multiple social platforms. Next. Yeah. So all of these features, it's important to take advantage of them. I think I'm just going to run through the last few ones. Next slide. Consistency, I can't overemphasize that. It's super important. Next one. So focus on the audience and the algorithm will follow. I think that's the basic principle for how to succeed on the platform like YouTube. And monetization, I'm talking on this because it comes to mind a lot as to why filmmakers come to YouTube. I was asking Kiki, where's Ginger going to? And she mentioned the platform. I've seen people who have mastered the act of distributing. They start off on the cinema. From the cinema, they take it to a streaming platform. From a streaming platform, maybe license it to another platform. And then YouTube might be their final bus stop. Because once it gets on YouTube, Yeah, it's everywhere, right? But it's very important to think about how do I sweat, especially if it's a good movie, sweat it across. And you just realize that you've earned so much just from one film, right? When it comes to monetization tools, please go into the next slide. There are a few of these ad revenues. How many people are using any of this apart from the ad revenue? Maybe not. Okay, so channel membership is like it's a subscription, right? I believe in Kiki TV so much. I'm going to pay her $10 every month. And then she can decide to give me some exclusive content that every other person does not see. So that's what channel membership entails. Super chats, super thanks are things that predominantly work on live stream, but I really believe in a creator. I believe in their content. In their content, and I'm actually just giving them a gratitude for what they do. There's affiliate links that allow shopping, merchandising, live and premieres with what a lot of churches are doing right now. These are some of the features that have allowed them to monetize beyond offerings on the platform. So I think it's really, really good. So to monetize on YouTube, you need to be monetizable. I feel the one challenge facing a lot of filmmakers is not understanding the kind of content format that works on the platform. And so if you realize that you put a film and the film doesn't do well, there's some things to take into consideration. YouTube is governed by advertisers. If advertisers say, I do not want porn, I don't want porn. So there are people who unconsciously will put certain kind of content, use certain kind of languages, and just realize that it's limited monetization or no monetization. Please be very mindful that we're now in an algorithm AI-driven ecosystem. So it would flag certain things. Now let's talk about some of the things that cannot be monetized on YouTube, right? And it's important to do this vibe check as you go around. First one, inappropriate language, right? Next slide. When we talk about inappropriate language, strong profanity, it happens in the film industry. It's okay for cinema. It will never work on YouTube. So even just using the F word is a no, right? Because advertisers don't want it, right? So you could do that. YouTube probably won't even have a problem, but once it's an advertised channel, you just realize that consistently it just won't reward your channel, and your channel could go into the shadow banning unconsciously. So profanity is not allowed on the platform, and then being mindful that you can basically even just blur it out or whatever. So inappropriate language, number one. Number two is harmful or dangerous act. I said slap somebody. I didn't really mean slap somebody, but it is, it's not allowed on the platform, right? So think about pranks, challenges, things that might be dangerous. I know in films, you want to shoot somebody, you want to do all of that. It might not necessarily work on a YouTube platform. If it's done, it has to be done tastefully well, that it's not seen as promoting violence in any way, because it would impact on how the channel grow. Next one. Adult content, I don't need to emphasize this one, right? All of this are, even if you suggested, I've seen a Society for Family Health video talking about condom usage, and the video didn't do well, right? But because they were trying to reenact something. Those are some of the things that you have to be very, very careful of, because at the end of the day, it's not just about the monetization. It's not, the recommendation and the feed is not going to push it. It just doesn't see it as kind of content it wants to promote to, especially because we do have users that are not logged in, so you can't identify whether someone is 18 or not, right? These are some of the things to take into consideration when planning. Next. Yeah, so this also implies the same thing, right? Adult themes in family movies, all of those things are very, very important not to do. Next one. Violence, spoke about this as well, right? Blood, anything that feels like glory, bombing, execution. There are many films that are in cinemas and in streaming platforms that would definitely not work on the platform, right? So super important to note that. Next one. Hateful content, also very important. Things that incite violence, hatred, terrorism wouldn't work on YouTube. Next. Controversial issues, shocking content, also very important to take that into consideration. Next one, please. Yeah, we can keep going. Yeah. Overemphasize drugs, tobacco use. You might have somebody who is just taking a short cigarette. It could impact on how the system sees your channel as well. And I'm not just talking about content level, by the way. Whatever you're doing on the content level affects channel level, right? Because over time, it begins to put the 80 billion signals it looks at, it begins to put a channel into this kind of channel consistently releases this type of content, right? And once it begins to do that, you have to go and retrain the algorithm to work for you, right? So those are some of the things to take into consideration. Next. So vibe check is one thing that a lot of good filmmakers and content creators have mastered is you upload the movie, leave it as unlisted 24 hours, let it do that check. If it is not monetizable because there's a flag, either could be copyright or something, it's ineligible. You also know that from a view standpoint, you won't even do well as well because it won't push it. If it's limited monetization, it also will not push it as much, because what's the point of pushing it for you if I can't make money from it, right? And so it's important to do this vibe check all the lists and make sure that before you upload, these things are taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tutu. Please, I would ask you to stay back because we're going to have a panel discussion. And up next on the panel, I would be calling on my sister, popularly, let me call her name, Oluwabukumi Adiaga Ilori, popularly known as Kiki. Her bio is really long, so I'm going to make it as brief as possible. Kiki is a renowned event and TV host, actor, content creator, brand influencer, and media personality, captivating audiences worldwide with her exceptional talent, unique style, and unparalleled hosting abilities. Kiki is also a fashion icon who studied at the London College of Fashion. She graduated from Bowen University and also has a master's from the London School of Business and Finance. She has also featured in movies on global platforms such as Netflix, Prime Video, and YouTube with titles like A Simple Lie, Ileowo, Mori & Co., Heated Passion, Roxy, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for my ginger sister, Kiki. Also on this panel, we're supposed to have Biodun Stephen, but sadly she couldn't be here with us because she's not feeling very well. She's under the weather. And so representing her is Madam Brenda Fashuba. Brenda Fashuba is a distinguished cultural strategist and program leader with over 15 years of experience advancing the African creative economy. She is currently spearheading critical research into gender portrayal in the Nigerian film space with a specialized focus on the evolution of YouTube Nollywood content. Now, Brenda is also the founder of Women in the Arts Nigeria and co-founder of the Lagos Fringe Festival. She seamlessly blends academic rigor with hands-on production, from designing innovation cycles to embedding adaptive digital models. She remains a central figure in bridging skills gap and shaping an inclusive, future-forward landscape for African storytelling and cultural advocacy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brenda Fashuba. I will be moderating this panel. Good afternoon, ladies. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being here for this panel. Lots of questions that we have for you, Tutu. Kiki, thank you for agreeing to do this last minute. And also Brenda as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so I know that Tutu has said so much about YouTube, you know, just little nuggets that you've given us. But I want to ask, before we go straight into the details, Tutu, can YouTube create a legitimate, sustainable distribution window for Nollywood, not just as a secondary platform, but as a primary revenue channel that filmmakers can rely on? I know you mentioned something about YouTube TV that is only available to America, the US, but is it something that can be sustainable here in Nigeria?
Okay, so the question is, can YouTube be a sustainable revenue stream
for Nollywood filmmakers? Yes.
And the answer is yes, because I know that some filmmakers is YouTube first. They are pure endemic YouTube filmmakers. They don't do anything but YouTube, and that is their bread and butter that takes them globally into multiple markets. So I'd say yes. The success factor is what matters, right? It's a lot of filmmakers have started, and by the way, I don't have a problem with your industry. I've said your industry. Mm-hmm. There's a Bisola TV, Tutu TV, all of that. There's also need for collaboration when it comes to YouTube as well, because I feel with the platform in itself, like I said, the maturity of the advertising ecosystem in Nigeria governs a lot. So we are all eating from the same small pot of advertisers. If you backtrack pre-COVID, there were just maybe like 10, 20 film channels. So if YouTube was paying to creators, maybe it was paying $4 million monthly, right? I don't know if advertisers have significantly shifted more budget into it, but now it's maybe paying 5 or 6, but there's now 100 of you. So the money is now trickling and is smaller, right? I think that's one of the challenges, but I feel filmmakers that have mastered the monetization prospect understand how to distribute differently, how to storytell for an audience. It's not the standard, like I said, attention span is important, right? It's not the standard, I'm not waiting 2 hours to watch something. I mean, it's good. By the way, you make more money if people watch on TV versus when they watch on their mobile phone, because there's a shift in behavior. With TV, that you can watch ads. You don't care. There's unskippable and all of those things, right? So it's quite different. But the point I'm trying to make here is with understanding how you can tell stories for an audience that is leaned in, they're more receptive, right? More engaged. And then the diaspora markets the bigger markets where the CPM is way higher, right? In the US, brands pay as much as $15 to $30 cost per 1,000 impression. In Africa, it can be as low as $2, right? And you're doing that cost per view, cost per 1,000 views. So you could have a movie that has 1 million views and you might not have made $500, right? So those are some of the variables to take into consideration, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Kiki, I'm going to ask you this. Now, you've done cinema and you've done YouTube for quite a number of years. So I'm going to ask, what advice would you give to a filmmaker who is used to cinema releases and, streaming deals, but is now considering YouTube? Because a lot of people think that YouTube is pretty easy. I mean, I've just gotten back on the platform after so many years. I'm sure Tutu is tired of me, because I know one of the first times that they were having like some creators hub for creators, I was probably the first one, actually. I think so many of us creators that started out that year, we fell off, but some of us are still a bit active. So I'm back on that journey. But I want to ask you, Kiki, how do you think that they go about building their audience on YouTube?
Okay, so what I'll say is one of the points that Tutu made earlier on. YouTube is really a consistent platform. If you're not ready to be consistent, just don't start. It's as simple as that. And the advice I always give people is, before you even start at all, have like a 10 list content first.
10 lists?
Yes, like what you're doing with Daddy Dikbo now.
Yes.
So you shot 10 episodes that you plan to release every week. So that's 10 weeks of consistency. That's number one. Number two, I always also advise that make your stories as simple as possible. I feel like YouTube audience, they are the most relaxed audience. Is that when I went to cinemas, I'm probably going to see Fast and Furious. I'm going to see Ginger where you're shooting, blah, 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 boom, boom, boom. I'm open to. When I'm in the cinemas, I'm already mentally conditioned to drop my phone and watch. But YouTube, I'm watching and I'm pressing my phone, and then I'm asking myself, "You film the journey, Willie?" Then next,
but you're still watching.
it, and that's what she's saying about doing something, and in the first 5-10 minutes you lock me in. YouTube is more attention driven. Like you can't think like cinema when you're making a YouTube film. Something was happening in your first 2 scenes. Cinema, you build it, you build the story. YouTube, don't build it to land straight. Don't think you want to follow for taxi, then you now take off. Baba, they have already entered Ayola TV. And the beautiful thing about the platform is the way the platform works. You're watching something, just beside it, they're already suggesting other things for you to watch. In cinemas, if you buy the film is not sweet, you think of the 10-5. And then you now be telling yourself that, could they're bad. They say the film is not bad. But for YouTube, so I would say, before you start at all, already have a list of content to start with, number one. Number two, make your content as simple as possible. And simple is not synonymous to meaningless. So let's mix it up. Make it as simple as possible. Number three is you have
to land almost immediately. So I need that scene that will say, you were about to have a ride in the first 5-10 minutes. And with that, I think you're good.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Kiki. Let me come to you, Brenda. Now, Brenda, there's a perception that YouTube is for lower budget content. I just finished filming and Kiki got to feature in. It was the budget. It shook my pocket. So you know, I did feel it. I did feel my bank account shook a little bit. You know, creating Adventures of Daddy Dikbo. But there's a perception that YouTube is for lower budget content. And how would you respond to that? Can high quality, well produced Nollywood films succeed on YouTube? Because I know that there's some people who have spent so much money. I think very recently there was a Nkechi Blessing Sunday who said something about, oh, she spent millions or maybe about 80-something million naira. She's not made anything back, yada, yada, yada. So how would you respond to this?
I won't say it's low budget content, you understand? Like, when you think of yourself as a studio, you know, which a lot of producers are now, even if they don't know that that's what they're doing, you have different kinds of content you make. So you can make a film, you can make a series, you can make a reality show, you can, you know, all sorts of things. And I think that this is where, you know, this perception needs to be a bit better managed, right? It's not low budget content. It's the budget that will give you the ROI. You understand? Why are we making films and not making any money from it? You can't say because it's YouTube. You can't say because it's cinema. I'm going to the cinema. How are you going to make your money back? So that's the way you should look at it. It's what am I investing? How much am I investing? And how much am I going to get back? Based on the RPMs, based on the season, based on the weather. You know, weather affects YouTube. When it's raining, people are watching YouTube. When it's not, people are not. You know, when it's summertime, people are outside on holiday, traveling, doing all sorts of things. They're not watching YouTube. You know, so you need to think. So it's not really low budget content. It's what is going to give you ROI. And how much ROI are you expecting? You know, the minimum is 20% on whatever it is you invest as a general thumb. You know, that's the minimum you should be getting, 20% on top of whatever it is you're investing. If you do better than that, hey, hallelujah. But it's not really about that. It's just business, you know. Making an 80 million naira piece of art and putting it on YouTube as your only option of making the money back, it's not exactly wise. You know what I mean?
But yeah. I guess for her, I think it was a case of multiple productions. Yeah, it wasn't just one film; it was multiple productions.
Oh, then this is the reason why she should just calm down
a little first.
Yeah, a little first, and look at it. See, the way the business for YouTube, I think, is this thing about, you know, having block money, you know, and then maximizing that money and getting as much content out of it. So if it gives you, I don't know, 6 pieces of work, you know, it's 80 million. So you spread it. You know, like she said, have the content calendar, have the list. You spread it. And some will do well and some won't do well. So, for example, the quote is that television series doesn't do well on YouTube. Because when you look at a film that is doing maybe 2.5 million views or 3 million views, as compared to a YouTube series that is doing maybe 600K. But what you don't realize is that you've made the series on a budget of maybe 20 million naira. And you've shot maybe 7 episodes. And the 7 episodes have 500K each. That gives you 3.5. Yeah. You know, that doesn't take away from whatever it is that you're earning. So if you've made a block of films or a slate of films, for example, or whatever you've made, and you've put it on YouTube, then you need to look at the monetization across. You understand? But if she hasn't done the groundwork, you know, built the audience and all of those things, she can't be expecting a return maybe as quickly. Yeah, because there's also the thing about comparison, you know.
All right, thank you very much. Tutu, I want to talk about one of the biggest challenges, and I'll talk about one. This affected me way back when I was trying to get my feet in YouTube. It's about copyright and monetization. I know that I put up one of my songs, because some of you might know I'm also a singer, even though I've taken a break from that. But I put up one of my songs as a soundtrack for one of my content, and I wasn't earning any money from it. I disputed it for so long, saying, it's my music, I'm the one that sang it, but, you know, still wasn't able to get it monetized. And recently we saw a filmmaker's movie where it was demonetized. I mean, it's sorted out now, where someone else fraudulently took her content. But how exactly is the algorithm trained to just shut down monetization almost immediately? Even, is there room for cases like this whereby some people are just fraudulent and they just lift your content and make it their own and then the money goes to them? How does YouTube try to curb such instances?
Okay, so I think music is probably the biggest challenge when it comes to copyright on YouTube. And that's probably because a lot of music distributors, publishers have what they call content ID or content match, which is a tool that allows them lay claim to music. So what would then happen is some people would misuse the tool as music owner or because they have it and automatically lay claim to somebody else's song. I think for every filmmaker, it's important that you have the licensing. Just have it. I've talked to a lot of filmmakers, they don't even have documentation. Kiki did the song for me now. Kiki Loshe, I'm like, so what document do you have from Kiki that shows that she, do you get? So they never really have any licensing or any documentation to dispute the claim. And you're dealing with an international platform that in most cases, it's relying on technology to just do it. It takes human elements to go and read the claims and help you resolve the issue, right? So I think it's just important for just standard processes to just start, right? Content ID is very hard to get. I wish a lot of filmmakers could get it, but it's extremely hard to get. You have to have some criteria to meet it. But music makers have it. So there are two ways it can affect you. One is if you use songs that are not yours, it will tell you that the claimant you take the monetization. Or if you have maybe whitelisting with them, you can have rate split. But in most cases, automatically, it basically moves the monetization to that person, right? And the only way you can do a proper dispute is when you have documents. I've not had a dispute and a license that did not get successful at the end of the day. So I think that's the one thing that comes to my mind as a simple solution for doing it. Now, in your case, uploading a song on YouTube, right, without thinking about maybe all the other distribution elements will probably be the issue, because if you're uploading a song on an artist channel, there's a difference between a creator channel and an artist channel. You'd be surprised. The way Davido's channel on YouTube is not the way they opened it like Kiki TV. It's not the same, right? There are ways in which artist channels are protected. You can't even do a live stream and play an artist song, right? It's managed because labels have special tools. So I would say an artist coming in should think of the artist channel approach on YouTube versus the creator channel approach. And there are ways in which I think there's support for those kind of things.
Kiki, I want to ask this personal, because obviously we talk about this once in a while. And also, Tutu, if you can just chip in a little bit on this. There has been there's been common knowledge, well, maybe not knowledge, but people believe, a perception, that if you start out with a web series on YouTube, it's not advisable to put on a film, or if you're starting out with a film, it's not advisable to go on with a series. I've heard filmmakers on YouTube say, oh, I put out films and then I tried out with a web series, and oh, it's terrible, it's bad. In your case, what has that done for your channel, and is it true? Has this happened to you?
Well, from my personal experiences, it's not true. And so as creators on YouTube, there's just a niche around your channel, you know. And the way YouTube works, just like Tito mentioned, you kind of have to train your channel a certain way. So I started my channel in 2015. It's 11 years now. And what I've done with that channel is to say, this is Kiki TV. Now, this is different shades of Kiki. So one moment is drama, one moment is comedy, one moment is fashion, and they just consume everything because that's how I've trained it. Now, I've had the last season of The Housemates, for example, made almost about 10 million views. And then I put a film on my YouTube channel for the first time. If people felt, oh, open a new channel for the film, yada, yada, yada. However, the movie did over 1 million views. And in the space that I put the film, compared with other films that came after that time, who were put on, 100% movie channel, didn't even do as well as that film. So this is what I would say. As long as the content is what people can connect with, I don't think the model is so relevant. If tomorrow I do a series about medical things, medical topic, even I will not watch it. Because I'm asking myself, what does it have to tell me about? Or if tomorrow I'm watching a film where maybe horror film, and it's not, because people that like horror film, they're kind of audience. Trailers, action, comedy, rom-com, I think they're kind of interwoven. Horror is not something that a lot of people resonate with on a large scale. So if your channel is used to doing comedy, drama, all of a sudden, I'm watching vampire, and maybe you did not now get proper SFX. The vampire didn't have vamp. Do you get now? You didn't vamp, not talk of the pyre. So that's why I say, who lied to Bisola that she can do this thing? So, as creatives, sometimes we get very, very excited with ideas and all that. And that's why no matter how excited I am, I used to calculate the naira of the excitement, if it's going to translate or not. So I don't think that because you do more movies, then you can't post series, or because you do series, you can't post movies. And I'll give you another typical example. When I did Kiki Unsweeted Experience, it was a reality TV show, game show, a talent show. When I put the show on my channel, the show showed me that this is the wrong channel for this. So now that's to say, the films and the series that are put on the channel, they are comedy, rom-com, trailer. So it is still the same thing. The moment I put talent, it's okay, so this is what? Family Feud. What do you think we are doing here? Nigeria's Got Talent. The audience didn't take it. So I took it out. So I think that's the way it works.
Okay, so let me ask, just riding off of what Kiki said, Tutu, does it mean that the algorithm can work against you as well? In this case, where she put up a show that involved talent and all of that.
I don't necessarily say against you. I think it's just that it's science. You get. You've been doing. You have a pattern. It's mastered the pattern. It understands your audiences, the things that interest them, how long they stay, watch time. It looks at all the signals you've given them. Then you go and disrupt. That disruption sort of, it's now, and that disruption could lead to it taking a break to say, okay, let me learn. And that learning period could take a while. So you are now going back to the basics. Oh, is this where she's going now? Okay, let me pause. Ideally, if you had continued the pattern, I would find, if me and Brenda loved Oprah Winfrey, in one way or the other, she might have watched something and he's thinking, yeah, Tutu and Brenda, maybe in the same interest lifestyle. Tutu might like this because Brenda liked it. Then he will go and find Tutu for Brenda. That's how the algorithm is trained. So I would say when I've had this series and movies conversation in the past, I feel like there's a science that needs to, we focus on the art, the storytelling. We don't really understand that the science behind it is more important than the arts in some cases, right? Understanding how to train your algorithm and train your users as well. People were already used to Kiki and doing comedy. Then she now went Kiki and scripted. And me myself, I was like, Kilele. But right. So that definitely is why I would say you don't go put sport content on the movie channel. There's a sport audience. That's what they love, right? So it's different for how it works. Yeah.
Okay, Brenda. I have heard now you mentioned that everyone is a studio now. Everyone's rolling out content on YouTube, and in some cases, I've heard some conversations say, "Oh, YouTube is taking us back to the era of home videos, where we'd go into video clubs and rent, that YouTube is taking us back there." Now, I want to ask you and get your opinion. How do you see the relationship between YouTube and Nollywood evolving? Is this just going to be a trend? Is it something that would fizzle out after a while? Is it going to get better? Is it going to get bigger? Is it a fundamental shift in how Nigerian films will be distributed or is being distributed?
Yes. In one. So the research I've been doing, and I hope to publish in sometime in June. Ijoma has gone at NIFS to share findings. I'm working on it. Look, this is my opinion based on what I've seen and what I think. Honestly, the way the world is going, I think YouTube will own us all. Everything. I mean, it will consume everything. And I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Hulu, Netflix, everybody. I think this one world order that we're going to, YouTube is going to be the king, if everything goes according to the way it's going, So they've started acquiring sports. And the moment they went into the sports game, I was like, game over. This is the end. Because if they get the premiership, that's it for everybody else. They're all dead in the water. So in my mind, we should get some real estate on YouTube. If you don't have any, get some. 1, 2. If you don't, okay. Let me first say this. I think that Nollywood missed the boat with YouTube. When I say Nollywood, I'm talking about the seniors, the people who are the legends, the names. I think they missed the boat when YouTube came about and it became an opportunity to distribute, because it is, and even though Kule said, I didn't say it's the future, it is the future. You know, and you need to take this seriously, honestly, because that is what the trend is showing. The science behind it, that is what it is showing, that it will absorb us all, you know. And if you don't get yourself situated like everybody else that has a channel that is working it out, you know, and all of that, you know, I do agree the collaboration is the next step, where 2 big names come together, 3 big names come together. The way you partnered with
Kiki,
to do Ginger is the way people on YouTube should come together. I was talking to Omoni and Biodun, who were at a thing, and I was like, you guys need to come together and make a film for YouTube. You know, put your you know, power behind it and all of that. And for the new guys who are owning the wave, because there are a couple of people that nobody knows in this Lagos. They are sitting in Abuja and sitting in Asaba and cleaning out on YouTube, clearing the way, doing everything, you understand? And nobody's talking to them, nobody knows them. In fact, I think the industry snubs them, you know, but they are the kings of Nollywood on YouTube at the moment, you know. So I think that we're, the evolution is that Nollywood, YouTube is a strategy. You need to treat it as such. It's a window. So when you've done cinema, you've done airlines, you've done streamer, you've gone to all the windows, YouTube is a window for you. So plan for it, which means that if your film has all the shooting, the gore, the da-da-da-da-da, YouTube is not where you're going to end up, right? So you need to plan to have it. You're a studio now. You're making your own stuff. So you should have a plan for YouTube. And if you're a big cinema filmmaker and you're too proud to put out the kind of content that the audience on YouTube wants, don't put your name on it. Just call yourself something else. But the strategy is that you must have one. You must.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from us? Because, you know, time is fast spent. Okay, please, can we get a microphone to Cassandra? No, that's not Cassandra.
That's Cassandra, actually.
I'm correct?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this very insightful section. So my question is to Tutu. So I watched your interview on Afropolitan, and I wanted to know a bit more about Wolf Studios, because on your website it says you help grow audience. So does that mean you work with YouTube creators, filmmakers? How does that work?
Yeah, I think when I was presenting, I talked about the ecosystem. So we're what we call a creator service partner agency. While I was at Google, I realized that some of the most successful creators globally were not at the forefront of driving their own growth. They had an engine behind them. So they would have people who understood copyright issues. They would have people who understood distribution, monetization, content strategy. And that would allow them to do effectively well. So if you look at like a Mr. Beast, you'd be surprised that he works with multiple agencies. There's a different agency that is responsible for his distribution in China versus in different markets. So what we do is primarily help creators understand the principles that govern growth, especially for AVOD platforms like YouTube, right? Why do you need a content strategy? So we do all of those with you, understanding the monetization principle and unlocking it, right? I focus on YouTube primarily because I understand how the platform works, but taking a creator from this to helping them scale on a global level is what we do, right? But monetization at the forefront of it all.
All right, thank you very much. Can we please give our panelists a big round of applause? Thank you very much for sharing your insight. We'll be moving on to the next panel, but before that, we'll have some photo ops. right. Thank you very much. Can we give them another round of applause, please? Thank you. So, 1st of January 2026 has come and gone, and that's when a lot of our new tax laws got implemented. And to be honest, I've had quite a number of people try to explain it, the new tax laws and reforms to me, but somehow I'm still confused. And today, thankfully, we are talking about the, show me the money and show me how much of the money is going to be leaving my account when it's tax time. But today we're going to be calling on some experts to tell us more about the tax reforms and speak to us on the new tax laws and its effects on the creative sector. Moderating the panel, but first, before I call on our moderator, the keynote. All right. Before we go into that, I will be calling on Mr. Abraham Popogbe, who is an experienced consultant and creator who specializes in accounting, financial, business, and tax advisory with expertise in business process development. He's an alumnus of Lagos State Polytechnic and an associate of both the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN. He has over a decade of consulting experience, primarily with Deloitte, focusing on the creative industry in Africa. As a consultant, he has led numerous financial advisory projects with multinational companies in the creative industry. Investors in the industry have also adopted him as a trusted advisor for safeguarding their returns. And through his work at Aid1, he finds great satisfaction in helping small and medium-sized businesses realize their ambitions. As a co-creator, he developed a dedicated accounting solution tailored to project, content, and film production, a process he designed with his project team during years of advisory with Deloitte. Mr. Abraham is currently the lead partner, creative industry at Aid1 Consulting, Ilupeju, Lagos. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Abraham Popogbe as he gives his keynote speech. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'll just be very quick with this, and I will try to explain as much as I can on how the new tax laws impact the creative industry. I must first say that really, there's not much to worry about. I would say that clearly. I think that the noise is a lot, but sincerely, you can actually sleep. And I think the creative business can actually flourish with the new tax law. I also think that the businesses across Nigeria can do well. What Nigeria is implementing now is what we, the professionals, had been telling them some 10, 12, 13 years ago. When I was a tax advisor for MTN, I worked in MTN before I joined Deloitte. These are the things we do say to the government at that time. But it's good that Taiwo Yedele is now picking this up, and he has the privilege of working with the Tinubu government. Do not mind how the government spends the money. Just focus on what they are trying to do. Accountability will now be another thing. But in terms of the correct thing, sincerely, we are doing what they are doing in Kenya. We're just doing it now. We are 12, 13 years behind, really. So, but again, do not mind in terms of how they spend. If it's how they spend, you should not pay tax. You know that, right? All right, so let's talk about it very quickly. So what I'm going to do quickly, I'm just going to focus on 4 things, and I'll be very quick because I've got 2 great people with me, and we're going to discuss this very shortly. One, I'm going to explain to you what you, the creatives, should have been doing before now, even before the new tax law. You see, it was just media buzz that made tax popular. Before now, it was popular, but it wasn't pinching. But this one looks as if it wants to pinch. But there was something you were meant to do before. So really, the tax, the government person is still going to say nothing really has changed. That's one. Number 2, what I'll try to now do is to now tell you maybe a brief of what is changing in the tax law. But I'll be very careful because this audience seems to be like the audience who doesn't know too much maths, right? So I will not focus too much on that, right? Now, in terms of, I don't want to make it too complex, right? I don't want to make it too complex. So I'll be very careful not to break your head, right, with the numbers. But one thing I know I will say, which is important, is I will tell you the game-changing benefits that you have in it. Both as you as an individual, and then for those of you who run business in the creative industry. And finally, I will just tell you how you can protect the value of your creative work. And I think there's so much to do about that. In terms of you as an individual, what were you meant to do before? Normally, as an individual, as a freelancer, as a contractor, as somebody who is not registered with a particular company, working for a particular company, there's just one simple thing that you are meant to have done. One is for you to have a PID. You should have had a PID. Now the government is saying you no longer need to have a PID. The government is saying that your NIN is now your PID. We are 10 years behind about that. In other countries, that is the norm. So now, number one, already you are trapped. Because your NIN will now be the thing. It's not loading yet, but it's going to happen. So before now, you should have had a PID. So when somebody charges you, maybe for those of you doing freelancing work, somebody charges you withholding tax and they deducted 5% withholding tax, you don't get to see the alert on your phone or get the alert by your email saying that you have a credit of this amount. You don't even chase it. You don't even chase it. But you don't know that you're already paying tax ahead. Withholding tax is just a system to just hold you a bit. But when you didn't have a PID, somebody just generated PID for you and paid for you, and then you didn't go and ask. And lastly, really as an individual, you're meant to file your annual returns. I'm sure everybody in this hall, you are likely above 18. Almost everybody in this hall. So everybody above 18 normally should file a what? A return. No, but don't be afraid. You can actually file a new return. But the truth is that you don't just know. The truth is, just file something. Okay, that's one. Right, let me be quick. If you're a registered business, if your business is a limited liability company, you're meant to charge and remit VAT. I've not seen any segment in the creative industry that is free from VAT. I'm yet to see it. Almost all are VATable. You're meant to charge and remit. Don't forget, you also suffer VAT. I've heard a lot of conversations say there's double taxation, double this. Sincerely, this is not the place to analyze it. But to be honest, if you're a creative person, you really need to be interested in the finance of your creative work. Most times, it looks as if most of us are interested in just the buzz and the hype. But I think you need to just bring yourself down a bit and understand 10% of the numbers. And if you do sincerely, it will make sense. Really. So one, you need to file VAT in the past. You need to charge withholding taxes from contractors you work with and remit. Number three, you need to pay personal income tax for your permanent staff, as in staff who work with you permanently. And finally, at the end of every year, your company needs to file its annual returns through the FRS portal called Tax Promax and other things. Basically, things you should do, but nothing has changed, even in this new tax law. And finally, if your business is the Anko, I mean, you know what I mean by that? The one you do as business name. Yeah, you're almost going to do everything I've said earlier, just that you're not paying CIT. You're paying personal income tax on your profit. You know, like I said, I'll be very careful not to start discussing the jargons with you, so I will not bore you. But basically, the new tax law is not bringing anything different. To be honest, I thought the slide was actually changing. I'm in my third slide already. All right, maybe we should just go to maybe the four. Yeah, I've moved past here. I've moved past the next two. Forgive me. I think I'm on my slide 4 or so. Yeah, next one after this. Next after this. Yes. Now I'll be very quick. When Ope reached out to me when we had a talk, it was very clear. So what is the benefit? What is the benefit of the new tax law to you in the creative industry? To be honest, there's maybe one or two parts. The law wasn't really clear and call you out and say, I'm dashing you the creative industry. But you are a priority sector. To be honest, I myself, I used to doubt you before. Myself. I used to doubt you. I remember where I used to, in Deloitte, I used to be in the oil and gas. And what drove me into the creative industry 12 years ago was a stroll. I was only told to stroll to a particular company. The owners of the company, when I say the owners, the investors of the company that invest fund in Africa, they only said, we need to check what these guys are doing in Nigeria, in West Africa, to see if the money we pay for content at that time in USD was as in almost equal to the content that was being generated to this particular company that I was sent to. Now, there was nobody in the creative industry in Nigeria to attend to the West Africa business matter. Everything about entertainment, creative industry has always been sitting in the US, in my own firm, that's Deloitte at that time, and partly in South Africa. You can imagine that South Africa was even having more. And then the US. And then they picked me out of the oil and gas industry and told me that it is the same thing. They said, just like you invest money in developing a rig to extract how many barrels of oil, to see, I invested $5 million on this, how many barrels of oil did I get, and if I sell it, how many? And what I was just meant to do was go to this particular company. They've invested this amount of fund, check the content, check the revenue, and advise us if the investment is what they, just like the way we do in the oil and gas. That was what took me in. And I was told, you only have 1 month for this assignment. Because what are they doing? They just go play. I remember very well. They go playing, dancing. You see, they don't do anything. Just go there 1 month. And I remember I was given 2 associates. And the 2 associates were my students. They were students in the academy. And by the time I got into this particular company, I ended up staying 4 years. 4 years instead of 1. And since then, I've not returned back to the oil and gas industry. I've been cozying with you. I love it here. It's so sweet because there's so much, not just because of the value. There's so much value with nothing. I guess we heard it today. But the truth is there's so much also education, other side of it that we don't see. And so this is a very brilliant industry. Right. So let's talk about the benefits quickly. I'll start with you, the individuals who still run as, I hope I'm not too fast. I need to be fast anyway. Let me start with the individuals very quickly. Those of you who are still running as freelancers, or those of you who run and co business, that is the business name. Maybe 2 key benefits you can see. One is, I'll start with this. You know, a lot of people have him, and the law was very clear. But the truth is, knowledge is key. Knowledge is key. I think the greatest problem is knowledge. So you see this whole noise. The law clearly says that your total revenue as a contractor or as a freelancer, the tax you pay is not on the whole revenue you earn as a person. No. It's clear. Expenses related to your work can be deducted before arriving at your taxable income. Meaning if you did 5 projects and they paid you 5 million for those projects at the whole of the year, it could cost you to fly down to Calabar to shoot that movie, right? It will cost you some money to buy your best costume. It will cost some money. I know you don't track it because you guys don't have time. But the truth is, at the end, what is taxable is your net. Your 5 million minus the core cost you incurred in delivering your job. It then means you're paying tax only on the net. And guess what? In most cases, you've even paid the tax ahead. Because somebody has charged you withholding tax there and there and there. Yeah, you don't know. So by the time you're even going to lie, if this country was all structured, by the time you want to lie, you can't even lie, because if everybody deducted withholding tax from your 5 million, from the 1 million, if you go and lie to the government that you earn 2 million a year, the system will bring it out. Because you are paid withholding tax ahead. But people don't know this. Anyway, that's number 1. I'm not supposed to teach you too much maths. The second one is rent relief. Now, to be honest, even saying this, to be honest, I had an HR consultant who was talking to me yesterday. She argued with me about this matter, and I said to them that this rent relief is a benefit, but it's also a trap. How many people in Lagos who have that now, because the government is only capping your rent relief at 500,000, meaning what the government is saying, which is a benefit to you anyway, is that your total rent in a year, 20% of that rent is free from what? From taxes. So if your profit, your taxable income, meaning the remaining money left with you as an individual, is 2 million. Let's say, it's 2 million. And you're supposed to pay tax on 2 million. And you rent in Lagos is 3 million per annum, assuming. That's very low anyway. 20% of 3 million is how much? 600,000. Unfortunately, you can't claim the whole 600,000 because the government has capped it at what? 500,000. So you can only enjoy 500,000. Meaning of your 2 million taxable income, you can still then deduct how many? 500,000 and pay only tax on 1.5 million. But those of us here in Lagos, be sincere, which house will you get for 3 million? It's still very bad, that bad. Yeah, I know, but for some of us, really, I don't know. Maybe there are many, yeah, I agree with you. They could be, yeah, true. But I know for most of us that are all these high-end people, you stay in very big places, fantastic. But again, this is the relief that you have. Does this make sense to a point? One, that's to you individuals. Let's talk about the companies now. For the companies, I think during the course of this session, somebody mentioned of it. You see, before now, there was a 25 million mark. If you're a limited liability company and your revenue is 25 million, you will not be paying the regular CIT. That's what I call company income tax of 30%. But guess what the Tinubu government has graciously done? They pushed it from 25 million to what? 100 million. That means if you earn 100 million and below, you are not paying CIT. That is not a priority. Okay, unfortunately, they excluded people like us. Professional service firms were excluded. But for people like you, you are what? You get the benefit. That's one. I can go on and on, but again, to be honest, I'm really trying to be careful because of time. I can start picking it one by one. You pick the first one there, 100 million. There's also, look at this, capital allowance, priority sector, and there's one other one here. Yes, economic development tax credit. For people like Kunle and Uncle Kunle and Auntie Mo, or those of you who are doing a lot of investment in infrastructure, sincerely, if you look at the books properly and if you're being properly advised by your financial advisors, you pay lesser tax because of these gains. See the first. Capital allowance, you got 25% initial allowance plus 20% annual on cameras, editing rigs, and softwares. Yes. But again, if you don't know, it's a problem. If your accounting is not right, it's a problem. May I even first tell you something clear? We talk about tax, but the truth is, before tax is accounting. If there is no accounting, there is no tax. So if you're not accounting, if it is 90% accounting, or should I put it this way? It is 90% structure and accounting before tax. Because structure will determine accounting, and accounting will determine tax. But what everybody is focusing on is they're focusing on what? On tax. No. Focus on structure, then accounting. In fact, in the creative industry, that will first give you value. Value. That will help you to know the value, the worth of your creative work first. But in this industry, in Nigeria, not all of us are structured. Some of us are structured, but not all of us are well structured. In such a way that you can know the value of your creative work. So leave the tax. In fact, you pay the barest minimum tax if you do structure well. And then accounting well is all games. And you need to play the game. All right. Quickly, I talked about, look at this new one brought in there. 5% annual tax credit for 5 years on qualifying capital expenditure for priority sectors. Do we understand that? So that is another part. Again, so much of many benefits you can count. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, quickly. Okay, so yeah, let me just talk about this. And it's very important I say this. So what should you do? What should you do quickly with the new tax law? Number one is you need to sleep. And the only way to sleep is to have structure. So one, strategically structure your business, including your contracts. Do you know you can turn a sale agreement into a commissioning agreement? Maybe you don't get it. You are selling a content, but to avoid tax, you can turn it around and turn it to a commissioning content. just to avoid tax. So you pay tax only on the production fee and not on the on the reimbursable. Number two, proper records clarify true value. The truth is, there are very few accounting applications that are dedicated to the creative industry. Very few that can help you track, and that's one important thing. Number three, compliance protects earnings, and that's the truth. If you try to comply to the little barest minimum, I think it will protect you. Do you know it is actually cheaper to do what is right than to do what is wrong? It is cheaper to structure than to pay bribe to the government people. Forgive my language, government people. Not all of them collect bribe, but it's cheaper. In fact, sometimes you don't know that you're even paying more when you are actually tipping those guys than if you have done the correct thing. And that's the truth. Next slide, quickly, as I round up. Next slide. Okay, next slide. I'm not going to go to this because this is too much story. So what should you do as an individual? I will advise you very quickly. Maintain and understand your taxpayer ID. Include your payer ID on invoices to capture your withholding tax credit note. Track and pursue all your withholding tax deductions made on your income. Maintain a disciplined record keeping of all your income and expenditure. Apply the net income approach when filing returns. I'm talking to individuals now. And finally, file your annual self-assessment returns latest by what? By March 31st. And quickly to the companies, very quickly, I have 2 more minutes. Next slide, please. All right. For you, the companies, sincerely, I can say today, just take a step back and critically evaluate your financial system for stakeholder value. Just go back and recheck. After all of the things you heard, this new tax law should make you better. This new tax law is going to catch a lot of people. That's very true. The system is now so dynamic. It's data-driven. So there's no hiding place, really. So you need to structure. Number two, ensure systems are error-proof with no loopholes. What accounting system are you using? What accounting application are you using? If there are loopholes, it's a problem. In the creative industry, it's a problem. Number three, structure creative contracts intentionally. And that's the truth. And number four, engage professional finance and tax advisors. You can see, I didn't say tax advisors alone. Professional advisors first. It's first your financial advisors before tax. And finally, if you're a company, get your finance team together. Let professionals meet and let them structure how things should be. I think that, next slide, I may not be able to go to the other slide because our time is fast spent. Has this been fine? Yeah, thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much, sir. Please don't leave. You're still going to be part of the panel. Thank you. Can we please give Mr. Abraham a round of applause again? All right, we're going to be moving on to the panel. Up next, please have a seat, sir. Thank you. Up next on the panel is Mr. Michael Ariyibi. Mr. Michael Ariyibi, MBA, ACA, AAT, ACTI, ACS, is an experienced tax practitioner with specialization in tax audit and regulatory compliance. He's an assistant manager with the Nigerian Revenue Service, where he supervises officers responsible for the assessment of small companies, individual businesses, and partnerships. He also conducts internal trainings for tax officers and works to ensure the uniform application of tax laws. He's a graduate of the University of Lagos and an associate member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN. He holds an MBA in accounting and a Bachelor of Science degree alongside several professional certifications. He's a senior lecturer at Password Professional Tutors Limited, where he teaches public sector accounting and finance, business management and finance and economics. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Michael Ariyibi? Please, to everyone who's in the room, we still have a raffle draw that's coming up where you get to win a ticket, an economy ticket to the United Kingdom. So please stay back. You just might be the lucky winner. All terms and conditions apply. And this is powered by Voyage Quest. All right. There's also going to be lunch afterwards. So please don't rush off. This session is very important. Like I said, there's no hiding place. Government will still catch us one way or the other. And to moderate this panel is Miss Fola Olusoya. She is an exceptional lawyer with an impeccable reputation for advising managers and investee companies in complex mergers and acquisitions and cross-border acquisitions, banking and finance, corporate, commercial, as well as private equity and venture capital. Fola has a strong track record of advising government, DFIs, and developers, and has also garnered considerable experience in finance within Nigeria and the West African sub-region. She is a significant name in Nigeria and Africa's banking and finance space, and clients have noted, as cited by Chambers 2022, that she's a very hands-on lawyer. She gets involved in transactions and is very experienced. With over 28 years of practice, Fola has been part of several national and sub-national infrastructure finance projects and has led her firm, Jackson, Etty and Edu, to advise on projects, finance, and public-private partnerships transactions. Her practice covers a wide range of product areas, including rights issue, private placements, public offers, Eurobonds, corporate, and state bonds. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator of this panel, Ms. Fola Olusoya. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I think for everybody, when they woke up on 1st of January, as Bisola said, it was all tax, tax, tax. And for the creative sector, we've all been told the stories that content is the new crude. It's expected that it is going to make $15 billion this year. It's going to employ 27 million people. There has been growth, 4.7 growth. Have you been seeing the money? So when you add the complexity of tax on top of it, you then ask yourself, where are you going to go to? But the panelists we have here are going to tell us it's actually not complex. So I'll start with Mr. Ariyibi. Mr. Ariyibi is going to become all our friends because he represents the NRS. Mr. Ariyibi, the tax reforms, the Nigerian Tax Act, what is going to be the impact on the creative sector, particularly the film industry?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. It was a privilege to be here. As a staff of NRS, I'm also here as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So beware.
Disclaimer.
The industry outlook regarding the new tax law, just like Mr. Abraham have said, just sit back and relax. Because according to the new tax law, the creative industry have nothing serious to worry about. But before I proceed, there is a farmer whereby in his farm, he has a lot of bananas and monkeys moving to eat the bananas, and the farmer will come later in the evening and chase the monkey away. All of a sudden, the farmer died, and the monkeys were happy. They jump into the farm, they finish all the banana, they move out. The following day, they jump in, they did not see any banana. It simply means that the primary objective of this new tax law is not to win short. It's not to tax the roots, but to tax the what? The seed.
Tax the seed
it's not
and
to
not
tax
the roots.
the roots, but to tax what? The seed.
Okay.
The goal is not to kill the company. The goal is not to win shunt the company. Because if we win shunt today, where will the revenue come tomorrow? Creative sector have a lot of advantage in terms of their long gone benefits is going to be better off compared to where it was before the new tax law. One thing I would just advise is, in which Mr. Abraham have said that, record keeping.
Record keeping?
Record keeping, transparency.
Transparency.
Apart from you keeping record for tax purpose, it add value to you as an individual and as a company. No investor will bank on you if they can't track your finance record. You get contract today is because of they check your finances, they check your transparency level. Just like Sister Mo have said, she has been, contract here and there, partnering with Netflix is because of they can track serious financial transparency with her. So the long gone survivor of this industry regarding this new tax law is 100% guaranteed. However, there might be slow down in the short run.
What do you mean by slow down?
If the enforcement is too rigid, we are talking about long gone. According to Adam Smith, it is someone that survives short run that will get to long. Adam Smith said everybody will die in the long gone. Abi? So what is going to happen in the short run? This year is the year of implementation.
Okay.
What is going to happen? And I believe, back to my first story, since we are not taxing to kill, automatically the short run will not be a problem. We will get to the long run. Thank you.
So are you saying in the short run there's going to be some sort of grace?
No, I'm saying that there might likely be slowed down if the enforcement to comply is too harsh. Just like I'm beating a child that listen, no book. The child might die before he graduates.
Okay, so is the NRS going to have a lot more events like this where there is a lot of education?
Of course, it's work in progress. Just like, Nigeria tax law have always been, better. Today, law, before you wake up tomorrow, they might say this one, just like the way we have Finance at 19, Finance at 20. So the law keep growing every day. They keep on looking at it every day. Any gap, they remove it, they replace it. That is just the way it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Abraham, in your presentation, you talked about structuring. You also talked about compliance. But beyond compliance, how can the creatives who are thinking about growth, how do they work with brands, platforms, and investors? How can they structure their operations when they are working with all these third parties?
Right, thank you. I think the issue of structure, again, to be honest, is still where one of the problem is. Like I made reference to my days in Deloitte that led me to work with this investor, right? The reason why the investor did not trust the system, why we had to come from Deloitte to sit in the system, was because the production houses they were giving money to, they could not account for the money for the commission content. But in South Africa, they could account. So the problem was now that they could not even respond to budget versus actual. Most of them didn't have application. Knowing this was Nigerian, so we did the Nigerian thing by pretending as if they were structured, by giving them structure. So we did an internal work of giving them structure first. For that reason, in fact, that was what led us to developing an accounting application, a creative accounting application that had not been done before. We had to create it and then gave it as a tool for the production houses to be using in such a way that the investor is seeing the use of the fund without anything. And guess what? For that reason, there'll be more fund in that particular company today than ever, only because of system. That's number one. For our company, sincerely, today, a lot of people need to decide whether they want to continue to maintain the Anko & Co business. Structure is key. Now that you had the new tax law, that you're 100 million and below, you're free from taxes, I think you need to register a limited liability company.
You're suggesting that
That's
all the business names should...
because that benefit applies to limited liability companies. You get what I'm trying to say?
Correct.
But even if you want to maintain your Anko & Co, really, it should be for the smaller things. It should be for the things that nobody can track. But for the core stuff, because you can imagine what I would do for you. All of that incentive is only for limited liability company. If you keep your business consistently as a sole proprietorship business, the PAYE law applies to you completely, and not all of the laws I read here. So first is about structure, number one. Number two, to be honest, if you are structured, you'll be able to do businesses with the international brand. That's a problem these people were having. These guys are very straightforward people. They want to see your financial statement. You see. But again, and thankfully, sincerely, the past 10 years have been very good in the creation because a lot of businesses have stepped up, at least that I know. Many. They were not structured, they are now structured. They could now do a lot of things with other companies. And so structure, again, is important. Let me don't take your time here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in about 30 years of my practice, I would say that in order to attract investment into companies, formalization, compliance, documentation, things people can track. All of us are investors in one way or the other. If you cannot track where your money is going to, it's unlikely that you are going to invest.
Yeah.
Many creatives have historically applied 5% withholding tax when they are engaging talent, crews, writers, and then they do 10% for rentals. With the new tax law, we're just seeing references to 2% in certain circumstances. Are you able to explain in which circumstances you apply 2% withholding tax, 5%, or those 10%, or what really applies, and how can the creatives apply this correctly? Mr.
Okay. The issue of withholding tax, according to the law, according to the Act, there is something called withholding tax schedule. And according to the withholding tax schedule, we have the schedule show the classification alongside with the rates for both residents and non-residents. When we are talking about supply of goods, is 2%. Before now, we don't have 2% in existence. We only have 5% and 10%. For professional service, 10%. For normal fee or whatever, 5%. But now, the issue of 2% came in only on equipment hire, like camera or any capital equipment hire for the production.
Okay.
Just like it is being written in the structure, in the schedule, supply of goods. You hire it, 2% withholding tax. Now, the question now is, does that mean that I thought, okay, the question that is going on is that, okay, my crew, my dad should be 2% too. The question is, the money you are paying your crew, what in your transfer or your whatever, what is the description? Is it a fee?
Okay, how have you described the amounts that you are paying your crew members?
It's very straightforward. You don't need to confuse ourselves here. 2% is for hiring of equipment used in production.
Okay.
5 and 10% is now based on either is a professional or is not a professional. If it's a professional fee, like you hire an expert, 10% and is final. The person don't need to file before they charge the 10%. They just charge the 10% and move. That is for non-residents. So in a nutshell, the 2% that came in is for equipment leasing. However, like I said, the law is still in work in progress and implementation. We can wake up tomorrow and we saw another revised position.
So the applicable percentages are 2% for
2%,
goods.
5%, and 10%.
Okay, 5%. You didn't say what that applies to.
No, I said 5% to normal. It can be staff.
Non-professionals.
Yeah, it's not professional.
Non-professionals.
Yeah.
I guess that's where the issue is going to come. So in the creative industry, in the film industry, who is a professional and who is not a professional? I think that's one of the things that the industry itself is going to have to help NRS come to a conclusion. Who is the professional in the industry and who is a non-professional? Because it does make a difference between 5 and 10%.
A professional is a person that you just invite to the set for a contribution. Like, let me put it like this. You know that this is the best hand you can call for it. You just hire him for, okay, I'm coming here to spend 2 weeks for this location, and you move. You pay the person specially for it. A professional is different from crew. You have a crew. When you are producing your movie, you have a set of people you want to work with. But on the other hand, you might call best hand that is more capable in relation to what you want to achieve. I don't know if I'm making sense in line with the industry.
No,
So professional is more or less like outsourcing a separate person, separate entity to come in for betterness of the production. Then,
okay, so the questions... No. It's not black and white. When we come to the question and answers...
what is not black and white?
the way you have explained it in the industry is not clear cut, which is why I was already opening it. That I think this is
I'm
an
looking
area,
at it from the angle of
where the industry where the industry is going to have to make suggestions to the NRS.
Okay, what do you say?
I think this is when you're preparing the guidelines. I think this is one of the areas that the industry has to make suggestions to the NRS, so that there can be clarity as to who a professional is and who is not a professional. Because the difference of 5% and 10% is a bit.
Okay. To be honest, if I were just to say something on that, then if I were you, I'm not a professional. I'm just a service provider, and it's 2%. Please structure the contract in such a way that I'm just rendering a service. I'm an ordinary human being. If you put it that way, it's 2%, then I'm free.
No, 2% is for goods. He explained.
It's not for goods alone. No, he said, is it for goods alone?
No, it's for goods alone.
For goods alone.
Or for your crew as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll just say, I'm crew. We're all crew, I'm telling you.
VAT and cinema economics, the continued application of the 7.5% value-added tax under the new tax system, how does it affect the sustainability of the film value chain? I know Ali had already had, it appeared that, what the amounts that are made in the box office, nobody's actually, a lot more education has to go on as to how that money is divided. And then we then have this 7.5% value added tax. How does that impact on the sustainability?
All right, thank you. That's a good question. And I think it's important for people to understand this, that in reality, value-added tax is a transaction taxes. It is more like the person consuming the service is the one paying. Somebody comes to watch, maybe the ticket is 5,000. The law requires you, because you're enjoying this service, the law requires you, the company giving that service, to charge the person enjoying the service 7.5%. Just like if you go to a restaurant to eat, you see the VAT on it. Even in Lagos, they will even add consumption tax to it.
Yes,
yeah. So it is you who is consuming the tax that is paying for it. It's not an additional burden to the person providing the service. The duty of the person providing the service is to what? Charge it and what? And remit. Now, number one. Number two, if the person rendering the service now knows the law, in order to manage his cash flow, because at the end, it's cash flow, where the company has suffered VAT in delivering that service, that company has the right to deduct all the VAT that he suffered in producing that service. And that VAT that he suffered is what they call impute VAT. So yes, he has charged somebody a total VAT of 500,000. But he, in the build-up of delivering the service, maybe for instance, the cinema people, maybe they rented a place and that place where they rented charged them VAT, right?
Yes.
You get, and maybe the place was 2 million and they charged a VAT of 7.5%. They've suffered technically some about say 70,000, right? Mm-hmm. When that cinema company wants to remit the VAT that he collected from cinema people that came to the cinema, he first had to deduct the impute VAT that he has suffered, and it's not only on rent. So that means in his accounting, in the accounting of a cinema company, they need to account for VAT impute separately. If they don't log it in their GL properly, they will not be able to track it. So the law allows you to first deduct all the VAT you have suffered before you remit to the government. So in reality, that's one part. I know there are other sides to it because I heard the issue of double tax, but because of our time, we won't talk about that. Yeah.
Okay, so
to add, sorry, sir.
Go ahead, because that's what I was going to ask you.
To add to what Mr. Abraham have just said, apart from the law have given you room to remove your inputs VAT, another thing is that once your turnover is less than 100 million, no VAT.
100 million, no VAT. Is that
no
corporate?
VAT, yes.
Corporate. I think that ties into what you had said before as to how do you structure your companies to take advantage of the tax law. So if your company is
not up to
100 million, then you are able to take advantage.
No VAT.
No VAT. Okay.
Watch out for that. There's a lot of things underneath. I was asking him when he was sitting beside me. I was asking him all the questions. How will I know if my business is going to do 100 million a year? What if God blesses me? Oh, I have to go to 120. I was asking him, but again, that's not the story for today. He has just said what the law is.
I think we should stick with what the law is. When the guidelines come out, then we can have we can have a bit.
Would there be an extra guideline?
Yes, of course.
Of course, there has to be guidelines. Implementation guidelines. A lot of things going on. We are waiting for the implementation guidelines.
You think so?
So can I say to the House now? Are you confirming to us that we are?
No, there will be definitely.
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
Certainly, there has to be implementation guidelines. Yes, we are still in January. Yes. And what I will encourage the industry participants and stakeholders to do is to make sure that they contribute to what comes out in those guidelines. If we sleep on what our concerns are, we will just get guidelines that do not fit our industry, and we will just be complaining about it. VAT threshold and its applicability. So how does it apply throughout the entire sector? I know we've talked about the cinema, but in relation to the other parts of the film industry, VAT?
It's the same thing, nothing changed. VAT, nothing changed. 7.5 across, the same threshold, 100 million applied.
Okay. So if I'm not a company, I don't take advantage of that.
If I'm not a company, so far you are consuming, you pay VAT.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the individuals, can I do input and I'm a freelancer?
No, you
input,
can't.
output.
What do you want to input? The transport is it the transport you pay to go and buy food in restaurants?
Okay, no. on enforcement, there's a perception that enforcement in the creative sector is still limited. I still recall when a freelancer walked into my office and wanted us to advise. He said, but the only problem I have is tax. I don't understand it and I haven't been paying it, so I don't know what you people are going to do for me. With increased digitization and reporting, what are the real enforcement risks creatives should be aware of? Okay. You know, most of the creatives they're actually quite well-known people, and we like to ensure that their reputation is in order. So in terms of enforcement risk, it impacts on them a lot more significantly than other people.
If we are in the same page, the question is like, what trigger the regulation attention? Abi? What trigger regulation attention? Yes. Okay, number one, I would say high value transaction.
High value transaction.
Large irregular bank deposits without a corresponding tax filing. What do I mean by that? Irregular bank deposit without irregular filing. That is, we are seeing money inflow and we track the name. We can't find it on tax promas. No tax registration, nothing. It calls for alarm. Another one again is social media and lifestyle audits.
Social media and lifestyle audits.
You know, we know your business, we know your industry, and we compare your lifestyle with your industry, with your business is not commensurating. It calls for attention.
Okay.
Another one, to stop there, third-party information. Third-party information goes a long way. I might not know you. I might not know your firm. You know, maybe you have charged withholding tax. You've charged withholding tax on someone that do contract with you, and the person is not happy. And come and report to you, hello, Mr. Anke, there is one firm, I want you to go there. Third-party information. So there are so many things that can call, regulation attention a lot.
I think Mr. Michael has actually let out some secrets that we need to hold. We need to put in front of us very quickly. Before I turn the questions over to the audience, I will come to Abraham and say, many creators struggle to understand the true value of their work, whether it be licensing, partnerships, outright sale. From a tax and business perspective, how do you think the creators could go about the valuation of their intellectual property?
All right, that's a very important question. So I think for the IPs you own, I think one of the areas that will help you know the value of your creative work is first your cost of production, the cost of producing that content, right? Of doing that thing, and it's not just the overall budget. is also what formed it. What formed it is looking at all of the lines that include how much you spent on cast, how much you spent on rentals, how much you spent on acquisition, how much you spent on extras, how much you spent on the core, how much you spent on post-production, and who you use. So first is proper accounting, because that data itself will help you when you want to do something similar. That's one. The second part is if you have tracked the costs properly, including even tracking your barter deals. You can actually track barter deals and cost it. Because in the Nollywood industry, there's a lot of freebies. I know Kiki knows Busola, so we help each other. And then you don't pay Busola for a real value because she's my friend. Okay. But if you really want to know the true cost, is value Busola and put the cost on it. It will just be what they call in accounting, what we call below the line, right? You put it in, right? And so you can then begin to track all the revenue you earn on that particular creative work. You've got to really be deliberate. So that way, and to be honest, in the US and South Africa, that is exactly what they do. Really. So, and guess what? You will think it's for the sake of outsiders or for tax purposes. It's not really for tax purposes. It's even for yourself. In the company I was referring to, the investors I was talking about, on a simple account application, they can track 184 projects they've ever done, commission content, across 7 years. And if they want to determine the next budget for a similar content, you know what they will do? They just go back to history. And not just look at the total budget. No, they're going to look at every big of the actual cost that was spent on something similar. They will even look at how much was charged by a particular cast, including most of the actors and some of the actors I saw here today. How much they charged that year, and the contract is signed. Everything is all tracked, and they can see it pronto. If anybody is going to grow, that is the kind of line. You feel like you're sitting in the comfort of your house, and you can see the numbers. And I think numbers are very important. I know when Okwe was making his presentation, he was talking about where the problems are. The problems of the numbers is a function of accounting. The problem of why we don't have international investors invest a lot is because most of the Nigerian businesses are not structured. We're so brilliant, we're so good, we've got the content, we've got the story, but we don't have the structure. The moment we begin to have the structure, there's so much money to make, more than oil even.
I certainly do agree. They always say content is the new crude now. I think the first thing in valuing your IP is to actually register those ones that can be registered. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think from what he has said, put a number to everything, including those that do not have financial numbers, put a number to it. At this point, I will turn the question into the crowd. And I don't know, any questions? Who goes first? Tax is going to be the live wire for all of us in our personal, in our business capacities, and even as organizations and associations. I can see there are two people, I think two ladies, certainly two ladies up there. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joy. I'm a screenwriter and also a filmmaker. Thank you very much for this illuminating session. So concerning the tax, so recently there was something I had to do with the Lagos State government, and they wanted my tax for the past 3 years. And then by the time it was calculated, it was running into several millions. And as a screenwriter, I've been working for the past 3 years with different companies, and they had been taking withholding tax from the money I was being paid. But because I didn't even know I had the taxpayer ID at that point, because I had worked for a company previously for almost 10 years, and they were taking withholding tax from my salary. And there was a lot going on. I don't even know if they were remitting the money, but I didn't have a tax ID. So by the time I was now working on my own, I was self-employed, I was working as a freelancer, and this tax issue came up. And most times I couldn't really get my tax ID, so they usually take 5% withholding tax from my fee. So by the time I had this issue with the Lagos State government, and they were like, they brought out all these millions for me to pay for the past 3 years. And I was like, but they have been deducting 5% withholding tax from my fee. So are you not saying I still have to pay the same tax that was taken from my fee? So I'm confused at this point. If the company taking this 5% withholding tax, if they are remitting it to the government, am I still supposed to pay this money. So I don't know, I just need clarity on this.
Thank you. I think we will take the two questions together. If we could have the second question. And between Michael and Abraham, I think both of you will take the first question. Or Michael? Oh, okay. Okay, you take. So who's taking the first? Okay, the second question, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra.
Hello, Cassandra.
I'm asking with regards film producers that make films across different states. My first question is, how do you avoid double taxation and jurisdiction disputes? Then for filmmakers who make money from different avenues, distribution, what's it called, royalties, probably even script writing, acting, how do you inculcate all your personal income tax?
Okay. Okay, so the first one was about the
withholding tax has been deducted earlier. Am I going to pay?
And the high tax bill.
Okay, I think I should define the word withholding tax for you. So withholding tax is an advance payment of income tax, meaning that I am taxing you now. Watch, I'm taxing you now because I don't, forgive me, I have trust issues with you. That's the government. I have trust issues with you because I don't know if at the end of the year you will walk to the tax office and say, behold, this is me, tax me. You likely will not do that. So withholding tax is just like, in case you don't come, it's just to drag you into the tax net. So the person paying you has the responsibility of deducting withholding tax of 5%. The average income tax in Nigeria is 7%. That is the lowest. Lowest, 7%. So they just charge you 7% on your income, right? 5% on your income or 2% on your income just to hold down, right? So what typically will happen is that at the end of the year, you're meant to what? To file. So let me explain to you in simple terms, right? If throughout the year you earned 2 million, and maybe you did work for two production companies, 1 million, 1 million. Each of them charge you 5%, 5%. 5% is how much? That's 100,000, isn't it? Withholding tax were deducted from you. Number one, the first responsibility you have is to follow your withholding tax credit note. It's like money. They only collected the money in advance from you. The money, 2 million would have been paid to you.
And when you say follow, what's the exact?
The person who deducted the money from you, you need to ask for the credit note. And these days, it's not by, in the past, it was hard copies. But these days, you get it by email. How many of us have gotten email from LRS saying, you see beautiful hands up? You see that? That means they know. If by the time you log into your own LRS portal, you will see all the withholding tax deducted from you. That's one. At the end of the year, we just talked about 2 million, right? You earn 2 million at the end of the year. If you apply the lowest rate of tax of 7%, that's PE, on your 2 million, that's 140,000. Meaning you were meant to pay 140,000 as taxes. But what you will now say is, I'm paying 140,000, that's true, but I have already paid 100,000 in what? In advance, that's your withholding tax. But you can only claim that withholding tax if it was paid by the person that collected it, that took it from you. So that means you've got to track, and that's your responsibility. So in your own case now, you know what the government simply do? The way they could actually know your total revenue was because a particular company you worked for was a very dutiful company. They created PID for you in those days. And that PID started following you. So all your credit, all your withholding tax was being tied to that account. The moment you stepped in, they could search for it. They could even, and how would they know your total revenue? By all the withholding tax they have been charged, they just upgraded by 95%. They were taking 5%, is it not? So your total withholding tax was just 5% of your income. So they will now gross it up to 100%, and they say, here we go. This is your money. Pay me. Do you understand? That's why you should structure.
Okay, please, I want to ask, just for clarity, because I'm still trying to learn and understand. So, sir, you say, so if the withholding tax has been remitted to the government,
right?
Does it mean now the personal income tax? Because in the case, I'm not saying that it's me. I'm just saying for those records, I'm not saying I'm the one. Okay. So in cases where you're remitting to the government and they still come back and tell you that you're owing your personal income tax of, say, 30 million naira, but you've been remitting over the years.
You're remitting withholding tax.
No, you are remitting. No, withholding tax is still sorted out, but you've always been remitting, and then they just come with a figure that, okay, based off of what we saw on your social media, whether or not it is free work you were doing for them, and because you thanked so many companies for engaging you in this last year, we think this is how much you should pay. How do we go about that? What are we deducting? What would the actual personal income tax be? What exactly are we doing?
That's a very good question. The Nigerian, and forgive me, unfortunately I'm not speaking for you people, I'm speaking for the client. The Nigerian tax people are sometimes can be very interesting people. What they do is typical best of judgment. They look at you, you have fine heels, fine face, you have 10,000 likes, and then you make noise. I got 1.5 million box office. And then you say all of that noise, they say, okay, here we go. And then they give, in reality, they don't even know that only part of the money is coming to you. They just say, pick the numbers, right? And they give it to you. But you see, what gives you peace? If you have been keeping your records, guess what? You place the book. We have the client in my firm. They billed the client 2.5 billion in taxes. By the time we finished, we knew we were paying. It was structure. We ended up not paying anything to the FRS. Because the first thing is the buga. So, to be honest, and typically what Nigerian people do is they try to look for how to settle because you are not keeping the books. But if you are keeping the books, you contest it. You contest it. You contest. Many people have tax consultant and a lot of people have tax consultant and not financial advisors who just come and say, let's go and negotiate because they have a share in it. But what you need to do is, where's my books? You depend the book. You depend it for 2-3 years until you are fine. You need to know your books before you can defend that kind of a thing, and I think that's what you need to do. Yeah.
So does that help? The first question. Hello. That's a complete answer to that. Okay. The second question.
One, regarding the multiple taxes. The last time I checked, NTA and NTA did not directly, address multiple taxes at state level, but the NRS, in conjunction with the JTB,
Joint
Tax Board, can encourage the state governments, can encourage the state governments to issue more clarity or to discourage the informal levied lapses that hinder, success of production or that leads to multiple taxes. So what I would advise stakeholder is to issue a petition to NRS and Joint Tax Board for clarity, to send a clarity to the state's government. But in which that is why I said the law is still in work in progress. I'm very sure before the end of this month, something will come out regarding it.
Can I give a
suggestion? However, most of these multiple taxes, if you look at it very well, they are informal. Most of them are all this omonile. You went to a deep bush to shoot. Omonile, kinikom, they are informal. The question is, how are we going to capture them? And that is one of the reasons for this new law to bridge all the gap. So that is I will just say about that. Yeah.
She also mentioned that if she gets an income from different sources, royalties, she mentioned different aspects. How does she combine everything for tax?
If you get income from the
different sources, so she's a film producer
from different states.
Yeah, no, not different states. Different arrangement, different sources.
So far as royalty, they are royalty. All will be added together and be taxed appropriately.
Okay, the appropriately she's asking for. What
percentage? Are you looking for 2%?
No, she's asking what percentage would apply.
5% normally. Royalty, 5%.
Royalties, 5%.
Yes.
What are the other channels you mentioned? You mentioned royalties. Royalties, 5%. Distribution.
Sorry, royalty is 10%. Both in the resident or for non-resident is 5%. For resident is 10%. According to withholding tax schedule. Yeah, it's law. I'm not doing. No, why? I'm looking at it here. This is withholding tax schedule in front of me. So royalty, movie license, distribution rights, scripts, optioning, etc. Corporate recipient, resident 10%, non-resident 10%. Resident, non-corporate 5%.
Okay, so 5%, resident, 5% individual, and 10% corporate.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So it's the law. We might change it tomorrow.
Okay, I know we have a lot more questions. I don't know if Mr. Riibi and Mr. Poga will agree that they could come and meet you afterwards.
Of course.
Just for this session. At other times, they are in their offices. But one thing I would like to say to the industry is that don't let us have a situation where guidelines come out from the NRS, the National Revenue Service, that we do not have an input into. Let us have guidelines that speak to the sector that we represent, the creative sector. Thank you very much.
So thanks, guys. Thanks very much for staying till the end. We're now finally at the end of the summit. We, however, have, well, it's almost dinner now, but we have lunch, so don't rush off. And then we have a ticket, a free ticket to London. We haven't decided how we want to give it out. So, courtesy of Voyage Quest. Voyage Quest travel company have been very gracious to give us a travel ticket. Is Murafa in the house? Okay, I want to pick on anyone to just do a random. Someone is going to. Susan. Susan is here. Put your hands together for Susan. Susan wants to dash you guys a free ticket. But you know how these tickets are, it's terms and conditions. Oh, you pay the tax. You give them 6 months advance notice, I think. Or is it 21 days or something. Yes. She'll explain. So, Susan, so I think what we're going to do, but I want a random, not random, someone who didn't plan for this to pick a number of one of the people who registered. The other thing is all the panelists are not qualified. You are disqualified. Oh, yeah, Missy, come. You are the one that will choose the winner. Yes. So you are already disqualified. Yeah, Missy, come and choose. Come for trying. You know, Missy is a lawyer, so that we are transparent. You don't accuse us of doing. Susan, please come. You have to give us terms and conditions. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Iketa, and I represent Voyage Quest Travels. The ticket is, a few terms and conditions on the ticket would be the route, which is Lagos, London, Lagos. It is a round trip, and it's valid for a year. We will be sharing the full list of the terms and conditions with the recipients. This is courtesy of Voyage Quest, Travels and Tours, and British Airways, yes. Economy class. So it's an economy class ticket. I think that is all the information so far, yes.
In addition, like she said, it's Lagos, London, Lagos, meaning you cannot jackpot on that ticket.
You have to return.
You have to return. Thank you.
There are other little terms and conditions, but it's all included in the terms and conditions that will be shared. Yep.
Sorry. The other thing I was going to say is that it's only people that are in the room. So people that have left, sorry, you've missed out. So they're going to call. Yeah, I think the names are here. Names of those that are registered are here. Yeah, you should just pick any name. Don't call Becca. Becca is. Yes. Or should we call a number?
But how will they know?
You should know your phone number.
And then we'll call the number to see if it's the person.
Femi, what if we keep calling people and they're not
in the room?
We'll continue.
Have you said the Lord's Prayer? Yeah, did
Please, did everybody in here register? Because if you did not register, it's not by miracle that your name will be called. Pardon?
Why did you register?
Oh, you didn't register. Can we have it by a show of hands? How many people did not register? Okay, you did not register. And those who registered, please raise your hands. Okay, let's see. It's okay. Hopefully, we would call someone's name.
Right.
It's random.
Let's see.
It's very random, yeah. It's rolling.
0809 811 3833.
Hold on, what's the name? Let's call the name.
Faustina Easy.
She's not around.
Do again. Again. 0704 117 3407.
What's the name?
Divine Igbinos. Pardon me. Not in the room.
Next.
We go again. Let's go. What happened?
Come. It has gone to Google Space. Find another way? I mean, if you go another, we'll probably have to call the phone numbers. Let's just call them.
0901 970 7165. Remy Ibinola.
She's in the room. Wow.
Really?
All through, actually.
Congratulations, Remy. Yeah, she's been,
Wow. Congratulations.
I hope you have a UK visa.
So you have maybe 9 months to get, if you don't have a UK visa already.
You need to
at
start
least
working on it.
The Voyage Quest, they will still collect money from you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Please, can you come up so that we can do photos with the Voyage Quest team?
It's the inaugural, so you have to say the final word. It's the inaugural.
Okay, one take a picture.
Photo of
Where's the winner?
social, don't laugh. Social media. Video for the winner of the ticket.
So thank you everyone on behalf of the entire team at Cinemax, the wonderful hosts, Bikia and Bisola, friends, colleagues, thank you so much for showing up. I think I've had a great time. I hope you had a great time too. And till we call on you again for another summit. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Film House, Creative Catalyst, Jacksonetti and Edu, Voyage Quest, and everyone who supported us on this journey. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Grab some food, get some numbers, network, and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you all, and have a safe journey home. Oh, we are still taking picture.
know, right? I hope they.